Chapter 1737 Betrayal. Chapter 1737 Betrayal. It was extremely smooth when they came out. Yi Yuan held a netherworld dark fragrance flower in his hand. So those fire cloud ice edge bugs did not dare to approach at all. Even the Bug King also did not dare to easily come forward. It could be seen from this that this thing was really the fire cloud ice edge bug's nemesis. Following that, the party stepped onto the road of finding the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit. And in this party, Yi Yuan's status was also quietly changing. At first, everyone felt that his strength was lacking and that he was here to take advantage of benefits. But now, everyone knew that Yi Yuan could forcefully contend with the Bug King. He absolutely had the strength to contend for superiority with Duan Peng and Luo Yong. After half a month, under Dun Peng's leaders, HI+P, the party finally arrived near the proximity of that cave. Duan Peng's expression suddenly changed and he said, "Not good, someone came before us." In the grass patches ahead, some footprints were faintly discernible. Clearly, someone had beaten them to it. Yi Yuan said, "No need to worry. According to your description, the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit isn't fully mature currently. Even if someone discovers it, they also would not go and harvest it right now." Duan Peng's heart eased up slightly, but still became somewhat worried. Having more one tours, this was not a good thing. At this point, one could only showcase their true abilities. Right at this time, 7 to 8 figures dashed out of the dense woods, completely blocking off the road. The one in the lead was a burly man, holding a large ringed saber in his hand and overwhelmingly intimidating. Duan Peng's face changed and he cried out in shock, "Qi Dongyu, it's you all." Qi Dongyu laughed and said, "Heh, I was wondering who it was, turns out that it's you. Duan Peng, you're also here for the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit, right? Get lost, this place is taken charge by your father." The other squad had 8 people. Just the 6th Firmament Divine Lords had 4. Hence, Qi Dongyu did not take Duan Peng seriously at all. Duan Peng's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Qi Dongyu, what right do you have to do this? This place was discovered by me first." Qi Dongyu burst into laughter and said, "You discovered it? Ha ha ha, Duan Peng, do you feel that I am bored and specially came to amuse me? What right? Based on the fact that I win in numbers. Hey, isn't this younger brother Luo Yong?" Qi Dongyu suddenly saw Luo Yong at Duan Peng's side and was clearly a little surprised. When Luo Yong saw Qi Dongyu, he was immediately wildly ecstatic inwardly. Qi Dongyu seeing him at this time, he chuckled and said, "Elder brother Qi, I didn't expect to run into you here. King HL, I have had enough. Elder brother, I'll join you all right now." As he said, Luo Yong's figure moved, directly HI plussing over. Duan Peng's face changed and he said in a cold voice, "Luo Yong, what's the meaning of this?" Luo Yong sneered and said, "What's the meaning? Heh, along the way, I have had enough of you annoying cowards. You guys opposed me in all aspects for this kid, and even hoped for me to help you. If not for the sake of the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit, I would have quit long ago. Now, running into elder brother Qi, your father naturally has to join their company." The moment Yu Jing heard this, she said angrily, "Luo Yong, it was clearly you who made things difficult for Yi Yuan in all aspects along the way. Now, you're actually playing the blame game." Luo Yong smiled coldly and said, "Usut, shut up for your father. You clearly know that I'm interested in you, yet you engage in lovers' talk with this gigolo along the way. It was on purpose, wasn't it?" Duan Peng said in a solemn voice, "Luo Yong, you dare to betray your team. Do you still want to survive in this circle in the future?" Qi Dongyu had been observing from the sidelines all along and already pretty much understood the situation on Duan Peng's side. Seeing Duan Peng questioning, he spoke up, "You rest assured, no one will know. These few are all brothers that this Qi can trust. If they don't say, naturally no one will know." This meaning was already very clearly, they were prepared to murder them to keep their mouths shut at this time. Hearing that, Duan Peng's expression changed drastically, but Luo Yong got it and let out a wild laugh as he said, "Ha ha ha, Duan Peng, do you see it? This is called brothers. Want to blame that brat." Chi Dongyu said to Luo Yong, coming out this time, I was originally going to call you, brother. Seeing that you haven't returned yet, I missed you. But I didn't expect to meet here. These two people were the so-called people of the same ilk being drawn to each other. Their relations. Hi+P was very good. Otherwise, Luo Yong also would not immediately turn traitor the moment he saw Chi Dongyu. Luo Yong said with a loud laugh, elder brother, this Luo doesn't want anything. Just kill this kid. I hope that elder brother will lend me a helping hand. Chi Dongyu looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and laughed in spite of himself as he said, younger brother Luo, against a third firmament divine lord, you actually still need me to take action? What's with you? Luo Yong said with a solemn look, elder brother, don't underestimate this kid. He previously clashed with a peak middle stage rank 4 bug king and didn't fall into a disadvantageous situation. His strength is absolutely not behind yours and mine. The moment these words came out, the expressions on Chi Dongyu's side all changed slightly. A third firmament divine lord could actually clash with a peak middle stage rank 4 bug king. This was too fake, right? However, Chi Dongyu also knew that at this time, Luo Yong absolutely would not crack jokes with him. Hence, he also took it seriously. WNG Xiao, the three of you deal with Duan Peng. This kid, I'll attack together with younger brother Luo. The others, apart from that girlie, kill them all. Chi Dongyu arranged things. Yu Jing panicked when she saw the situation and said, Yi Yuan, quickly go. With your strength, you can definitely escape. Following Luo Yong's betrayal, it was currently a 9 versus 5 situation. Furthermore, among the other side's 9 people, there were 5 who were 6th firmament divine lord expert. Even though Yu Jing had witnessed Yi Yuan's strength before, she did not think that Yi Yuan could still defy the heavens under this sort of situation. Chi Dongyu laughed loudly when he heard it and said, escape? Girlie, don't you know that my Chi's speed is unparalleled under the heavens? With me around, he'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. The Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly smiled and said, escape? When did I say that I was going to escape? Chi Dongyu laughed when he heard that and said, punk, very gutsy. However, it's no use. Resign yourself to fate. Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked toward Luo Yong and said, I didn't fuss over it with you previously, but I didn't expect that you went from bad to worse and even want to doom your companions to death now. People like you shouldn't live in this world. Luo Yong laughed loudly and said, I shouldn't live in this world. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, this is the funniest joke that I've heard since I entered the mountain. Elder brother Chi, don't talk rubbish with him any longer. Let us make him know who shouldn't live in this world. Okay, I'll challenge this kid, and see if he's as impressive as you said. As he said, Chi Dongyu brandished the large ringed saber and hacked toward Yi Yuan. At the same time, Luo Yong moved too. With 2 mighty 6th firmament divine lords attacking at the same time, the commotion was astonishing. Hi+ing. Especially Chi Dongyu, his speed was really very fast. The seemingly bursome great ringed saber arrived in front of Yi Yuan's face in a blink of an eye. Yi Yuan's expression did not change, a seal rapidly forming in his hand. Swooze. H. Plus Yi Yuan displayed spatial law, dodging Chi Dongyu's saber nimbly. Taking the chance where his saber momentum already died down, the seal suddenly release. Nirvana seal. Luo Yong knew that Chi Dongyu's saber could not hack Yi Yuan and was just about to follow up with a sword, but discovered that a terrifying energy undulation was sent towards her. Bang! A loud bang, Luo Yong directly flew out backward, fresh blood spraying wildly, his aura withering rapidly. You seem to have misunderstood something. Not killing you is because you're too weak, and not because you're too strong, Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 1738 Clay Chickens and Pottery Dogs. Chapter 1738 Clay Chickens and Pottery Dogs. With one seal, Luo Yong was heavily injured and dying. With Yi Yuan's realm getting higher and higher, the power of the Nirvana seal also grew with each passing day. Back then, when Yi Yuan just entered 3rd firmament divine vortex, his strength already surpassed, said the 6th firmament divine lord Xiahou Yun. Now, he already reached peak 3rd firmament divine vortex. Strength like Luo Yong's was not worth mentioning at all in front of him. What was laughable was that he even provoked Yi Yuan along the way. Getting hit by the Nirvana seal, Luo Yong's vitality was rapidly fading away, his eyes full of disbelief. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, but he never thought that when Yi Yuan fought with the Bug King, it was actually not his full strength yet. A body cultivator? It was simply a joke. How could he know that back then Yuan was just restricted by all sorts of conditions? It was not convenient to kill the Bug King, that was all. What was exhibited was naturally not his true strength. At this time, the others also stopped fighting, looking over toward this side in surprise. Qi Dongyu's expression was very ugly. His saber actually could not even touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Spatial law. Was this kid a freak? How could he comprehend such a mysterious power of law? Elder brother Qi, save me. Luo Yong used the last of his strength and shouted. Qi Dongyu's expression changed several times. Suddenly, he said savagely, "You'd am thing, to actually dare scam me. Go and die." Finished talking, Qi Dongyu swung the great ringed saber, a streak of saber light cleaved over. The pitiful Luo Yong was directly cleaved into two. Before dying, he was still hoping for Qi Dongyu to save me. Who knew that Qi Dongyu gave him a slash with a backhand? Qi Dongyu ended Luo Yong with one saber, cupped his fists at Yi Yuan, and said with a smile, "Haha, little brother, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. This Luo Yong was clearly making use of me. IHPE that little brother doesn't take it to heart." This scene turned around too quickly, everyone was dumbstruck with astonishment. This Qi Dongyu was also a little too shameless, right? But in the Sky Demon mountain range, this kind of thing would frequently happen. After the surprise, everyone felt at ease. In this place, there were only eternal interests, no forever enemies. Duan Peng also heaved a long sigh in relief. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful, one-shotting Luo Yong in one move. Clearly, Qi Dongyu felt that he was not to be trifled with and shrink back. Yi Yuan had been watching from the sidelines with cold eyes all along, watching Qi Dongyu perform. But at this time, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Misunderstanding? I don't think that it's a misunderstanding. If my strength was lacking, the one lying on the ground right now would be me, isn't it?" Qi Dongyu said with an awkward look. This was really just a misunderstanding. Little brother, we wouldn't reach a concord without discord. In the future, I, Qi Dongyu, will be making friends with you. Yi Yuan looked at Qi Dongyu and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Looks like you haven't figured out the situation. Becoming friends with me, are you worthy?" Qi Dongyu's expression changed and his face turned sullen as he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, we'll have a chance to meet again. In this Sky Demon mountain range, everybody will meet sooner or later. Must you insist on fighting to the death? Your strength is pretty good, but we have 4/6 firmament divine lords. If we really fight it out to the bitter end, it's still unknown who lives and dies." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled and said, "You're really confident." Qi Dongyu smiled coldly and said, "Confident? Your father has roamed unobstructed in the Sky Demon mountain range for so many years, how could I survive without a little confidence? Wang Xiao, looks like this little brother wants to test our skills. Attack together." Those 3/6 firmament divine lords also gathered over when they heard that. Duan Peng had just let out a sigh in relief, thinking that this matter was over. Did not expect that Yi Yuan actually refused to drop the matter. Although Yi Yuan was very strong, fighting 2-on-4 was still too disadvantageous. But at this time, his only option was to stand together with Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Boss Duan, you just watch by the side. Just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs, this young master doesn't pay any attention to them yet." Everyone was taken aback. Qi Dongyu let out a big laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, a fine clay chickens and pottery dog. Your father wants to see if you have real skills or you're bragging." Yi Yuan drew the Junyi sword and said coolly, "Wouldn't you know if you try it?" While talking, an overpowering sword intent surged to the sky, his figure also became illusory. Qi Dongyu's countenance suddenly changed and he cried out, "Law's fusion." However, There was already no time for him to be shocked. Yi Yuan already rushed over. Yi Yuan, who displayed spatial law, how fast was his movements? He did not employ the spirit-concealing sword at all. Ordinary law's fusion, the power was already exceedingly formidable. Yi Yuan rushed into the midst of the four, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, suppressing until the four people could not lift their heads at all. In a blink, the four people's bodies were all injured. Yi Yuan caught a gap, thrust a sword out, and pierced over towards Qi Dongyu's heart. Qi Dongyu was greatly alarmed, wanting to dodge was already too late. He instinctively raised the great ringed saber to block. Clank! A crisp sound of metal class. Hi-plussing came over. Qi Dongyu's pupils gradually widened, his vitality rapidly fading away. Yi Yuan's sword broke the great ringed saber into two, the remnant force not reducing, going straight into the heart. Do you think you're clay chickens and pottery dogs or not? Yi Yuan said coolly. The other three people gasped heavily for air, their bodies all sustaining considerable injuries, eyes full of horror. This third firmament divine lord in front of them was too strong until it made people despair. Duan Peng watched until his face turned white and said in shock, Qi Dongyu's Ghost King Great Ringed Saber is a middle-grade divine lord mystic treasure. It was actually cut in half by a sword. Although Yi Yuan's sword was a high-grade divine lord mystic treasure, wanting to break a middle-grade divine lord mystic treasure was also not that easy. One could imagine how powerful the force on Yi Yuan's one sword was. Yi Yuan put away the long sword. Qi Dongyu fell to the ground weakly and was already devoid of life. How could Wang Xiao three people still dare to make a move? Directly kneeling down, he said with a mournful face, Why, Your Excellency, spare our lives. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I beg Your Excellency to spare our lives. Yi Yuan ignored them and said to Duan Peng, Boss Duan, these people will be left to you to deal with. This kind of thing, Boss Duan was naturally the most adept. He sized all of the things these people entered the mountain with, then directly made them get lost. Since Yi Yuan left it to him to deal with, he naturally did not have the intention of killing any more. Duan Peng had lived for so many years, he could naturally perceive this. Qi Dongyu's party really acquired quite a number of good things. They could be sold at a high price. Of course, these natural treasures, Duan Peng naturally let Yi Yuan have the first pick. Regarding spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had always welcomed all that came. He picked some that he needed. But the rest, he did not take fancy to them. Done with all this, only then, did everyone let out a sigh in relief. Gazes that looked at Yi Yuan again were already totally different. Even Duan Peng, his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan was also full of awe. Alright, it's also about time. The Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit is likely about to mature. Those purple-eyed devil apes are probably unable to hold themselves back anymore. In a while, I'll go lure the purple-eyed devil apes away. You guys go and pick the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit and green vine emerald net flower. Bring this powder on you. If those dark night poison bats attack you guys, scatter this over, they won't dare to get close. As he said, Yi Yuan fished out several packets of medicinal powder and threw it to the few people. Chapter 1739 Purple-Eyed Devil Ape. Chapter 1739 Purple-Eyed Devil Ape. The party quietly sneaked over toward the cave. Suddenly, a series of roars came from in front. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said, Not good, this aura. The purple-eyed devil ape went berserk. The other people's faces also turned pale. The horrifying aura coming from in front made their hearts palpitating. Duan Peng's complexion was ashen as he said, Once the purple-eyed devil ape goes berserk, its strength rivals a seventh firmament divine lord. What should we do? Everyone seemed to be in deep thoughts due to his words. But this was interrupted when they saw a purple-eyed devil ape in a bloody battle with a behemoth. That behemoth's strength was also pitilessly powerful, already reaching peak middle stage rank 4. However, the purple-eyed devil ape after going berserk was obviously a notch stronger. A pair of enormous fists were like two cannon balls, beating that behemoth until it did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan's eyesight was excellent. One look and he saw that the silverwing earth spirit fruit within the cave was already mature. This behemoth was clearly drawn over by it. Once the purple-eyed devil ape took care of this behemoth, it would definitely go pluck the silverwing earth spirit fruit straight away. It's a scarlet-armored beast. No wonder it could force the purple-eyed devil ape to go berserk, Yi Yuan said. Yu Jing sensed the purple-eyed devil ape's raging strength. Her face was white as a sheet of paper as she said, Yi Yuan, why don't we give up? This purple-eyed devil ape is too powerful. Even though your strength is strong, but, Yu Jing did not continue, but her meaning was already very clear. Yi Yuan most likely was not this purple-eyed devil ape's match, so it was better to not take the risk. Everyone had a score in their hearts. Even though Yi Yuan's strength was extremely powerful and could even one-shot 6th Firmament Divine Lord powerhouses, facing off against 7th Firmament Divine Lords, it was still not enough. Between a 7th Firmament Divine Lord and a 6th Firmament Divine Lord, there was a massive bottleneck. The strength difference was tremendous. If Yi Yuan could break through to become a 4th Firmament Divine Lord, it would be a cinch. However, Yi Yuan was only a 3rd Firmament Divine Lord right now. He was 2 stages away from the berserk purple-eyed devil ape. This kind of gap was not what talent could make up for. After all, between each minor realm of the Divine Lord realm, the gap was tremendous too, let alone 2 stages. Duan Peng opened his mouth and did not speak. He knew that he did not have the right to speak currently, but letting him retreat right now, he was indeed unwilling. Accompanying Yi Yuan into the evil water ravine, he took on a great risk too. In the end, it was all for naught. How could he be willing? Right at this time, they could hear a loud noise in the distance. The purple-eyed devil ape's iron fist directly blasted the scarlet-armored beast flying, causing it to be dead until it could not be more deader. Yi Yuan's expression changed, his figure scurrying out like lightning. Carry out according to the original plan. Throwing down this sentence, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he already swept to the vicinity of the purple-eyed devil ape. The 4 people's expressions changed drastically, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so decisive. Wanting to stop, it was already too late as well. Duan Peng's expression changed several times and he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Yi is truly someone who values friends. Hi+P. Being able to find him this time was my, Duan Peng's, blessing. Among the Sky Demon Mountain Range teams, being able to run into this kind of friend, that was really a rare species. Yu Jing said with a worried look, yeah, Brother Yi is a good person. As the saying went, a friend in need is a friend indeed. It was pretty much like this. Facing a powerful adversary, Yi Yuan stepped forward bravely without any hesitation. This sentiment, who could remain unmoved? Yi Yuan stepped into the void and rushed over toward the cave. His goal was shockingly the silverwing earth spirit fruit. The purple-eyed devil ape had just resolved a powerful foe. It did not expect another one to spring out again. It was angered until it bellowed wildly. It was currently in a berserk state. Its aura was extremely powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan, it raised its hand. It was a punch, the speed swift to the extreme. With the purple-eyed devil ape under a berserk state, regardless of whether it was power or speed, it soared dramatically. Even if Yi Yuan used spatial law, the difference was still too big. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, Yi Yuan clashed with the purple-eyed devil ape. The moment he made his move, it was his strongest attack. Spirit concealing sword rumble. Yi Yuan felt his internal organs SHI+FTED positions, figure flying out backward, fresh blood spurting wildly in the air. But the purple-eyed devil ape was also not much better. This sword of Yi Yuan was incomparably swift and fierce and actually opened up a wound on its chest. Roar! Roar! The purple-eyed devil ape was thoroughly enraged. A 3rd Firmament Divine Lord human actually injured it. Fierce beasts had savage and cruel temperaments to begin with. Under its rage at this time, it went even more utterly crazy. In the distance, Duan Peng and the rest revealed appalled looks, looking at this scene in extreme shock. So strong. Turns out that this is Brother Yi's true strength. That sword earlier was really too terrifying. Duan Peng said in shock. A third firmament divine lord actually injured the purple-eyed devil ape after going berserk, crossing 2 stages. This is too inconceivable. Yu Jing exclaimed. No wonder Brother Yi has always been calm and composed. Turns out that Luo Yong they all were simply clowns jumping around in his eyes. Ordinary third firmament divine lords, forget about class. Hi+ing with the purple-eyed devil ape, they could be smacked into minced meat by a palm wind of the other party more than several hundred feet away. But Yi Yuan actually forcefully exchanged a blow with the purple-eyed devil ape and even injured the other party. This subverted common sense too much. Suddenly, Duan Peng's face changed and he said, wait, after this guy goes berserk, regardless whether defense or recovery ability, it can be rated as freakish. Plus this bit of injury is simply nothing to it. It was only to see the wound on the purple-eyed devil ape's chest in the midst of recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Roar! The purple-eyed devil ape lifted its head to the sky and gave a long roar, pounded its chest twice fiercely, then its figure flew out like a cannonball. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this purple-eyed devil ape was actually so powerful. That sword just now was virtually his strongest attack already. It actually only left behind a shallow wound on the other party's body. But his goal was not to clash head-on with the purple-eyed devil ape but to draw the other party away. Hence, he borrowed the countershock, figure das. Hi+ing out like lightning. So fast. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked in his heart. This purple-eyed devil ape's speed seemed to exceed his expectations. Yi Yuan, who comprehended spatial law, his speed far surpassed said ordinary people's. Even 6th firmament divine lords also could not keep up with his speed. But this purple-eyed devil ape after going berserk was actually even faster than him. Yi Yuan had already not felt such a strong sense of oppression for very long. He did not expect that he was forced to such a degree by a fierce beast today. 1 ape and 1 human, both figures were extremely swift, Vonnies. Hi+ing from everyone's line of sight in a blink. Duan Peng brought everyone and revealed their figures, speeding over in the direction of the cave swiftly. Yu Jing was very fluid turd and said, that purple-eyed devil ape speed is so fast. Brother Yi will be fine, right? Yu Jing was very worried about Yi Yuan, her words already carrying sobbing. Duan Peng's expression was also very ugly, but he still said, this is the chance that Brother Yi risked his life to create for us. If we can't even do this well, then we'd be letting him down too much. Brother Yi is a lucky fellow. He'll definitely be fine. Chapter 1740 Time Lag. Chapter 1740 Time Lag. Not far away, there was a plant, as tall as half a normal person's height. On the plant, 7 to 8 bluish-white fruits were growing on it. They were shockingly the silverwing earth spirit fruits. Duan Peng few people went up and collected all of these silverwing earth spirit fruits into their bags, without any obstruction. Following that, they walked toward the depths of the cave and indeed discovered a large area of green vine emerald net flowers. Duan Peng said with vicissitudes of emotion, Brother Yi is truly a rare talent, knowing the habits of these spirit medicines like the palm of his hand. Yu Jing said, he can even resolve the poison of the fire cloud ice edge bug, so what does this bit count for? Duan Peng nodded his head and said, everybody, get ready. Be careful of the Dark Knight poison bat's sneak attack. The few people nodded in response, preparing the powder that Yi Yuan gave. At this point, they were already thoroughly convinced in Yi Yuan's strength. Yi Yuan said that this powder was useful, then it was definitely useful. Otherwise, these Dark Knight poison bats' danger level was not the slightest bit inferior to the purple-eyed devil apes. How could they dare to move? The few people made preparations and started gathering the green vine emerald net flowers. Right at this time, a series of wing-flapping sounds came from within the cave. Only to see a densely packed large swarm of bats pouncing over towards the 4 people viciously. These bats were all the size of a human head, fierce-looking, looking incomparably ferocious. Withdraw. Duan Peng suddenly gave a loud roar, directly scattering the powder Yi Yuan made into the air. The others also did the same. Squeak, squeak. The originally aggressive and fierce Dark Knight poison bats suddenly gave off shrill screams. Those bats stained by the powder struggled for a moment and turned into a pool of blood very quickly. The other Dark Knight poison bats were also akin to facing a great enemy, circling around in the sky, not daring to approach. When the few people saw this scene, they could not help being dumbfounded with shock. This powder is so powerful. Rank 4 fierce beasts were exterminated in a blink of an eye. This thing is simply like corpse melting powder, but the power is God knows how many times greater. Duan Peng was secretly alarmed and said in a solemn voice, "Move faster." The few people did not dare to delay, putting away these green vine emerald net flowers hurriedly. Those Dark Knight poison bats watched the few people's actions helplessly but did not dare to move forward. The powder suffused in the air was a deadly threat to them. Duan Peng and the rest gathered all of these green vine emerald net flowers and also retreated hurriedly. When the few people exited the cave, a pitilessly powerful aura suddenly arrived from the distance with a howl. Duan Peng's expression changed greatly and he cried out in shock, "Not good, it's the purple-eyed devil ape." Could, Yu Jing's tears flowed down, shaking her head in an unwillingness to believe as she said, "No. Brother Yi, he won't die." Duan Peng said in a solemn voice, "Now's not the time to be saying this, being caught up by the purple-eyed devil ape, would be dead for sure. Quickly run." How could the few people dare to stay? All of them mustered their speed to the limits, wanting to shake off the purple-eyed devil ape. Roar! Roar! The purple-eyed devil ape's roars arrived close from afar, its speed swift to the extreme. Duan Peng turned his head to look, his heart immediately turning cold. That purple-eyed devil ape was extremely berserk right now, with its two enormous eyes emitting a purple light that stirred people's souls. This was the hallmark of the purple-eyed devil ape being berserk to the limit. The purple-eyed devil ape under this state, its strength was the most terrifying. One had to know, even Yi Yuan could not shake off the purple-eyed devil ape, let alone these people. Among the four people, Yu Jing's strength was the weakest, her speed also the slowest. In a whistle, the purple-eyed devil ape already caught up. Suddenly, Yu Jing stopped, looked at the purple-eyed devil ape with a decisive look, and said, "You animal, to actually kill Brother Yi, I'll fight it out with you." Finished talking, she used all of her strength and rushed over towards the purple-eyed devil ape with a sword. Yu Jing knew that this was a suicide attack, but she already did not want to run anymore. When Duan Peng and the rest saw this scene, they could not help turning pale with fright. But he already revealed a decisive look, gritted his teeth, and said, King Hil, your father will fight it out with you too. Everybody attack together, avenge Brother Yi. Done talking, he suddenly erupted, and actually arrived first despite launching later, charging over towards the purple-eyed devil ape. However, the devil ape until the purple eye state, its imposing momentum was truly incomparably dreadful. Before arriving near it, the four people already felt tremendous pressure, as if their movements also became sluggish. Roar! The purple-eyed devil ape's iron arm swept, a terrifying palm wind swept over. The palm wind had yet to arrive and it already blew until the four people were reeling from right to left. It was not a fight on the same level at all. The purple-eyed devil ape's slap was too fast, arriving in front of the four people in a flash. This palm landing, the four would absolutely die. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly charged out of the void, shooting straight for the purple-eyed devil ape's eyes. This was too sudden, even the purple-eyed devil ape did not react as well. But the purple-eyed devil ape's reaction speed could be rated as fast, the other iron arm immediately smacking its palm over toward that figure. Poochie! Roar! Duan Peng four people were smacked flying. Yi Yuan who rushed out of the void was similarly smacked flying. However, the purple-eyed devil ape's eyes were injured by Yi Yuan's swift and fierce sword energy, being in pain until it kept howling. Hide further away. Yi Yuan spewed out a large mouthful of blood as he shouted fiercely. Seeing that Yi Yuan was not dead, the four people could not help being overjoyed. Hearing Yi Yuan's roar, they also abruptly startled awake and dodged far away. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his shocked internal organs once more and put away the Junyi sword. Taking the chance when the purple-eyed devil ape was crying out in pain, the Tai Chi diagram in his hand suddenly appeared. Far away, when Duan Peng and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. This This is the legendary Great Dao Pill refinement. My God. Duan Peng said in shock. Only to see a medicinal pill gradually condense and form in the center of the Tai Chi diagram. Previously, the purple-eyed devil ape was chasing Yi Yuan, looking as if it was about to catch up. But the purple-eyed devil ape suddenly turned around and went back in the direction of the cave. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help turning pale with fright, knowing that this guy's intellect was rather high, and already realized that this was a scheme to lure the tiger out of the mountains. Yi Yuan secretly thought to himself that this was not good. At the rate of this speed, the few of them would probably find it very hard to escape. He knew that this battle was likely unavoidable already. Originally thought that luring the enemy away from its base could work, who knew that this purple-eyed devil ape's intellect far exceeded his imagination. But with his current strength, he was not the purple-eyed devil ape's match at all. In his haste, Yi Yuan's figure shuttled, entering the world-suppressing stele, and let Ning Qianping urge the purple extreme hall to fly speedily in the direction of the cave. Inside the world-suppressing stele's SPACE, Yi Yuan used the netherworld dark fragrance flower that was just obtained and started to carry out a pill refinement. Originally, Ning Qianping had been urging the purple extreme hall all along, quietly following Yu Jing and the rest, only waiting for Yi Yuan's refinement to succeed. Who knew that at this time, Yu Jing actually turned around and clashed head-on with the purple-eyed devil ape. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only give up on the pill refinement and made a move to sneak attack the purple-eyed devil ape in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. However, the medicinal pill was refined halfway. If it could not refine successfully, it was still death. This bit of injury was not fatal to the purple-eyed devil ape. Hence, Yi Yuan directly refined the medicinal embryo inside the profound yellow cauldron and immediately refined the pill with great Dao. Because of the time lag, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill already reached the final juncture. In this short while, Yi Yuan shouted condense fiercely, the medicinal pill was finally refined successfully. Chapter 1741 Leaving Alone. Chapter 1741 Leaving alone. Yi Yuan did not say a word and swallowed the medicinal pill. Raging spiritual energy was instantly converted into divine essence, pouring into the divine vortex. Bang! The divine vortex within Yi Yuan's body started quaking once more. Not only did his divine vortex not become bigger, but it also shrunk up even more under some kind of mysterious force instead. Around Yi Yuan, spiritual energy surged crazily, bolts of blue lightning flash. Hi+ing around him intermittently, looking very astonished. Hi+ing. This medicinal pill was called Dark Fragrance Concentration Pill, a pill formula in Immortal Grove's hands. The medicinal effect was extremely strong. It was just that the netherworld dark fragrance flower was too rare, so this pill formula was virtually useless. Yi Yuan reached peak third firmament divine vortex in the first place and was only a step away from fourth firmament divine vortex. Now, under the impact of this colossal spiritual energy, Yi Yuan's breakthrough happened without extra effort. As if sensing Yi Yuan's steadily rising aura, the purple-eyed devil ape pounced over toward Yi Yuan once more. This purple-eyed devil ape was clearly very intelligent and was able to sense Yi Yuan's might. Now, seeing that his breakthrough was near at hand, it decided to interrupt his breakthrough. The expressions of Duan Peng and the rest changed. Duan Peng warned in a loud voice, "Brother Yi, be careful." At this time, the purple-eyed devil ape's eyes were purplish red, looking incomparably demonic. His speed and power seemed to be even greater than before. In a blink, a punch arrived in front of Yi Yuan. The purple-eyed devil ape bellowed wildly to no end, appearing very excited. This punch landing, this DAMN human would definitely turn to ashes. Because this human already did not have time to back down. Bang! Ah! A cry of surprise came from Duan Peng that side. But the scene that followed left them dumbfounded with shock. The purple-eyed devil ape's punch going down, Yi Yuan was safe and sound. But it was akin to being struck by lightning, directly being blasted far away. The purple-eyed devil ape fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. There were still some blue lightning dancing on its body. Duan Peng and the rest exchanged glances, looking at this scene in disbelief, dumbfounded looks on their faces. What happened? Why did the purple-eyed devil ape fall by itself? Don't know. The power of that punch just now was so strong, but it seemed like it smashed on his own body. Brother Yi is really too strange. When breaking through, one actually can't get close to him. In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan's aura finally climbed to the peak, and broke through the bottleneck of fourth firmament divine vortex in one go. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a different person than before. Yi Yuan breaking through a minor realm, the amount of spiritual energy required was more than several dozen times of ordinary martial artists. Breaking through a stag this time, it was even more of thick accumulations erupting. How much stronger was his aura compared to before? Even separated so far away, Duan Peng and the rest could also feel Yi Yuan's might. Duan Peng's face changed slightly and he said, "So strong. I feel like if he wanted to kill me now, just twitching his fingers will do." The others nodded silently, clearly agreeing to this very much. Even Duan Peng had this feeling, let alone them. Yi Yuan walked to the purple-eyed devil ape's side slowly. The purple-eyed devil ape was still twitching on the ground currently. He said coolly, "I know that you can understand me. This matter was indeed our fault, so I won't kill you. Go." The purple-eyed devil ape twitched twice before crawling to its feet with some difficulty and knelt down very human-like, and kowtowed toward Yi Yuan. Clearly, it was thanking his grace of not killing it. The purple light in the purple-eyed devil ape's eyes already completely faded. But it also seemed to have suffered a serious illness, aura diminis. Hi plussing drastically. Duan Peng and the rest also came over and was very perplexed by Yi Yuan's way of doing things as one asked, "Brother Yi, he almost killed us just now. Why let him go?" One had to know, when Yi Yuan killed Luo Yong and Qi Dongyu previously, he was not as soft-hearted as now. Yi Yuan said coolly, "All lives have spirituality. Those who should be killed, while those who shouldn't be killed. It guarded the silver wing earth spirit fruit for many years but was snatc head away by us. If we commit any more killing sin, it goes against nature and reason. Leave a ray of hope when conducting oneself." The few people exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan waved his hand. The purple-eyed devil ape was akin to being granted amnesty, immediately sprinting away. Regarding Yi Yuan's decision, Duan Peng and the rest naturally did not dare to have the least bit of objection. He had an excited look as he said, "Brother Yi's strength is truly inconceivable. This trip, if not for you, the few of us would probably have died until not even dregs remain. This Duan thanks Brother Yi's life-saving grace here. These silverwing earth spirit fruits and green vine emerald net flowers, please accept them." As he said, Duan Peng handed a storage ring over. Yi Yuan smiled and pushed the storage ring back and said coolly, "A man's promise cannot be taken back once made. How can I go back on my word now? These things, the few of you divide them." Duan Peng had a difficult look as he said, "Brother Yi, I don't have other intentions, I just feel apologetic." Yi Yuan said, "I've received your goodwill, but I have my own principles. These things, I won't accept them." Actually, these two spirit medicines, Yi Yuan was naturally not indifferent to them. It was just that he had his own principles. Previously, in order to make Duan Peng they all go to the evil water ravine, since he made the promise, he would not go back on it. Moreover, these few years, Yi Yuan followed Duan Peng they all and also pretty much inquired about some of the Skydemon mountain range things. These spirit medicines, just take it as remuneration. Duan Peng said with vicissitudes of emotion, "Brother Yi is truly trusting. This Duan has traversed in this Skydemon mountain range for many years. What I learned was all mutual suspicion and deception. Meeting Brother Yi today, I'm truly ashamed." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Everyone's standpoint is different. In this Skydemon mountain range, wanting to live naturally can't dispense with mutual suspicion and deception. If I were here, I might not be better than Brother Duan." At this time, Yu Jing came up and said, "Brother Yi, you're really different from the average person." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, this trip is done. Everyone, I'll say goodbye here then." Yu Jing's face changed and she said in surprise, "You're not going back with us?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm making a trip to the Demon God plane and won't be going back with you all." Duan Peng said in surprise, Brother Yi, the demon divine region is abnormally perilous and there are countless great demons. It's too dangerous for you to head there alone. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I naturally know this. But I have reasons that I must go. Elder Sister Jing, after you go back, let your brother eat these spirit medicines. In less than half a month, he'll sure be cured. At that time, you'll be able to return to your hometowns. Hearing the news that Yi Yuan was going to leave, her heart seemed to be pricked by something. But so many years of making a living in the Skydemon mountain range, Yu Jing was no longer that kind of young girl anymore. She forcefully held back years, gave Yu Jing a salute with her hands folded at the lower right side, and said, Many thanks for Brother Yi Yuan's great kindness. Elder Sister Jing will definitely remember it well. Yi Yuan smiled and bade farewell to everyone. Seeing Yi Yuan's back view vanish into the dense forest, Duan Peng sighed and said, Sister Jing, Brother Yi he is destined to be someone that doesn't belong in the same world as us. Chapter 1742 Priest Temple. Chapter 1742 Priest Temple. Tyrant Origin Imperial City was a high-order imperial city near the Skydemon mountain range at the Demon God Plain. The demon race was different from humans. Due to the many races, conflicts would frequently erupt among them. Furthermore, some demon races were extremely intelligent, not even the slightest inferior to humans. These demon races transformed into the appearance of humans and also established their own faces. Hence, in the Demon God Plain, one city after another rose from the ground. Just like the humans. Of course, there was also a portion of extremely intelligent demon races that did not condescend to transform. They lived in the Skydemon mountain range, ruling over a large number of territories, living a life of being a local despot. Outside Tyrant Origin Imperial City's Priest Temple, a group of young demons had excited faces. Today was the day the Priest Temple recruited apprentices. Quite a number of young demons all gathered at the Priest Temple to take part in the test, wanting to become a priest trainee. In the demon race, becoming a priest of the Priest Temple was a very sacred thing. The Priest Temple was similar to the Alchemist Association but was also somewhat different. Even if these demons could refine medicinal pills, they might not be able to become a real priest too. Only by reaching a certain strength and getting the approval of the Priest Temple's elders could one become a true priest. Once become a priest, one would possess a very lofty standing in the demon race. Even demons that had yet to take human form also would not easily offend a priest. Because the Priest Temple was created by an extremely powerful major power of the demon race. It had a paramount status in the entire demon race. Saw that? That's the priest trainee, Kong Lin, that Master Huarong took in the last time. I heard that he already officially became a priest last year. Really envious of him. Priest apprentices. HI+P is too hard to par-SS. I already took more than 10 times and didn't par-SS it. You only took roughly over a dozen times. I already took hundreds of times and didn't par-SS. Heh, it's all the same. Each trainee test, it's already pretty good to have 2 people admitted. But this time, the most promising one should be Mu Yuan-chun, right? Young demons were discussing animatedly, all lamenting at the difficulty of the priest trainee test. Clearly, it was not an easy thing to become a true priest in the demon race. The priest exam was carried out once every 10 years. Not par-ing several dozen times, that was 1,000 years' time. Spending 1,000 years on one thing but not even reaching the entry level, it could be imagined how great the difficulty of this test was. At this time, a figure slowly walked into the priest temple, immediately drawing a series of sidelong glances. A human. Why did a human come to the priest temple for? He went to the registration office. Is it possible that he's going to take part in the priest examination? Haha, is this human a fool? How can a human possibly refine a demon divine pill? A 4th firmament divine Lord Human was actually not beaten to death after entering the city. This is simply a miracle. This human was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who arrived at the Demon God Plain after par-ing through the Skydemon mountain range. Yi Yuan inquired about a relatively safe route from Duan Peng they all, and he finally par-ing through the Skydemon mountain range with only scares but no danger. However, the demon God plane was far too big. Wanting to find White Light's news was undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. He heard about the priest temple from Dustless there. Hence, he thought of a method to make use of the priest temple's powerful influence to search for White Light. That was why there was the scene of signing up for the priest examination currently. Senior, I wish to sign up for the priest examination, Yi Yuan said to the registration old man. That old man looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look and shook his head as he said, how can a human partic? 1p8 in the priest temple's assessment. Go to one side. Keep causing trouble and this old man won't be courteous. Yi Yuan smiled, a vigorous but pure demonic divine essence was released. The old man's expression changed and he said in surprise, how can you, a human, possibly possess such pure demonic divine essence? Due to physique, the demon race was greatly different from the human race's divine essence, very easy to distinguish. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior has a half-demon race bloodline, so demonic divine essence is naturally not a problem. For Yi Yuan to be able to possess demonic divine essence, it was naturally not because he had a demon race bloodline, but because of his chaos divine essence. The old man gave Yi Yuan a glance suspiciously and said, in that case, you've lived in the human race's territory for a long time? Demon divine pills can't be refined by hugging Buddha's leg at the last minute and begging for help. See them. Some people cultivated bitterly for thousands of years and also can't refine a qualified demon divine pill. You, best forget about it. The old man was responsible for enrollment, so he naturally had to ensure the initial screening too. If any random Tom, DICK, and Harry could take part in the priest test, this test would also be too worthless. Yi Yuan naturally saw through the old man's concern and said with a smile, Senior rest assured. If I don't pass the test, I'm willing to be punished at will by the priest temple. The old man's face changed slightly, but he heard a cold laughter. Heh, truly shameless boasting. With your age, even among the human race's alchemists, you're also considered very young, right? Demon divine pills and divine pills are two completely different kinds of pill refinement systems. Just like you also want to pass the priest temple's test. Behind Yi Yuan, a young demon looked at him with a disdainful look. It was precisely the Mu Yuan Chun everyone spoke of. Demon divine pills and divine pills were indeed two different pill refinement systems. It was impossible for human alchemists to refine demon divine pills. The fiend race's constitution was similar to the humans. So their pill refining system was also inherited from the humans and did not have much difference. Therefore, Yi Yuan could rely on his alchemy Dao talent when he entered the fiend race back then and rampaged in all directions, causing a stir among the fiend race's upper echelons. But this time, it would not work. Even though Yi Yuan was similarly extremely proficient in demonic pills when at the Immortal Grove world. After demons stepped into divine Dao, their constitutions would undergo tremendous change. The refinement of demon divine pills would also naturally be totally different from when they were mortals. Even heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove could not possibly refine demon divine pills at all because he did not have demonic divine pills. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan would come and take part in this seemingly very low-level priest trainee examination. This time, he came completely harboring the attitude of learning. In reality, he was totally clueless about demonic divine pills. Of course, Yi Yuan's horizons were no longer what ordinary alchemists could compare to long ago. As the saying went, a myriad great Daos, all led to the same goal. Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao already reached the realm of seeing the essence through phenomenons. Even though the refining system of demon divine pills was different, just in terms of pill refinement, the intrinsic nature had similarities. Yi Yuan had confidence in being able to get a grasp on it very quickly and obtain the priest temple's recognition. Yi Yuan looked at Mu Yuan Chun and said coolly, "Does pill refinement strength have anything to do with strength?" Mu Yuan Chun sneered and said, "Rubbish. Plus of course it's related. Alchemy Dao strength comes from the accumulation of time. You don't even understand such a simple truth and still want to become a temple priest. I'm suspecting now that you're simply here to cause trouble." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Then I'll tell you today, Your understanding doesn't work on some people. Chapter 1743 Burning Paper. Chapter 1743 Burning Paper. Ha ha ha, what an arrogant punk. To dare to say such words at the priest temple. Where do you place the elders in your mind? Mu Yuan Chun said with a cold laugh. The priest temple's elders, each one used countless years to accumulate strength. Regardless of whether in the human race or demon race, being an alchemist was an extremely time-consuming profession. This was universally acknowledged. But Yi Yuan uttered wild ravings right now. These demon race's young geniuses also pointed and gestured at Yi Yuan one by one, very scornful. Not that Yi Yuan was arrogant, but that he wanted to borrow the priest temple's power and influence, so he had to attract the priest temple's high regard. How could ordinary geniuses have the capital to speak? Since that was the case, then he might as well be more high-profile and let the priest temple's elders see his strength. Even though he could not talk about strength currently. Yi Yuan said coolly, don't play this kind of word game anymore. Since it's an assessment, it's naturally using results to speak. The old man responsible for enrollment said in a solemn voice, young man, if I find out that you're toying with the temple, you know the consequences. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Junior is naturally aware. The old man said, what's your name? Yi Yuan. The old man nodded and threw a wooden plaque to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan caught the wooden plaque and lined up in the last place. Among a group of demon race powerhouses, Yi Yuan appeared very different. At this time, on the high platform above the temple, 3 old men appeared in succession, their auras astonished. Hi+ing. These 3 old men were dressed in purple priest robes, 5 stars embroidered on their chest. They were shockingly 5-star priests, also the priest temple's elders. The elder in the middle slowly opened his mouth and said, Kong Lin, start. Kong Lin bowed to give a salute and said, yes, master. Seeing this scene, the demons below were all incredibly envious. Kong Lin went in front of the crowd and said in a clear voice, the priest-apprentice examination begins now. First round, fire control. I believe that everyone isn't foreign to this round. There are 3 kinds of material papers, made from namely gold silk divine wood, purple fume divine incense wood, willow cloud wood. You all randomly pick one according to your own strength. As long as you don't burn them down, it's considered a par SS. But I have to warn you guys, the choice of the paper, the elders will pay attention to them. This concerns your resources and status after entering the temple. Therefore, hope that you all bring out your greatest strength and display it for the elders to see. Each person has 2 chances. Start now. Yi Yuan looked at the papers placed in front and his eyes involuntarily lit up. These 3 divine words had different qualities and also different grades. The heat resistance of the paper refined was naturally different. Using divine fire to burn paper, the fire control requirements on the alchemist was exceedingly high. A moment of carelessness and it would be burned to ashes. One had to know, the terrifying temperature of rank 4 divine fire could virtually burn rank 3 martial artists to ashes, let alone a piece of paper as thin as cicada wings. This level of test was indeed ingenious, but also very concise and clear, broadening Yi Yuan's horizons too. But fire control was too easy for him. Under Kong Lin's command, those demon race youths started to go up and undergo the assessment one by one. But what they picked were mostly paper made from gold silk divine wood. These 3 wood types, gold silk divine wood was the strongest, willow cloud wood the weakest. So their choice was naturally the strongest. This way, it was not easy to burn it down. Yi Yuan looked at these young geniuses' fire control and could not help secretly shaking his head. Too weak. Although the demon race's alchemy skills formed its own system, same as the fiend race, the demon race was still much more crude compared to the human race. In this kind of delicate work, it was still a notch inferior. But, these demon race alchemists were clearly much stronger than the fiend races. Goodness. Just a little bit more. Don't catch on fire. Don't catch on fire. Goodness me. Oh my goodness, why did it ignite again? My 10 years of hard work are wasted again. There were hundreds of demon race geniuses in the Great Hall presently. But the vast majority of the people were unable to even complete the gold silk divine woods test. However, There were also some decent ones who completed the Gold Silk Divine Woods test. There were even a few people who completed the Purple Fume Divine Incense Woods test. Next, Mu Yuan-chun, Kong Lin shouted. Finally, it was Mu Yuanchuan's turn to take the field. Mu Yuan-chun shot Yi Yuan a proud smile and said, "Punk, open your eyes wider and take a look at this young master's fire-controlling skills." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. Mu Yuan-chun felt like his punch landed on cotton and was very depressed. He went up and directly came to the Willow Cloud Wood area, immediately causing a stir. My God, Mu Yuan-chun actually wants to challenge Willow Cloud Wood. Is his strength already horrifying to this degree? Heard that last season, Priest Kong Lin challenged the Willow Cloud Wood, it was incredibly astonishing. Hi plussing back then. Heh, what the hell do you know? I heard that Elder Stonefeather already internally decided him to be a personal disciple. If he doesn't even have this bit of strength, how can he make it as one? To these young geniuses, the difficulty of the Willow Cloud Wood was extremely high. Even some priest apprentices were unable to complete this challenge. Those able to challenge successfully were all top geniuses among the demon race's young alchemists. After entering the priest temple, they would definitely be valued highly. Just like Kong Lin, after he challenged the Willow Cloud Wood, he was taken in as a personal disciple by an elder, and became an official priest several years later. One had to know, even if some people pares said the test, they were unable to become true priests within several hundred years and were still just priest trainees. Everyone held their breaths, looking at Mu Yuan-chun. Mu Yuan-chun was clearly extremely confident. A faint blue flame flashed out of his palm area, gentle like water. That piece of Willow Cloud Wood paper suspended over the flame quietly, not moving a trace. The light blue flame was akin to flowing water, slowly spreading below the paper, all the way until it extended to every corner of the paper. When those young geniuses saw this scene, each and every one of their eyeballs popped out. What formidable fire control techniques, to actually not have the slightest hint of undulation. I saw before Kong Lin's fire controlling technique last season. Mu Yuanchuan's strength is absolutely not beneath his. No wonder he could be internally decided as a personal disciple. This strength is really not for show. At the seats of honor, the three elders all nodded slightly, clearly very satisfied with Mu Yuanchuan's performance. Even Yi Yuan also secretly nodded his head. This Mu Yuanchuan's fire controlling technique was indeed praiseworthy. Very soon, Mu Yuan-chun withdrew his palm, the paper floated down onto his palm. Kong Lin received it and took a look. Nodding his head, he smiled and said, "Temperature is well distributed, without a hint of damage, pares. Junior apprentice brother Mu, will likely become fellow disciples in the future." Mu Yuan-chun bowed respectfully and said, "Yuan-chun pays respect to senior apprentice brother Kong Lin." Kong Lin smiled and said, "The 2 rounds at the back, you have to perform well too, master is watching from above." Mu Yuan-chun said respectfully, "Yes, senior apprentice brother." Clearly, Mu Yuan-chun already regarded himself as an elder's disciple. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being very surprised. An empty hole invites wind, it was indeed like so. Chapter 1744 Mortal Grade. 1744 Mortal Grade saw that, kid? Big talk isn't boasted. If you can complete the Purple Fume Divine Incense Wood, consider it my loss. After returning, Mu Yuan-chun was rather pleased with himself and looked scornfully at Yi Yuan. With his strength, passing the test was simply a breeze. This assessment was merely a formality for him. Kong Lin already said that Mu Yuan-chun was already his junior apprentice brother in front of so many people. This was not the treatment that ordinary people could get. Hence, Mu Yuan-chun was fired up with boundless enthusiasm currently. Of course, no one felt that it was improper, and instead cast looks of admiration towards him. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Then you'll lose for sure." The moment Mu Yuan-chun heard, he was tickled and said with a sneer, "Really taking yourself to be someone noteworthy. Coc Kai, continue being Coc Kai. I'll see how you still be arrogant in a while." Toward this, Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and was disdainful to dispute. Next, Yi Yuan. Finally, It was Yi Yuan's turn to take the field. Everyone all showed sympathetic looks towards him. Were there geniuses among alchemists? Yes. Mu Yuan-chun was a genius. But this genius similarly needed the accumulation of a long time. For Mu Yuan-chun to be able to have his current strength, it was absolutely not achieved overnight, but also through long-term accumulation. Hence, what Yi Yuan said about how this kind of understanding would not work on him, everyone rejected it in their hearts. One had to know, even a genius like Mu Yuan-chun, when he was at Yi Yuan's age, he also could not possibly pass the purple fume divine incense wood's test. As for the willow cloud wood, that was even more impossible. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Kong Lin. Kong Lin said indifferently, "Pick one yourself." The scene earlier, Kong Lin naturally took it into his sights too. Regarding Yi Yuan's remarks, he was naturally disdainful. "Can I pick a wood outside of these three types or not?" Yi Yuan did not choose but asked Kong Lin. Kong Lin frowned slightly and said, "Messing around. The rules of the priest examination are decided by the temple, how can it be easily changed? I think that you're deliberately here to cause trouble, right?" Seeing this scene, the other examinees all revealed gloating smiles. They were already very sure that Yi Yuan was here to cause trouble. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, "Brother Kong said earlier to display your greatest strength. I feel that these three kinds of wood can't display my strength." The moment Kong Lin heard, he laughed from extreme anger and said, "Is that so? Then what kind of wood can show your strength?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Is there any mortal grade paper?" When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. A wood that was easier to ignite than the willow cloud wood, there were naturally many. But mortal grade, that was simply an impossible task. This guy was being funny, right? What kind of concept was mortal grade? Even if the most rubbish divine fire revealed an iota of heat, that thing would turn to ashes. Using rank 4 divine fire to burn mortal grade paper, did this guy's head really have no problem? After the shock, mockery came in quick succession. Kong Lin finally could not resist erupting and said furiously, "Blind and reckless fool, to dare toy with the priest temple." As he said those words, Kong Lin was about to take action to take Yi Yuan down, but then he saw Yi Yuan smiled faintly. Yi Yuan said, "Whether or not I'm messing with the temple, you need to at least wait for me to complete the test before having a final verdict, right? It's just a matter of a short while. Does Brother Kong not even have this bit of patience?" Kong Lin smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Mortal grade paper, even elders can't do it, with just the likes of you, a snotty brat." "Heh, I said it long ago, this guy is simply here to cause trouble. Senior apprentice Brother Kong Lin, immediately take him down." At this time, Mu Yuan-chun also spoke up. Kong Lin was just about to make a move when the elder Stonefeather sitting in the middle spoke. He said, "Kong Lin, let him try." Kong Lin's face changed and he bowed and said, "Yes, master." He could not figure out, this punk who was clearly making trouble. So why did his master give Yi Yuan this chance? Before long, the servants found a piece of mortal grade blank paper. Yi Yuan received it, took a look, and said, "Mortal grade tier 9. Forget it, I'll make do with it." Kong Lin sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Could it be that you still want to use mortal grade tier 1 wood?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you can find it, it's not impossible to." Kong Lin was greatly enraged the moment he heard and said, "Arrogant." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Alchemists need to have a calm mind. Brother Kong is angered so easily. This won't do. You dare to lecture me." Kong Lin was already about to rampage. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Dare not, I was just stating a fact." "Excuse me, can I start?" Kong Lin's expression changed several times and he said in a solemn voice, "I want to take a look at how you pass the round. Begin." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and tossed the piece of paper upward. HS palm moving, a centiliter US tur of pale yellow flames immediately rose up, wrapping the piece of paper up. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately dumbfounded with shock. Did this guy really know how to control fire? Using such a big fire to go and burn a sheet of mortal grade paper, it would become flying ashes upon contact, right? Forget about mortal grade, Even the gold silk divine wood could not withstand this kind of burning too. When they controlled fire, which one wasn't watchful and cautious, fearful of producing a bit more fire? But Yi Yuan was completely operating without any regard for niceties. This kind of fire control, using it to directly deal with the enemy, was more like it. Refining pills? Better forget it. Refining pills like this would refine medicinal pills into black charcoal. When Kong Lin saw this scene, he could not help smiling coldly and said, "I knew it. Ignorant fool, prepare to suffer the wrath of the temple." Mu Yuan-chun even laughed himself into fits and said, This brat is simply here to be a fool." I was successfully amused with him. Not just them, the other examinees all guffawed with laughter. At this moment, they were incomparably certain that Yi Yuan was here to make trouble. Although they did not know what was the goal, his objective of seeking popularity by doing something sensational was achieved. However, they did not notice that the eyes of those three elders on the high platform emitted rays of brilliant light, full of incredulity. Because being enveloped in flames, the others could not see the appearance of the paper at this time. Because no need to think, and they also knew that the paper already turned to ashes at this time. But Yi Yuan was still putting on a pretense there. Kong Lin shouted coldly, "All right, stop pretending there. Watch this." Kong Lin was just about to make a move to take Yi Yuan down, but then he heard Stonefeather said coldly, "Stop." Everyone was stunned. Kong Lin also revealed a doubtful look and said, "Master, this," Stonefeather just said coolly, "Carry on watching." With this, they could not laugh anymore. It was only for them to see Yi Yuan pull his palm back, and the divine fire dissipated into nothing. A piece of paper drifted down. Everyone's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in disbelief. "Ah, really did it? This mortal-grade paper is actually completely unscathed. This is impossible. I'm so far away and could even feel the temperature of the flames. How can such a weak piece of paper be completely fine? Could it be that his fire-controlling technique is truly transcendent to this kind of degree? To actually be even more impressive than Mu Yuan-chun?" Chapter 1745 Demonic Attraction R. Chapter 1745 Demonic Attraction R. The paper was still floating as Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Brother Kong, please look it over." Kong Lin's expression changed, reaching his hand out and catching the piece of paper. The moment it came into his hand, it was actually extremely hot. Bang! The piece of paper immediately combusted, turning into a cloud of ashes. This critical temperature. How did you do it? Kong Lin looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment. Those present were all professionals. They naturally would not say that Yi Yuan failed because the paper was burned. The reason why it burned away was that the paper's temperature was heated to the critical point by Yi Yuan. When Kong Lin received the paper, friction was produced between his palm and paper, making the paper instantly exceed the critical point. That was why it started immolating. Combustion and not burning depended on just a touch. This level of fire-controlling means was truly inconceivable. In the usual assessment, no one dared to play with fire like this, no matter how great his strength, because critical temperature was too difficult to grasp. As long as there was the tiniest hint of not controlling well, the paper would be burned. If Yi Yuan used the willow cloud wood to achieve this, even though it was impressive, it would not be inconceivable either. But he used a mortal-grade paper to achieve this. This was extremely terrifying. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is nothing difficult. I could already do it when I was 300 years old. If you can find a piece of mortal-grade Tier 1 paper, I can display my real strength." Everyone was rendered speechless. Mortal-grade Tier 1 could not be found in the Heavenspan world at all. There were countless trees in the Skydemon mountain range, but forget about mortal-grade Tier 1. Even mortal-grade Tier 5 or Tier 6 could not be found at all. Want a mortal-grade Tier 1 tree, one could only go find it in a small world. Furthermore, the 300 years old that Yi Yuan said was not this lifetime's 300 years old, but the previous life's 300 years old. Previous life, when he was still Ji Qingyun, he could already achieve this at 300 years old. Now that close to 1,000 years had passed, Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique was absolutely not what a mere mortal-grade Tier 1 paper could measure anymore. But this was already shocking enough. On the seats of honor, the three elders also exchanged glances, extremely shocked. "Young man, what's your name?" Stonefeather opened his mouth and asked. "Yi Yuan." Stonefeather nodded and said, "Yi Yuan, your fire controlling technique is indeed impressive. Even the few of us old fellows are likely not your match too." The moment these words came out, those examinees were all shocked until they stared dumbfounded with gaping mouths. Someone as powerful as Elder Stonefeather actually took the initiative to admit that he was inferior to such a young man? Especially Mu Yuan-chun, he wished to find a hole on the ground to tunnel into when he heard this. Wasn't Stonefeather's words slapping his face? Previously, Yi Yuan said that this kind of understanding would not work on some people. Now, didn't it affirm such words? Those elders above, which one wasn't an old monster who lived more than 100,000 years? Their accumulations, ordinary people found it hard to imagine. However, Yi Yuan said that he reached this kind of standard when he was 300 years old. Was there something more disgraceful than this? But Stonefeather's tone changed and he said, "But refining demon divine pills are different from refining the human race's divine pills. You have to pass the 2 rounds of assessments at the back before it's considered successful." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Yes, Elder. Yi Yuan won't let you down." Stonefeather nodded his head and said, "Carry on then." Only then did Kong Lin recover from the shock and said, "Next, starting the second round, demonic attraction art. People who were eliminated in the first round don't need to take part anymore. 100 demon powerhouses, more than half were already eliminated in the first round. Present, those who remained were merely 30 to 40 people. There are 100 types of wood chips here. What you have to do is to use the demonic attraction art to glue them together. The more types bound together, the better the results naturally. Those who bind more 25 types and above, PAR-SS, Kong Lin said. The so-called demonic attraction art was the foundation skill of the demon race's alchemy technique. The human race's divine soul was powerful. Furthermore, the secret arts were numerous and they could cultivate the divine soul. But the demon race's talent did not lie in the demonic soul, so their demonic souls were also relatively weak. Apart from some minority powerful races, the demonic souls of the majority of the races were inferior to humans. Wanting to be like a human alchemist, using soul force to serve as a lubricant for refining medicinal pills, it was beyond their power. But the demon race also had an advantage that humans were not equipped with. It was that they were naturally closer to nature. The demon race's demonic divine essence also had more affinity with spirit medicines. Hence, they blazed another trail, using demonic divine essence as a substitute for the human soul force to refine medicinal pills. This was the cultivation system of the demon race. The strength of the demonic attraction art reflected the strength of the demon alchemist to a very large extent. All in all, humans based soul force as the prink. 1 pl. Divine essence as supplementary. The demon race based demonic divine essence as prink. 1 pl. Soul force as supplementary. Under Kong Lin's guidance, the examinees started undergoing the second round. Binding wood chips, this test method was similarly very novel. Wood chips were not spirit medicines, there would not be too many law fragments complementing each other. Wanting to adhere them together as a whole was not an easy matter. However, this tested the alchemist's demonic attraction art even more too. Those people taking the test were watchful and cautious, fearful of missing any hint out. But their strength could at best only bind together a dozen over kinds of wood chips. Any more and it would not work. In a corner, Yi Yuan stared at each person's way of handling without moving his eyes, deducing non-stop in his mind. Yi Yuan was totally clueless about the demonic attraction art, but he knew that the demonic attraction art had common aspects with the soul-attracting art. A burst of faint demonic divine essence flowed in Yi Yuan's palm. He was currently imitating binding those wood chips. Feeling the demonic divine essence undulations, quite a few people looked over sideways. When Mu Yuan-chun saw this scene, he could not help being stunned. This kid doesn't know the demonic attraction art at all. Ha ha ha, like I said, this guy is simply a human alchemist, wanting to sneak into the priest temple, Mu Yuan-chun said. When the rest saw this scene, They immediately perceived something wrong as well. No way, right? His fire-controlling art is so incredible, but he actually doesn't know the demonic attraction art. Looks like he hasn't refined demon divine pills before at all. This guy wouldn't be thinking of learning and selling on the spot, right? This is also too funny. The first round, Yi Yuan astonished everyone. But this scene currently subverted everyone's view of him. Perhaps, Yi Yuan was indeed a very formidable human alchemist. But he did not even know demonic attraction art. So how could he possibly pass the second round's test? Elders, this guy is simply clueless about our demon race's alchemy skills. He probably has malicious intent and wants to sneak into our priest temple. Elders, please summarily execute him on the spot. Mu Yuan-chun clasped his hands and pleaded. Yi Yuan completely ignored Mu Yuan-chun. He was already immersed in it. Those examinees' strengths were not considered strong, but Yi Yuan continuously learned from others' strong points while overcoming the weak points in his mind, deducing, and perfecting. His strength was currently advancing by leaps and bounds. Stonefeather's gaze was akin to a torch, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, and said coolly, "This child isn't an ordinary person. Let him give it a try." Chapter 1746 Learning and Doing on the SPO. Chapter 1746 Learning and Doing on the SPO. Mu Yuan-chun was so depressed. This guy was clearly clueless about the demon race's alchemy techniques, so why did the elder still let him carry on? How could he know that what Stonefeather saw was completely different from what he saw? The things he saw were Yi Yuan's crudeness and ignorance. But what Stonefeather saw was Yi Yuan's improvement. Actually, since after the first round, he had been paying attention to Yi Yuan all along. When the second round started, from when the first person took the field, Yi Yuan's gaze never left his body before. From the initial most completely ignorance to the later slightly rustiness. This improvement was truly too astonished. Hi+ing. Stonefeather was an expert in this area, so how amazing was his vision? Yi Yuan's improvement simply made people sigh with wonder. One had to know, prior to this, he was still a complete and utter newbie. Stonefeather very much wanted to see to what extent Yi Yuan could reach when he entered the field. The examinees went up one by one, but those who could pass the test could be counted on one hand. Of course, there were also a few with decent strength who bound together 30 over kinds of wood. And these people's achievements, the inspiration it gave Yi Yuan was naturally greater. Very soon, it was Mu Yuanchuan's turn to take the stage. He shot the very engrossed Yi Yuan a glance, his expression showing disdain. The moment he made his move, Mu Yuan-chun amazed the audience. It was only for them to see him move like lightning, using an extremely short time to bind together more than a dozen types of wood. 25 types were naturally not his goal. So impressive, looking at him, he can at least bind together more than 40 kinds, right? Even though the first round's limelight was snatc head by that punk, Mu Yuanchuan's strength is really very strong. That kid is simply a layman regarding demon divine pills. Scared me until I even thought that I encountered a great alchemist just now. Mu Yuanchuan's demonic attraction art was clearly very brilliant, more than a notch stronger than the others. These people's gazes were all attracted by Mu Yuan-chun. No one noticed that the eyes of the Yi Yuan in a corner became brighter and brighter. 45. 46. 50. 51. My God, he finally failed. This number already surpassed, said even Priest Kong Lin's. The further back, everyone started to help Mu Yuan-chun count. Finally, after Mu Yuan-chun fused 51 wood chips, it collapsed. But the number of 51 types of wood chips still let Mu Yuan-chun obtain extremely high praises. One had to know, Kong Lin was a genius universally recognized in the recent few assessments. But he only completed 47 kinds of wood chips in the last season too. While Mu Yuan-chun was actually 4 more than him, Stonefeather secretly nodded his head. Since he internally decided on Mu Yuan-chun, his strength naturally left no room for doubt. If he could not even do this, he also would not be fit to be his personal disciple anymore. Hearing everyone's sigh of admiration, the confidence that Mu Yuan-chun had just lost returned once more. Since many people were eliminated in the middle, the next one was Yi Yuan's turn. Mu Yuan-chun smiled and said, "Our layman is going to take the field. Let's see how many types of wood chips he can fuse together. Why doesn't everyone make a guess?" The moment these words came out, everyone immediately felt like they were injected with stimulants. "I guess that it's at most no more than 10 types. 10 types? Are your eyes blind? Just the likes of him can fuse 10 types. I guess at most 5 types. Pooh. He's totally clueless, alright? I guess not even 1. Hearing everyone's discussion, Mu Yuan-chun had an amused look. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Each and every one of you, prepare your faces, I'll come and slap them one by one in a while." Finished talking, Yi Yuan walked up. Different from the natural smoothness in the past, this time, he appeared rather cautious and wary. After all, it was his first time using a demonic attraction art. Yi Yuan's divine essence slowly flowed out, drawing out the wood chip in the first box. That wood chip trembled shakily as if it could drop down at any time. Clearly, Yi Yuan's demonic attraction art appeared very stiff. One look and it was new until he could not be any more newer of a novice. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help bursting into laughter. "Haha, are you hitting our faces like this? Come on, my face is extended out, slap it. Really ridiculous. Do you really think that learning and doing on the spot, you can learn our demon race's demonic attraction art? You're also looking down on our demon race's alchemy technique too much. If you can learn with one glance, then wouldn't our thousands of years of bitter cultivation become a joke?" Yi Yuan's appearance immediately drew a burst of ridicule. But toward this, he already could not hear it long ago. His entire mind was currently placed on controlling the demonic divine essence. Imitating and deducing was one thing, truly handling it was another thing. The moment he started, he was still a little too unfamiliar. However, Yi Yuan's soul-attracting art had long already reached its peak. Ever since awakening the dragon soul, his twin divine souls were several times stronger than ordinary martial artists. His soul force was already incomparably boundless. Hence, ever since after ascending to divine Tao, he no longer worried about soul force anymore. And this was also his guarantee for being able to refine high-level medicinal pills. Demonic attraction art, even though it was Yi Yuan's first time coming into contact with it, with the soul-attracting art as the strategically advantageous position, he was absolutely not slow in getting started. Sure enough, under Yi Yuan's efforts, he finally drew out the wood chip in the second box and fused them together. The first fusion, the difficulty was the lowest. But as the number increased, the difficulty of merging would soar exponentially. The first one is so strenuous, I think he can at most fuse 3. Mu Yuan-chun said with a cold laugh. Clearly a novice, yet still want to posture. Got struck by lightning now, right? Just this bit of strength, actually still want to smack our faces. I really don't know where his confidence came from. The moment Mu Yuan-chun said this, everyone immediately concurred. Completing the first fusion, Yi Yuan finally found some feel. His control of demonic divine essence also finally became a little smoother. Hence, he started fusing the third type of wood chip. This time, it seemed to be a little easier than last time. Following that, fourth type, fifth type, sixth type. Everyone's faces started to change. What was this? Logically speaking, the greater the number of fused wood chips, the greater the difficulty. To a novice, this kind of difficulty was magnified infinitely. But why did Yi Yuan give a feeling of understanding better and becoming more mellow? This was too illogical. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan fused more than a dozen types of wood chips. Furthermore, his speed seemed to be getting faster and faster. Above, the three elders' eyes gradually became brilliant. The three of them exchanged glances, wishing to lift their heads to the sky and burst into laughter. Such a terrifying genius was simply hard to encounter in a lifetime. This kind of comprehension ability was simply terrifying to the extreme. Mu Yuanchuan's expression became extremely ugly and he muttered, "Impossible. Impossible. He's clearly a novice who doesn't know the demonic attraction art at all, so how can he possibly fuse so many wood chips? Could it be that he did it on purpose just now? Actually, He knows the demonic attraction art. This brat is full of schemes. Chapter 1747 acted too realistically. 1747 acted too realistically. 52. Serpa. S said. Serpa. S said. 53. At the back, each time Yi Yuan fused a type of wood, everyone counted along in unison. Very soon, Yi Yuan Serpa. S said Mu Yuanchuan's 51 types. But it was not over. 98. 99. 100. Really amazing. This guy was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, right? My face was slapped so freaking swollen. This guy definitely did it on purpose just now. You look at him, still looking dissatisfied about it. This is too infuriating. Back then, when Yi Yuan fused the last type of wood, the field immediately burst into an uproar. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually fused all of the 100 types of wood. Extremely few people were able to complete this in the priest examination. Those able to complete it were at least geniuses that appeared once every 100,000 years. If say Yi Yuan did not do it on purpose before, they would not believe even if beaten to death. Yi Yuan was indeed not satisfied yet. He got the hang of it more and more toward the back and already could not stop. 100 types of wood were not his limit yet. Kong Lin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, "Is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger very interesting?" Mu Yuan-chun also spoke up, "Strength is clearly uncommon, yet want to feign an appearance of not knowing anything, toying with everyone's feeling. Malicious motives." The moment these two people spoke up, the others also concurred with it, clearly very unhappy with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said with a helpless look, "Regardless whether you all believe or not, it's really my first time using the demonic attraction art." Kong Lin sneered and said, "First time? Do you still take us to be fools? Fusing 100 types of wood, in the history of our tyrant origin Imperial City's priest temple, there's merely only two able to accomplish it. You're telling me that it's your first time using the demonic attraction art?" Mu Yuan-chun gave a cold snort and said to the three elders, "This person's strength is clearly uncommon, yet pretend that he doesn't know anything. In my view, he's intentionally here to humiliate the temple." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled and said with a smile, "Hey, you're Retar dead, right? I, a fourth firmament divine lord, specially came to tyrant origin Imperial City from afar to deliver myself to death. If you're Retar dead, don't simply think that others are as Retar dead as you, alright?" Mu Yuanchuan's face fell and he said with a cold snort, "Who knows what plan you have in mind? Either way, you don't have good intentions." At this time, Stonefeather said coolly, "Alright, since you've already taken part in the priest examination, then follow the rules. Yi Yuan already par S said the second round, so carry out the third round." The third round was genuinely refining demon divine pills. Stonefeather speaking up, even though Kong Lin and the rest were unhappy, they did not dare have the slightest bit of defiance. Kong Lin's expression was very ugly as he said, "The third round, pill refinement. The demon divine pill tested this time is the Dark Cloud Profound Spring Pill, middle grade as par SS." Finished announcing, the remaining examinees were all preparing to refine the pill. Yi Yuan suddenly cupped his fists at Stonefeather and said, "Elder, can I take a look at the pill formula?" The demon race's pill formulas, Yi Yuan had heard before some names, but really did not have pill formulas. Demon divine pills were an independent pill refining system. Immortal Grove could not refine at all, he naturally would not go and deliberately go collect pill formulas too. The moment Kong Lin heard, he smiled coldly and said, "What the priest temple tests are all pill formulas made open to the public. You could use the demonic attraction art to such an extent. So how could you not even know the Dark Cloud Profound Spring Pill's pill formula?" The words that Yi Yuan said right now, they did not believe it at all. Clearly ridiculously impressive, and yet want to pretend to not know anything. Was it very fun? Feigning ignorance previously, forget it. But now, everyone already knew and you were still pretending. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "But I really don't know. Let him take a look. However, the assessment time is only 6 hours. You have to grasp it well." Stonefeather said coolly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, He was overjoyed and said with clasped hands, "Many thanks, Elder." Pretending. Look at you pretending. What's with Elder today? This punk is clearly feigning ignorance, yet, Elder still want to play along with him. Helplessly, Kong Lin could only hand the pill formula over to Yi Yuan. The Dark Cloud Profound Spring Pill was an initial stage rank 4 Demon Divine Pill. To talk about the difficulty, it was roughly level 2. One should not judge at how level 2 difficulty was not high. Using it as an entry-level examination, the difficulty was pretty high. In the human race, as long as one stepped into Divine Lord realm and could refine the simplest rank 4 Divine Pill, they would be considered 4-star alchemy gods. But in the priest temple, this threshold clearly would not cut it. To a novice, wanting to refine a level 2 difficulty rank 4 Demon Divine Pill as soon as they came up, it was virtually a task that was impossible to complete. Forget about a novice, even for these demons partic. 1p18 in the A assessment, it was absolutely not an easy thing too. Moreover, the lowest requirement to pass the test was even middle grade. Just this requirement barred the vast majority of people outside the front door of the priest temple. Yi Yuan took the pill formula, akin to obtaining a priceless treasure, and started studying it. He deduced the pill formula as he observed the others refining pills, an appearance as if absorbed in thought. Level 2 difficulty rank 4 Demon Divine Pill, the difficulty was not too high to him. Deducing it was also not considered too troublesome. But the Demon Divine Pill was indeed a brand new domain to Yi Yuan. When Kong Lin saw Yi Yuan's intoxicated appearance, he had a strange expression on his face. He seriously could not resist anymore and grumbled to Stonefeather, "Master, this kid can act too well. Why do you keep on helping him?" Stonefeather gave him a glance and said with a smile, "Act? Haha, then his acting is too realistic." Kong Lin's expression changed and he said, "Master's meaning is that it's really his first time coming into contact with Demon Divine Pills? How is this possible? First time using the demonic attraction art and he fused 100 types of wood, is there really someone capable of accompli plussing this kind of thing?" Stonefeather smiled and said, "Before today, this old man didn't believe either. But now, this old man saw it with my own eyes. I have no choice but to believe it. This child's alchemy Dao talent is truly terrifying." Kong Lin's pupils constricted slightly, his eyes revealing immense shock. He was seriously unable to imagine what kind of talent could fuse 100 types of wood the first time using the demonic attraction art. This was simply inconceivable. In a twinkle, more than 4 hours said. Mu Yuanchuan's medicinal pills were finally refined successfully. Suddenly, he felt a scorching gaze. Lifting his head and looking over, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently staring straight at him. Looking again, Yi Yuan actually had not started refining the pill yet. Mu Yuan-chun was first stunned, then immediately smiled coldly and said, "You watched me refine the pill until now?" Yi Yuan smiled and said with a nod, "Your strength is decent, but the process of refining pills missed out too much. Basic skills are also not too solid. What a pity. He watched all the way until now." This review was also from the bottom of his heart and did not have the intention of mocking. The moment Mu Yuan-chun heard, his expression could not help turning sullen and he said with a cold smile, "If you have the time to review me, better to hurry up and start refining the pill. Less than 2 hours is remaining, I want to see how you pass the test." Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, "1 hour is enough. No rush, no rush." Chapter 1748 Fluid US. Turd Refine Men. 1748 Fluid US. Turd Refine Men 1 hour to refine a rank 4 Demon Divine Pill. "You're also not afraid of blowing a hole in the sky with your bragging," Mu Yuan-chun said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Whether or not it's boasting, you'll know in a while. But I still have to thank you, your pill refinement earlier gave me quite a bit of reference." Mu Yuanchuan's strength stood out among this group of people. His pill refinement was naturally worth learning. Yi Yuan deduced the pill formula and compared his pill refinement with the other people's pill refinement, and indeed benefited a great deal. When Mu Yuan-chun heard, his face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Don't give me that. You aren't going to say again that it's your first time refining a demon divine pill, right? Yi Yuan nodded and said, really smart, what I wanted to say was all said by you. Mu Yuan-chun said with a cold smile, do you think that I'd believe it? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, believing or not is up to you, what has it got to do with me? I'm going to start refining the pill. The moment he started refining, Yi Yuan's entire person immediately entered a fully engrossed state. The preparation work at the beginning, Yi Yuan completed it naturally and smoothly, with the air of a master. Even the eyes of those three people above revealed looks of astonishment. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's handling, even they, these five-star priests, also prostrated in admiration. When Mu Yuan-chun saw this scene, his expression was incomparably ugly. He had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan's talent was too strong. Whatever accumulation of time, this sort of words, was simply like farting when placed on Yi Yuan. Still say whatever first time. One look and it's a veteran who's well seasoned. Really take us to be 3-year-old kids? Mu Yuan-chun said with a cold snort. It's indeed his first time refining demon divine pills. Kong Lin arrived by Mu Yuan-chun's side at goodness knows when, looking at Yi Yuan with a serious look as he said those words. Mu Yuan-chun's expression changed and said, Senior apprentice brother Kong, this. How is this possible? Kong Lin said, it's what Master said, so definitely won't be wrong. He must be an extremely formidable alchemist in the human race, but he also has a demon race bloodline. So he got started extremely quickly. It's just that his talent is really too terrifying. Mu Yuan-chun's gaze revealed a look of astonishment, looking at Yi Yuan with immense shock. At this time, Yi Yuan already started refining the pill. It was just that his current performance was akin to two different people from just now. Only after getting started did Yi Yuan truly feel the difference between the two systems. It was really not that easy to cross. Even though his demonic attraction art improved extremely fast, truly applying it to pill refinement was another matter altogether. It was inevitable that he was unfamiliar. Refining divine pills, the consumption of soul force was tremendous. But refining demon divine pills had extremely high requirements on physical strength. If not for Yi Yuan having long reached middle stage fourth transformation, he would really have bitten off more than he could chew. Yi Yuan discovered that using the demonic attraction art to fuse medicinal pills, the technique was 100 times more complicated than the soul-attracting art. Each segment needed to expend tremendous physical strength. Compared to really refining pills, fusing wood chips earlier was simply a child's play. However, while Yi Yuan's hands and feet were thrown into confusion, it was completely not the case in other people's eyes. Regardless of whether it was Kong Lin or Mu Yuan-chun, they were totally dumbstruck with amazement. Senior apprentice brother, I'm still unable to believe that it's actually this guy's first time refining a demon divine pill. Mu Yuan-chun gritted his teeth and said. Kong Lin smiled bitterly and said, how can I believe it too? But you look at his refining method, it's clearly incomparably unfamiliar. But even so, it still gives you a feeling of pleasing both the eyes and the heart. This kind of feeling is seriously too contradictory. Mu Yuan-chun felt that his confidence suffered a tremendous blow. If a person's first time coming into contact with demon divine pills could do it to this extent, then wouldn't his many years of hard work become a joke? Of course, he would not think that for Yi Yuan to be able to have his present accomplishments, apart from talent, what he put in was 100 times, even 1,000 times of his. Mu Yuan-chun said in a solemn voice, Senior apprentice brother Kong, then in your view, what grade of dark cloud profound spring pill can he refine? Kong Lin shook his head and said, that's hard to say. His technique is indeed very unfamiliar, one look and it's a novice's skill. However, he also rarely makes mistakes. I reckon it makes sense that there shouldn't be a problem. Mu Yuan-chun heaved a sigh in relief and muttered under his breath, just middle grade her, then that's still alright. The moment 1 hour was up, Yi Yuan indeed finished packing up, leaving everyone watching dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Yi Yuan wiped the sweat on his forehead and let out a sigh of relief as he said, haven't been so fluid US turd in so long. Fluid US turd. When the surrounding demons heard Yi Yuan's words, they wished to kick his face. That is called fluid US turd. You take a look at the others first, alright? After the second round, there were merely less than 20 people remaining. And these people were currently all covered in sweat, at a loss on what to do, fearful of making the slightest mistake. This is called being FL. US turd, okay? These people, each and every one of them had refined pills for close to 6 hours. You freaking finished in an hour and was still complaining about being tired here. Was there such a need? After Yi Yuan finished refining, 6 hours were up very quickly. Quite a number of people had not finished refining yet. Each and every one of them was extremely dispirited. Finally managed to persist till the third round, but could not finish on time. Actually, with their strength, even if they completed it, it was likely that they would fail to reach the requirement of middle grade 2. Kong Lin started examining the pills. The vast majority of those successfully refined ones were all low-grade medicinal pills. But apart from Mu Yuan-chun, there was actually still one person who refined a middle-grade dark cloud profound spring pill, passing the examination. Ha ha ha. My 1,000 over years was finally not in vain. I finally got my break. Knowing that he said the test, that demon youth started laughing excitedly, almost mad. Clearly, these 1,000 over years, he had been under too much pressure. When the others saw him, they were envious and also helpless. Kong Lin frowned and said, shouting and wrangling in front of elders, "Where lies the sense of propriety?" That demon youth could not help choking when he heard that and immediately became somber. Even though he said the test, he belonged to the lowest standing priest trainees in the priest temple. While Kong Lin was a true priest. Reaching Mu Yuan-chun, sing the test was naturally something within expectations. High grade, not bad. Mu Yuan-chun says the test. Kong Lin said with a slight smile. Mu Yuan-chun smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Kong." His view was the same as Kong Lin's. Even though Yi Yuan was prodigious, in this last round, it was impossible to beat him. That kind of unfamiliar technique, being able to refine middle grade, was already very heaven-defying. High grade was virtually without possibility. The last one, it was Yi Yuan's turn. After opening the furnace, Kong Lin could not help choking as he cried out, "S superior grade. This is impossible." Kong Lin was instantly fluid US turd. Even though there had already been too many instances of shock previously, it was far from as intense as this time. Yi Yuan's refining technique looked really very clumsy. But such a clumsy technique, he actually refined a superior grade demon divine pill. One had to know, he already became a true priest now. Refining the dark cloud profound spring pill, he might not be able to reach superior grade stably as well. Yi Yuan's first refinement, and he could refine a superior grade dark cloud profound spring pill? Chapter 1749. Chapter 1749 Priest Apprentice. It's actually superior grade. Lord Priest strength is also merely thus, right? Lord Kong Lin said that this is his first time refining. I still don't believe it. Yeah, too fake. We've cultivated for 1,000 years and can't even refine a low grade. He can refine superior grade on his first try. Don't beat people down like this. Superior grade was simply a disgrace to the current Yi Yuan. Ever since entering the Dao realm, there was virtually nothing below divine grade when he refined medicinal pills. Superior grade medicinal pills, even if Yi Yuan closed his eyes, he could not refine it either. But this was totally not the case in other people's eyes. Everyone already knew that it was really Yi Yuan's first time refining a demon divine pill, but he actually refined a superior grade. This talent truly made people despair. The muscles on Mu Yuanchuan's face were twitching. He thought that he could overpower Yi Yuan in pill refinement, did not expect that he was still beaten. High grade versus superior grade, utter defeat. To alchemists, high grade was easy to refine, superior grade was hard to find. To ordinary alchemists, wanting to refine superior grade and above medicinal pills would depend on luck. But it was just Yi Yuan's first time. Looks like I said the test, Yi Yuan said with a look of relief. Sing the test was naturally not worth him being happy. But he knew that he had already successfully attracted the attention of these elders. Stonefeather nodded and said, "Very soon, the examination this time, Yi Yuan, Mu Yuan Chun, and Ji Yu Hong, 3 people Pares said, becoming my tyrant origin imperial city's priest temple's priest apprentices. The others still have to work harder. My priest temple's front door is always open for you all. Even though the others were helpless, they could only accept reality. This priest temple's examination was really not that easy to pass. After everyone dispersed, Stonefeather said to Kong Lin, you bring Yuan Chun and Ji Yu Hong to go settle down. Yi Yuan, stay behind first. After you settle them down, come over again. Kong Lin was surprised in his heart but still answered, yes. Mu Yuanchuan's expression changed slightly, incomparably vexed in his heart. Originally, this glory should have belonged to him. Now, the limelight was all SNATC head by Yi Yuan. After the 3 people left, Stonefeather looked at Yi Yuan and said with a solemn expression, Yi Yuan, this seat wants to take a look at your standard when refining divine pills. Yi Yuan smiled and said, yes, Elder. Since he wanted to show his strength, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hiding. At once, Yi Yuan refined a divine pill. The difficulty was similar to that of the Dark Cloud Profound Spring pill. When he finished refining, he discovered that Stonefeather 3 people used extremely shocked gazes to look at him, as if they were looking at a freak. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength had long become a household name in the lands of Southridge. But in this distant demon divine region, no one had witnessed it before. So the moment he took action, it rendered the 3 great 5-star priests dumbfounded with amazement. No wonder you could get started so quickly. Turns out that your alchemy Dao strength has already reached such a level. Stonefeather exclaimed. At a young age, alchemy Dao actually already reached the realm of Grandmaster, truly inconceivable. Another elder marveled at this refinement. The 3 of them naturally saw through long ago that Yi Yuan's strength was extraordinary, but they did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so dreadful. Even if the 3 of them were 5-star priests, there was also completely no way of comparing them with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, 3 elders are too kind. Yi Yuan is utterly clueless about demon divine pills, but yearns for it. For that's why I came to the demon divine region from afar. It's in order to learn the demon divine pills refining method from seniors. Stonefeather nodded his head and said, all right, you stay behind first and learn together with the other priest apprentices. Yi Yuan said, yes, Elder. After Yi Yuan left, the 3 people's expressions became solemn. Elder Stonefeather, what do you think? The one talking was called Kumu. The other elder, Ni Kuan, said, Elder Stonefeather, you're also too weak and irresolute like this. Even though this boy possesses demon race bloodline, he stayed in the human territories for a long time and likely harbors evil designs. Wouldn't directly killing him deal with it? Stonefeather mused for a moment and said, killing can naturally deal with it once and for all. But what benefit is there for us? Compared to the humans, the demon race's alchemic talents are far too few. With this child's talent, if he can be used by us, he'll definitely be a top powerhouse of the demon race in the future. What's important or not, don't you all have a score in your hearts? The moment these words came out, the other 2 elders fell into silence. Compared to the human race, the demon race had indeed fallen far behind in alchemy. This was decided by talent. The demon race's alchemists also had no way around this. The human race was indeed more than several times stronger than the demon race in terms of this kind of meticulous handling. And this also determined the quality of the medicinal pills. Now, a Yi Yuan whose talent was strong until it made people's hair stand on end suddenly appearing, how could Stonefeather not be moved? But how can you ensure that he'll be used by us? Don't you forget, it's his first time refining demon divine pills, which is also to say that he has always been living in the human territories. Ni Kuan suddenly said. Stonefeather nodded and said, in my view, he definitely didn't come to the demon divine region for whatever seeking knowledge. At least, it's not just in order to pursue studies, he definitely has other goals. However, we'd better report this matter to the head priest and let him decide. The other 2 naturally did not have objections and nodded in response. Yi Yuan naturally did not count on Stonefeather believing his words. Whatever admiring demon divine pills this sort of words, bluffing children was more like it. Before he came, He already considered all of the dangers. The situation of the demon race's priests, Yi Yuan was also very clear of it. Hence, he changed his former style, displaying his talent without the slightest hesitation, in order to make the temple value him highly. Clearly, his goal was achieved. Kong Lin brought Yi Yuan to a large building in the temple's backyard and said, "This place is the priest apprentice's residence. You just entered the temple and belong to a low-level priest apprentice. This is your priest apprentice attire. I believe that you're also aware, the priest temple doesn't raise trash. So all kinds of resources that you require need to be obtained using contribution points." Yi Yuan received the priest apprentice attire and said with a smile, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Kong." Kong Lin nodded slightly, turned around, and left. He was actually very puzzled in his heart. With the talent that Yi Yuan displayed, he even thought that the three elders would take him in as a personal disciple. But looking at it now, they did not. Stonefeather even had him bring Yi Yuan over and did not have other instructions. Which was also to say that Master wanted him to run his own course. Stonefeather's thoughts, he could not figure it out. So he brought Yi Yuan over according to the normal procedure. "Heh, so what if talent is great? I want to see how many days you can stay here," Kong Lin said with a cold smile. He was the priest temple's youngest priest but had his face smacked everywhere today. How could he not have any grievance in his heart? Since the elders did not take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple, they were likely guarded against him. Then, letting him suffer some hards. Hi+P, or even letting him get lost himself did not have anything wrong with it. There were many old foxes among priest apprentices. Yi Yuan definitely could not get any benefits here. After all, no matter how high Yi Yuan's talent was, he was also just a fourth firmament divine lord. Chapter 1750 Sky Character Number 6 Room. Chapter 1750 Sky Character Number 6 Room A newcomer is here. My God. Arranging him to stay in the Sky Character Number 6 room, how big a grudge is there against him? The last time a kid entered the Sky Character Number 6 room, his entire person was burned to black charcoal the next day, crying that he wanted to go home. It tickled us badly. Heh, there's a good show to watch again. Come, let's go take a look. Walking into the room, three gazes shot over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at them and said with a slight smile, "How do you do? I'm new here. I'm called Yi Yuan." No one answered him. Their eyes all were very unfriendly. Yi Yuan naturally did not mind either and walked to a vacant spot on his own. At this time, a burly man sitting on the bed spoke up. "Who permitted you to sleep there?" Yi Yuan smiled when he heard and said, "Not sleeping here. Where do I sleep?" The burly man nudged his mouth, pointing outside the door, and said, "At the corridor." Yi Yuan understood in his heart, these few guys were clearly taking him down a notch. But how could he, Yi Yuan, be so easy to bully? He nodded his head and said, "There? Indeed pretty good." When the burly man saw that Yi Yuan was so sensible, he grinned and said, "Since you know that it's pretty good, why haven't you scrammed over yet? This dormitory, senior apprentice brother Hu Feng has the final say. Only when he allows you to come in can you come in." Yi Yuan's gaze turned to the lazy young man lying on the bed. Judging from his outfit, he should be a high-level priest apprentice of the temple. The priest temple recruited priest apprentices once every 10 years. Even though the people who PARS said each time were very few, over the years, there were still quite a few priest trainees. According to the priest temple's rules, only those who PARS said the priest test within 1,000 years could stay in the temple. As for those who kept failing the priest temple, they would be assigned to posts in various major capital cities or other places. All in all, they could not stay in the temple anymore. This Hu Feng was likely a veteran here. Hearing the burly man's words, Yi Yuan said coolly, "So nice, senior brother better go and stay there. This little brother is new here and had best be inconvenienced a bit, it's better to stay inside." When Hu Feng heard Yi Yuan's words, a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. At this time, quite a few people already gathered around outside. Seeing this scene, each and every one of them was extremely excited. "Ha, this kid is indeed a hothead. Tai Zhao's hot temper is about to explode right away, right? Reckon that this kid will be burned to black charcoal straight away too. Tai Zhao's fire controlling technique, apart from Hu Feng, no one can suppress him. That burly man called Tai Zhao froze when he heard that and said in a great rage, "A junior priest apprentice who just entered dared to mess with me? Heh, not showing you some colors, you won't know how deep the temple's waters are." Done talking, the burly man's palm urged. A centiliter US tur of dark blue flames turned into a fire snake, shooting over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan sighed slightly in his heart. This fellow really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, to actually play fire in front of his ancestor who was an expert on fire. Wasn't this looking for abuse? It was only to see Yi Yuan casually grab. That fire snake was directly caught in his palm. Yi Yuan flipped his palm, that fire snake jumped with incomparable joy. It was as if this divine fire was his own. Hu Feng's originally slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened, his eyes seemingly looking shock. Tai Zhao's fire controlling technique, he was very clear. Ordinary people were not his match at all. Now, it was actually easily resolved by this kid. Tai Zhao himself opened his eyes wide, disbelief written all over his face. Yi Yuan casually grabbed and he lost control of the divine fire. Merely thus. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Boss, this punk isn't simple." Tai Zhao said solemnly. Hu Feng snorted coldly and said, entering the sky character number 6 room, "Even a dragon has to coil for me. Attack." With a word of command, 3 fire dragons split into 3 directions, flying towards Yi Yuan in unison. The temperature in the room suddenly rose. Especially Hu Feng, his fire controlling technique was truly impressive. The fire dragon was clearly much stronger than the other 2. Yi Yuan's face changed, both hands rapidly forming seals, and actually barely blocked the 3 fire dragons 1-on-3. Seeing Yi Yuan's strained appearance, Hu Feng smiled coldly and said, "I thought that you had 3 heads and 6 arms, aren't you still submitting obediently?" "Punk, I changed my mind, tonight, you're sleeping in the latrine." Tai Zhao laughed loudly and said, "Brat, to dare provoke Boss Hu, you're really asking for a beating. But to be able to force Boss Hu to personally take action, you can be sufficiently proud." Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and changed to a relaxed appearance as he said, "I gave way to you guys, so don't take it seriously. This latrine, you guys had better go sleep yourself there." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's fingers moved rapidly. The 3 fire dragons actually turned the spearhead and flew toward their owners. Hu Feng 3 people were currently being pleased with themselves. Seeing this scene, their faces could not help changing drastically. Want to run, but it was already too late. Bang! 3 figures became 3 black charcoals. The 3 people were pitch black from head to toe, leaving only a pair of eyes still blinking. The residual head had yet to dissipate. Smoke kept curling on top of the 3 people's heads, like whole roast ducks. How is this possible? Senior apprentice brother Hu Feng actually lost in a fire battle. More than just lost, their own divine fires were actually reverse-controlled by people. Who on earth is this brat? 1 versus 3, and he actually completely won the other party. A wave of exclamations rose outside the house, being dumbstruck with astonishment by this scene before their eyes. Hu Feng's fire controlling technique was ranked at the top among all of the priest apprentices. Today, he actually lost to a kid who just entered. PFFFT. Hu Feng spat out a mouthful of smoke and bellowed, "Attack for me, shred this punk." Yi Yuan did not deal a heavy blow. He just put the 3 into a sorry state, burning all of their hair from head to toe. At this time, Hu Feng was already unbelievably furious. With an order, the 3 people pounced over as ferocious as tigers and wolves. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said coolly, "Can't fight with fire and want to use force. A pity, you guys miscalculated." Bang, bang, bang. It was only to hear 3 loud noises. 3 figures shot back in reverse, colliding until the entire house was in a mess. With this, everyone was stupefied. These 3 people, Hu Feng was late stage rank 4, while the other 2 were both peak middle stage rank 4. Such a lineup actually could not even receive a move from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at the 3 people indifferently and said, "The 3 of you know what to do." "Gee, got it. We'll sleep in the latrine," Hu Feng wailed. His face was pitch black, unable to see his expression. But no need to see, and one would also know that his current expression must be very ugly. No, and you're still not moving? Do you want me to send you over? Yi Yuan said coolly. Yes, yes, yes. The three people said in unison and scrambled out of the door, and really ran over in the direction of the latrine. Seeing these three people's wretched back views, everyone was stupefied. Goodness me, I guessed the beginning but didn't guess the ending. Who could have thought that the overbearing Hu Feng would actually have this day? This newcomer is so formidable. Regardless of whether alchemy or martial arts, it's completely cruise. Hi+ing. Chapter 1751 Gaining Something Without Risking Anything. Chapter 1751 Gaining Something Without Risking Anything. Did you hear? A new arrival low-level apprentice dispatched Hu Feng and another two people to spend the night in the latrine the moment he came. Real or fake? A newcomer is so impressive. Heh, don't you think it's incredible? Competing in fire control, 3 people added up were not his match. Competing in combat strength, 3 people added up were similarly not his match. It's nonsense, isn't it? These 3 added together, there are few who dare to provoke among priest apprentices. Heh, you go to the latrine and take a look at the 3 of their miserable appearances, and you would know. They are still there right now. The news of Yi Yuan beating up Hu Feng 3 people spread throughout the entire trainee area very quickly. But he himself did not have any awareness and slept beautifully, then headed to the Tianlu Pavilion. Tianlu Pavilion was the place where the priest temple stored Class S6, pill formulas, pill refining techniques, fire controlling arts, as well as basic medicinal theory, etc., everything that one could wish for. Since Yi Yuan came to the priest temple, he naturally would not give up on the chance to learn the demon race's alchemy skills. With his temperament, he naturally started learning from the most basic stuff. Yi Yuan was clearly, those things that he secretly learned in the priest apprentice examination, were all relied on his powerful alchemy Dao realm, as well as exceedingly high horizons, forcefully adding some human methods onto demon divine pills. But that was already his limit. Wanting to improve further was impossible as well. Wanting to make the priest temple attach high importance on him, he had to learn from the beginning. Of course, with Yi Yuan's present realm, learning naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Halt! Yi Yuan had just entered the Tianlu Pavilion and was stopped by a white-haired old man. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, he actually could not see through this old man's depths. Senior. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said. This white-haired old man was at least a rank 5 expert too. The white-haired old man glanced at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "You don't have a single contribution point on you, so you can't enter the Tianlu Pavilion." Yi Yuan was taken aback but understood very quickly. This white-haired old man must have sensed that the contributions points on him were 0 through Tianlu Pavilion's array formation. Senior, could it be that I became a priest trainee and don't have entry contribution points? Contribution points. This way of doing things could be applied universally in any faction. It was just that Yi Yuan forgot to check his ident. 1 Tai token yesterday and did not expect that he actually did not even have a single contribution point. This priest was also too stingy. Rubbish. Plus you don't have any contribution towards the temple, whence the contribution points come from? A trainee who just came in also wants to enter the Tianlu Pavilion. Truly nothing more than wishful thinking. Get lost, don't obstruct this priest here. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded out behind Yi Yuan. Turning around to look, it was a young man dressed in priest attire, his face proud, nostrils almost reaching the sky. Yi Yuan ignored him, but asked that white-haired old man, "Senior, is it allowed to use contribution points and have wager battles in the temple?" The white-haired old man nodded his head slightly and said, "It's naturally allowed. But in the temple, martial arts fighting is forbidden, only alchemy fights are allowed." The moment that priest heard Yi Yuan's words, he immediately burst into laughter and said, "What a joke, a low-level priest apprentice who just entered, who do you want to have a wager fight with?" Yi Yuan beamed and said, "You." The priest was taken aback, then immediately laughed loudly and said, "You want to bet with me? Ha ha ha, you don't even have contribution points. So what are you using to gamble against me?" While talking, Yi Yuan fished out a spirit fruit. The priest's expression could not help changing and he cried out in surprise, "Crane-age fruit." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lord Priest is so knowledgeable. Senior, how many contribution points do you think this crane-age fruit is worth?" This crane-age fruit was what Yi Yuan bought in Riverluck capital city back then. The cost was extremely high. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He did not know where this kid's confidence came from, to actually dare bet with a priest. But he still nodded and said, "If it's the crane-age fruit, it's worth 500 contribution points." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said to the priest, "Lord Priest, let's not waste time too. You offer 300 points, I'll use this crane-age fruit to bet with you. How's that?" The priest's eyes revealed a covetous look. Looking at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, he smiled and said, "How did the temple recruit a fool? Heh, since you're giving this priest a treasure, it would be rude for this priest to not accept it. Okay, this priest will bet with you. Don't say that I bully you." "Bet on what? You can pick at will." A hint of slyness was revealed in Yi Yuan's eyes and he said with a smile, "Don't be so troublesome. Let's just compete in fire control." "Compete in fire control? You really know how to pick. Give you a chance, change to others. Although you still don't have any chances of winning," the priest said. At this time, there were people who wanted to enter the Tianlu Pavilion one after another but were drawn over by these two. This newcomer's head is problematic, right? To actually want to find Priest Kai Feng to compete in fire control? Who doesn't know that Kai Feng is the #1 fire controller among the priests? Where did this kid's courage come from? The ignorant is fearless. Kai Feng looked at Yi Yuan with a smug face and said with a smile, "Idiot, hear that? My alchemy skills are not the strongest among priests, but fire controlling skill, no one can surpass. Me. A trash like you competing in fire control with me?" Toward this kind of guy who trampled on others to posture, Yi Yuan was most annoyed by them. "I didn't find you and didn't provoke you. Was calling trash and fool over and over again very fun? Just nice." He did not have contribution points. It was truly someone delivering a pillow when taking a nap. Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said, "Is the #1 fire controller very impressive?" Kai Feng was stunned and said with a cold smile, "You'll know right away how impressive it is." Yi Yuan said coolly, "So much crap, come on." Yi Yuan's appearance was really asking for a beating in Kai Feng's heart. He decided to teach Yi Yuan a lesson well. Kai Feng kneaded seals with one hand, palm spitting. Countless sparks instantly surrounding Yi Yuan, akin to the starry night, drawing a wave of exclamations. "Kid, have a taste of my starry sky. Let you witness what's called the #1 fire controller," Kai Feng said with a hideous grin. Yi Yuan seemed to have suffered a fright, crying out strangely, and running away with a whoosh. When Kai Feng saw the situation, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Running? If this priest lets you, an apprentice, run away, wouldn't I be laughed at by the whole temple?" Kai Feng's fire controlling technique was truly formidable. Controlling those countless sparks did not feel the slightest bit of strain. However, Yi Yuan's movements were extremely erratic and actually arrived in front of Kai Feng with a few turns. Bang! 2 sparks landed on Kai Feng's eyebrows. Only to smell a burning smell transmit over, his brows were gone. PFFFT. Suddenly, a wave of guffaws came over. TSK, the #1 fire controller is indeed formidable. This fire-burning brows move, I'm in admiration, Yi Yuan said with a look of marvel. Kai Feng's hands and feet were thrown into confusion, hurriedly putting away the divine fire. But his eyebrows were already gone. You cheated. Kai Feng pointed at Yi Yuan and said exasperatedly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "One must be willing to lose if they bet. So many people are watching, could it be that you want to renege?" Kai Feng's expression changed several times and he gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't say that I don't give you the chance. Now, I'll use my 300 contribution points to carry on betting with you. Do you dare to accept it or not?" Chapter 1752 Reading Without Understanding. Chapter 1752 Reading Without Understanding. Just now, It was clearly Kai Feng who had the upper hand. But now why was he suddenly defeated? Yeah, I only saw that kid being chased all over the place, and suddenly, Kai Feng's brows caught on fire. Maybe this kid was lucky and hit the mark by a fluke. Kai Feng lost bafflingly just now. It was clearly him who took the upper hand, but why did he suddenly lose? Not just him, the others also did not see clearly, all with confused faces. Only one person, a white-haired old man, understood, with a look of shock flashed past in his eyes. Yi Yuan's move earlier was extremely brilliant, directly burning Kai Feng's 2 motes of starlight onto the other party's eyebrows through spatial law. It was just that Yi Yuan's movements were extremely concealed. With these few people's visual prowess, it could not be discovered at all. Senior apprentice brother Kai Feng, compete with him. Could us priests lose to a low-level trainee? In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted. Kai Feng's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Fine, I'll offer 500 points. If you lose, you'll lose both the crane age fruit and 300 points to me. Do you dare to agree or not?" Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "You're really shameless enough, 200 points and you want to earn the crane age fruit back. But, why wouldn't I not dare? Make your move." Kai Feng was just about to make a move when he suddenly stopped and said in a solemn voice, "Just now, it was me who made a move first. This time, it's your turn." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You really want me to make a move? If I make a move first, you won't have any chance at all." Kai Feng smiled coldly and said, "You were merely lucky just now. Do you really think that you're impressive? Below elders, no one has yet to dare say such words in front of me. You're really boasting shamelessly." Yi Yuan said with a helpless look, "Since that's the case, then I'll make a move. You have to be careful." This time, Kai Feng naturally would not underestimate the enemy again. Fully on guard, he stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. He decided to take Yi Yuan down a peg this time. Let him know that the prestige of priests was not to be profaned. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly stretched out his right hand, index and middle finger put together. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Kai Feng's mouth, both hands needing seals, prepared to summon his divine fire once more. Yi Yuan's finger lightly flick. Whoos. H. Plus bang. Just as everyone had not reacted, a flash of fire rose to the sky. Kai Feng summoned Starry Sky once more unconsciously. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Senior apprentice brother Kai Feng, your hair." Hair. Kai Feng froze and muttered, "Hair?" All of a sudden, he felt that the top of his head was somewhat hot. Only then did he startle awake. Ah, my hair. Caught on fire. Caught on fire. Kai Feng yelled out, hopping and skipping, just like a panicky rabbit, his appearance so comical. But the fire on top of his head was very strong and could not be extinguished at all. The white-haired old man shook his head slightly but was incomparably shocked in his heart. These two people's fire-controlling techniques were not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's technique seemed simple but was in fact extremely difficult. Even he could not do it to this kind of degree as well. Was this trainee newly recruited? Why was such a genius just an ordinary low-level trainee? Ouch, my hand. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Quickly put out the fire. Kai Feng's hands could not touch his head at all. Yi Yuan's cleansing sandal sacred flame had long already reached rank 4, its power boundless. Yi Yuan not taking the initiative to recall it, this fire would keep on burning. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, reached his hand out to beckon, that centiliter US tur of flames flew back into his palm. While at this time, Kai Feng's hair was already burned into black charcoal, looking so funny on his head. When everyone saw this scene, they all forcefully held back smiles. But this scene was even more humiliating in Kai Feng's eyes. Yi Yuan held back his laugh and said with clasped hands, "Number 1 fire controller indeed lives up to reputation. Yi Yuan has learned. Looks like this kid really wasn't lucky, luck my asses." Facing Kai Feng, "You try being lucky twice for me to see. Is he really just a priest trainee? I actually can't see through his fire-controlling method." After the mockery, what everyone was left with was just shock. There were quite a few priests present, but those who were able to see through how Yi Yuan made his move, There were none. A priest trainee, this fire-controlling art was also too horrifying, right? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. His goal was contribution points. Now that he earned it, he was going to enter Tianlu Pavilion to study. Transferring the contribution points, Yi Yuan said to the white-haired old man with clasped hands, "Senior, can I go in?" The white-haired old man said, "Of course you can. You're a dent. One Tai can only enter Tianlu Pavilion's first level. First level, 2 hours is 5 contribution points. The array formation will automatically deduct from your ident. 1 Tai token. You grasp the time well yourself." Yi Yuan's face turned black when he heard that and said, 2 hours 5 contribution points, this is also too black, right? The white-haired old man's face also fell and he said, "Keep talking nonsense and this old man will slap you to death with one palm." Yi Yuan stuck out his tongue and slipped inside. When everyone saw this scene, they were all unclear. Wasn't this white-haired old man an ordinary old man managing the Tianlu Pavilion? That punk was so arrogant with Kai Feng, why was he so respectful toward this old man? The white-haired old man looked harmless to man and beast, the aura on his body was not strong. The priests and priest trainees that came to Tianlu Pavilion, very few paid attention to him. The old man naturally could not be bothered with him either, turning around and entering Tianlu Pavilion. Entering Tianlu Pavilion's first level, this place formed its own space. Yi Yuan seemed to have entered an ocean of divine inscriptions. All kinds of records were displayed on a light screen. Seeing these things, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes lit up. What he was most interested in was naturally the demonic attraction art. This was the foundation of the demon race's alchemy skills. In the catalogue, Yi Yuan found the demonic attraction art and started to study it tirelessly. Yi Yuan's present alchemy Dao horizons were not what the average person could compare to. These things were extremely obscure and hard to understand to ordinary priest trainees. But to Yi Yuan, he read 10 lines with one glance but was suddenly enlightened. Yi Yuan immersed inside, more than 10 days par s said in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, a large force came over. Yi Yuan was directly ejected out of Tianlu Pavilion's first level. Ouch! What's going on? Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground, grimacing in pain. Your contribution points are already depleted, the array formation directly transported you out. The white-haired old man came behind Yi Yuan at no idea when and said coolly. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "This is called transported. This is called kicking out, alright?" The white-haired old man snorted coldly and said, "Do you feel that contribution points came too easily, so you don't know how to cherish it? These few days, reading without understanding like you, how many things can you learn?" Yi Yuan was stunned and said, "Senior has been paying attention to me these few days." The white-haired old man ignored Yi Yuan and said with an angry look from failing to live up to expectations, "Kid, your talent is extremely high, but with such an attitude, it's hard to have great achievement." He had naturally been paying attention to Yi Yuan all along. But he saw that Yi Yuan read no less than 500 Class S6 in over 10 days. And these 500 Class S6, each one was sufficient for a priest to study for as long as several decades. Wasn't this joking around? Chapter 1753 Wealth Scattering Boy. Chapter 1753 Wealth Scattering Boy. Why does Senior say this? I read very seriously and very carefully. Yi Yuan said very sincerely. He had indeed read very seriously and did not have any slipshod aspects. The white-haired old man snorted coldly and said, "Seriously? Carefully? You read 532 Class S6 in less than 14 days, averaging 30 to 40 books a day. You're telling me seriously and saying carefully?" Yi Yuan was taken aback for a moment, only then understanding what the white-haired old man meant. He could not help saying with a bitter smile, "Senior, I really read very seriously and absolutely didn't gloss over." The white-haired old man discovered that Yi Yuan's talent was astonish. Hi+ing and naturally had very high expectations of him. But Yi Yuan's attitude of reading the Class S6 made him very unhappy. Now that he came to remind him, he actually still refused to admit it. This made him even more upset. The white-haired old man gave a cold snort and said, You said you read very serious, fine. Then I ask you, what's the most important takeaway point for Ziming Go Derding fire controlling art? Ziming Go Derding fire controlling art was precisely a demon race fire controlling art that Yi Yuan read. The white-haired old man also saw through that Yi Yuan's fire controlling technique was developed with the human race's fire controlling techniques as foundation, and he did not seem too proficient in the demon races. While the Ziming Go Derding fire controlling art was also a more obscure foundation fire controlling art of the demon race. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled and said, "Is Senior testing me?" The white-haired old man did not deny it and said coolly, "If you can't answer, stare at one book and read properly when you enter in the future." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ziming Go Derding fire controlling art, the most important thing is engraving the fire in one's heart. Heart follows the mind, heart and fire becoming one, controlling fire and connecting divinity." The moment the white-haired old man heard, he could not help being slightly surprised. This was a very obscure knowledge. He did not expect that Yi Yuan answered it in one fell swoop. He did not give up and asked again, "Fire control is your forte, answering doesn't mean anything. Come again, how many key nodal points does the Howling Rain sky direction art have?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and opened his mouth again, describing the few nodes clearly. The white-haired old man clearly did not believe it, asking question after question, the speed getting faster and faster. Yi Yuan knew that this old man was doing it for his own good and did not find it bothersome, answering fluently, without any omissions. The more the white-haired old man asked, the more shocked he was in his heart. Could it be that this kid used over 10 days and learned all of the things others learn in several hundred, even 1,000 years? Was this a freaking freak? What was more nable was that not only did Yi Yuan answer fluently, he frequently added in his own opinion, which was extremely insightful. Many comprehensions actually made the white-haired old man have a feeling of suddenly being enlightened. Those Class 6 that Yi Yuan read, the white-haired old man had long read before, no idea how many times. Saying that he could read it backward was not over the top in the slightest. But he discovered now that he read several tens of thousands of years of Class 6, and his understanding was actually not as deep as this young man in front of him. This was 2F** King HELL. The white-haired old man suddenly discovered that there was a myriad of profanities that galloped across in his heart. This was not testing the other party, it was purely seeking a beat down. However, he was still so wretched, asking Yi Yuan questions non-stop. Because Yi Yuan's understanding was indeed greatly beneficial to him. Finally, the white-haired old man stopped asking. He looked at Yi Yuan with a face like he saw a ghost and said, "Kid, you aren't messing with this old man, right? These Class 6, you wouldn't have read them before, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior must be joking. You've already asked 100 questions. Even if I read before the Class 6, it also wouldn't so coincidentally match each one, right?" The white-haired old man thought so too. 500 over kinds of books, there were always some wrong areas. If he did not read it just now, there would always be some questions and could not be answered. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also would not be bored to the extent of coming to make fun of him, this gatekeeping old man. But the more it was like this, the more shocked the white-haired old man was in his heart. What kind of talent was needed to have such terrifying memorizing ability and comprehension ability? He waved his hand and said, "You can go." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Senior." After Yi Yuan left, the white-haired old man's figure also flashed, disappearing. "Lord Kai Feng, you have to take revenge for us. You look at the three of us, really no face to meet people anymore." Hu Feng's appearance was indescribably miserable. Yi Yuan directly sent their divine fires back at that time, giving them a dose of their own medicine. The power was extraordinary. More than 10 days had Pares said, even though they got much better, there were still burn marks inside and out, looking like poodles. Most of these priest trainees had priest patrons. Speaking of which was coincidental too, Hu Feng's backer was precisely Kai Feng. At this time, the hair on top of Kai Feng's heart already grew back anew, recovering to that domineering appearance. Kai Feng snorted coldly and said, "The three of you really lost all of my face. Slept 3 days and nights in the latrine and actually don't even dare to come back. You guys are really capable, Hu Feng said with a bitter expression. Your Excellency, you aren't aware. That punk's fire controlling technique is really incredible. The three of us added together aren't his match either. Kai Feng's expression changed, having a bad premonition, and asked in a solemn voice, what's that punk's name? Hu Feng. 3 people exchanged glances, clearly forgetting Yi Yuan's name. Right at this time, a youth in white walked into the dormitory. It's you. Hu Feng and Kai Feng. Few people turned their heads to look, crying out strangely in unison. When Yi Yuan saw these few people, he instantly understood something and said with a smile, welcoming a low-level apprentice like this, the lineup is a little too big, right? But Hu Feng said in surprise, Your Excellency, you know this punk? Kai Feng asked back, it was this brat who burned you all until like this? Hu Feng nodded and said, yeah, it's this kid. I beg Your Excellency to help us take revenge. Kai Feng had a strange look, thinking to himself, avenge your ass. Your father isn't even his match, yet you guys still asked me to help you take revenge. But in front of subordinates, he naturally would not yield. In reality, after the fire battle the last time, he already thought about taking revenge. This kid's attainment in fire control was extraordinary. But in alchemy, he was definitely inferior to him, otherwise, he would not be a low-level apprentice but a true priest already. Kai Feng looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Kid, dare to bet with me again or not? Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, still dare to bet with me? Aren't you scared of losing until you don't even have pants to wear? Should I be calling you a wealth-scattering boy or not? Hu Feng. 3 people exchanged glances, not knowing what happened, but still said in a great rage, stinky brat, you, a low-level apprentice, dare to humiliate Lord Kai Feng? He's a lord priest of the temple. Are you tired of living? Kai Feng said impatiently, all right, stop talking nonsense. Brat, you chose the gambling method the last time. This time, I'll pick. Do you have the BALLS or not? Yi Yuan looked at Kai Feng and said with a smile that was not a smile, you don't need to aggravate me. Since you want to be a wealth-scattering boy, if I were to refuse, wouldn't that be seen as holding others back from achieving success? Say it, what's the wager? Kai Feng said in a solemn voice, let's compete in pill refinement. Chapter 1754. Unable to compare with the par. 1754. Unable to compare with the par. The priest hall was a place designated for priests to conduct pill refinement. Occasionally, there would also be elders refining pills and preaching on Tao here. At this time, inside the priest hall was already packed with people, all here to watch the battle. Priest competing in alchemy with a low-level apprentice, this was major news, and it spread throughout the temple very quickly. They all wanted to see what kind of low-level apprentice was so arrogant and cool, to actually dare challenge a priest. Furthermore, this priest was even a very powerful existence among priests. It's that kid. Looks very ordinary. Ordinary? Heh, this kid isn't a goody two-shoes. He competed in fire control with Kai Feng at Tianlu Pavilion. The result was that he completely won twice. That's nothing as well. Controlling fire and refining pills are 2 different matters after all. Kai Feng is clearly here to avenge his enmity. His peak late stage rank 4, but that punk has merely just entered middle stage rank 4. With Kai Feng's strength, he won't give Yi Yuan a chance. Some martial artists were extremely adept at controlling fire and used this as a means to confront the enemy. Saying that it was transcendent was also not an exaggeration. But controlling fire and refining pills were 2 different things after all. In the demon race alchemy skill, which was based on demonic divine essence, one's realm was more important than in the human race. If Kai Feng was someone useless, then forget it. Yet, he was not. Even though his alchemy skills were not the strongest among priests, it was also sufficient to rank in the top 10. His strength was undeniably extraordinary. Priests who were able to rank in the top 10, their strengths were all very strong. In the future, they were existences who might even become elders. Hence, that was why Kai Feng would be so condescending and arrogant. In the inner hall, 3 figures were currently observing the situation in the priest hall through the light screen ahead. Ni Kuan, in your view, Who will win this alchemy battle? Stonefeather said. Ni Kuan said in a solemn voice, does this still need to be asked? Of course, it's Kai Feng. That kid's talent is exceedingly great, his strength is also extremely powerful. But during the apprentice test on that day, it should already be his limits, right? After all, the refinement of demon divine pills and divine pills are two totally different systems. Kumu also nodded and said, Yi Yuan's talent is indeed terrifying. Give him a year or so and his strength will definitely surpass all priests. But a dozen over days, it can't change anything at all. But Stonefeather said, I heard that this kid entered Tianlu Pavilion for more than 10 days. He likely already has some familiarity with demon divine pills. Ni Kuan smiled coldly and said, so what? If looking at books can let one's strength make rapid progress, then demon divine pills are also too worthless. Moreover, over a dozen days, it's enough for him to read how many books? Stonefeather thought about it and also nodded and said, what you said is right. Maybe I was overthinking it. Actually, his view was the same as Ni Kuan and Ku Mu, feeling that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win. But no idea why, he kept having a feeling that Yi Yuan probably would not lose that easily. Although he also felt that this idea was very absurd. Kai Feng looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, fool, you think that your fire-controlling technique is impressive and you're invincible under the heavens? Today, I'm going to let you take a look at the disparity between priest and priest trainees. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, I say, why do you have so much crap? If talking nonsense can represent strength, your strength is indeed very formidable. I'm so scared of losing. Kai Feng's face fell and he said angrily, razor-tongued brat, I want to see when you can be COC Kai until. Yi Yuan said with a nonchalant face, alright, let's start. Don't say that I bully you, let you run for 2 hours first. Kai Feng was taken aback when he heard that and laughed loudly as he said, let me run for 2 hours first. Kid, you really can boast. Alright, I want to see how you chase. At this time, quite a few people gave sidelong glances, feeling that Yi Yuan was too arrogant. How was this an appearance like a priest trainee? It was simply like an elder. However, someone suddenly spoke up in the crowd, Lord Kai Feng, you mustn't fall for this brat's trick. He doesn't know how to refine demon divine pills at all, he wants to secretly learn. One sentence drew quite a few people's attention. Yi Yuan also looked over rather surprisedly, it was an old acquaintance. It was Mu Yuan-chun. Clearly, this alchemy battle also caught his attention. When Kai Feng saw that it was a low-level apprentice too, he could not help being somewhat surprised and said in a solemn voice, secret learn? What nonsense are you talking about? If he can even secretly learn when I refine pills, you're also thinking too highly of him, right? Mu Yuan-chun said with a heavy look, Lord Kai Feng, I took part in the priest-apprentice examination at the same time with him. This kid's pill refining speed was extremely fast, but he kept on secretly learning by the side. In the end, he refined a superior-grade demon divine pill. He definitely has ill intentions letting you refine first. When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Secretly learning by the side, in the end, refined a superior-grade demon divine pill. Why did this sound so strange? But if what Mu Yuan-chun said was true, Yi Yuan's alchemic talent was also too terrifying, right? But Kai Feng's expression changed and he secretly thought to himself what a close shave. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, brat, turns out that you were waiting for me. Let's refine together. Mu Yuan-chun also had a smug look when he saw that Kai Feng came to realize the truth. Yi Yuan eating a loss, he was very happy to see it happen. This alchemy battle's medicinal pill was picked by Kai Feng, a level 4 difficulty demon divine pill. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine such a high difficulty medicinal pill within such a short time. But Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and said coolly, up to you, begin then. Yi Yuan being so magnanimous made Mu Yuan-chun stunned. Could it be that this punk really had a well-thought-out plan? But it had only been over a dozen days. How was it possible? Refining starting, Kai Feng's pill refinement flowed naturally and smoothly, already faintly having the style of a master. Priest top 10 was indeed not for show. In contrast, Yi Yuan's technique was still a little unfamiliar. What they guessed was right. After all, only a dozen over days had Pares said. Yi Yuan did not have the chance to refine demon divine pills at all. This was his second time refining demon divine pills. The medicinal pill that Kai Feng picked was called Baki Lei Yin pill. This pill formula was naturally not very profound. Yi Yuan already saw it before in the Tianlu Pavilion. But level 4 difficulty medicinal pill, the difficulty was far greater compared to the Dark Cloud Profound Spring pill. With Yi Yuan's current situation, it was indeed a little strenuous. Of course, that was also just relative to divine pills. Yi Yuan did not lack pill refining experience. His alchemy skills had gone through endless tempering. Even though demon divine pills were another system, this did not hinder him from getting started rapidly. With these dozen over days of theoretical foundation in the Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan was no longer an ignorant person long ago. Everyone including Stonefeather misjudged him. These dozen over days could be said to be a monumental change to Yi Yuan. Apart from him still being very unfamiliar with many techniques, his progress in the rest was Ma's sieve. Less than 2 hours, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was refined completely. Witnessing Yi Yuan's pill refining speed, everyone also marveled in wonder, thinking to themselves that what Mu Yuan-chun said was indeed not false. This guy's pill refining speed was too fast. It was just that, could the quality be assured? Chapter 1755 Devastation. Chapter 1755 Devastation. Completing the refinement, Yi Yuan started observing Kai Feng calmly. The very perfect refining technique in other people's eyes was naturally not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's eyes. But in the refinement of demon divine pills, Yi Yuan had no choice but to admit that Kai Feng still had many saving graces. Compared to Mu Yuan-chun, Kai Feng was much stronger. Once he entered a state of learning, Yi Yuan's perception was exceedingly terrifying. Him being able to become the immortal Grove world's #1 person in alchemy, this was not unrelated to his terrifying learning ability. Back then, at Cloudmarsh City, Yi Yuan won thousands of rounds in a row, gleaning countless strong points from his opponents. Coupled with his powerful comprehension ability, that was how there was his subsequent transcendent achievements. Yi Yuan could not bear the sight of Kai Feng's high and mighty face, but this did not hinder him from drawing merits from Kai Feng. Combining the theoretical knowledge learned in Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan naturally had a feeling of suddenly understanding the whole thing. Finally, Kai Feng withdrew his spell and ended the pill refinement, revealing a knowing smile. Regarding the pill refinement this time, he was still very satisfied. However, the moment he raised his head, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile, and his expression could not help changing. This guy's pill refining speed was really very fast. Haven't opened the furnace yet, what are you being smug for? Kai Feng said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, whether opening the furnace or not, the result is already fixed. Competing in alchemy, I've never lost before. These words were domineering. But it was also a fact. When Yi Yuan was at 3-star alchemy God, he could already thrash 4-star alchemy Gods. Walking all the way from the immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan had lost before in martial Dao, lost before in array Dao. Only in alchemy Dao did he never lose before. Even now when he had to learn from scratch. In alchemy, Yi Yuan had absolute confidence. But these words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of others. This trainee priest is so arrogant. Who does he think he is? This boast is really big, also not scared of blowing a hole in the sky. Just his clumsy technique, what high-grade medicinal pills can he refine? Let's dig a hole in the ground for him. When he loses in a while, he still has to get inside. Those able to enter the priest temple, which one wasn't an alchemy genius? Furthermore, among them, there were even many senior priests. Hearing these words, they were naturally unhappy. But in alchemy, he never cared about the jealousy of others. He had absolute strength to defend his arrogance. Kai Feng smiled coldly when he heard that and said, what pill refinement competes in isn't speed. Boasting also needs strength to guarantee it. Open. Kai Feng's palm flipped, a medicinal pill flew out of the medicinal cauldron. Medicinal fragrances permeated the air. Everyone focused their eyes and look. One said in surprise, "Superior grade." Kai Feng was also overjoyed. Looking at Yi Yuan, he smiled coldly and said, "Saw that? This is the true strength of a priest. You, a trainee priest, can only look up to it. Hand over the crane age fruit and heavenly martial spirit mystic gra. SS. Heavenly martial spirit mystic gra. SS was another kind of extremely rare rank 4 spirit medicine, also one of the wagers of the alchemy battle this time. Kai Feng wagered very big this time, directly betting 2,000 points. Yi Yuan already did not have contribution points and could only use spirit medicines to use as a wager. The priest temple was based on the principle of putting quality before quant. 1 Tai. Those able to become priests, all of them were extraordinary in strength. And Kai Feng was even distinguished among them. Under normal cirque stances, there was no problem in him refining high grade. But the refinement this time, he clearly performed exceptionally well. The grade of the medicinal pill actually reached initial stage superior grade. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "I haven't even opened the furnace yet and you're asking for the spirit medicines from me. You're also a little too confident, right?" He could not quite understand where Kai Feng's confidence came from. Could it be that refining a superior grade medicinal pill could seal the victory? Kai Feng said disdainfully, "With the Baki lay-in pill's difficulty, superior grade can basically secure the victory. Could it be that you can refine heaven grade still? Enough nonsense, hurry up and hand it over, otherwise, I'm going to apply to the temple for a forced enforcement." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "Really a frog at the bottom of a well? In your eyes, superior grade is probably the highest grade, right?" Kai Feng sneered and said, "Superior grade is naturally not the highest grade. But I don't think that you can refine heaven grade." Yi Yuan sighed slightly and similarly flipped his palm. The medicinal pill flew out. An even thicker fragrance dispersed in all directions. Kai Feng's expression changed and he cried out in surprise, "Peak superior grade." The moment Yi Yuan saw, his face could not conceal the disappointed look as he shook his head and said with a sigh, "Still lacking some skill in the end, almost can't even thrash a trash." One sentence almost angered Kai Feng until he vomited blood. When Mu Yuan-chun saw the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined, his complexion turned white all at once, and he muttered, How is this possible? More than 10 days ago, could it be that it still wasn't his limit?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "More than 10 days ago, that was indeed my limit. But over 10 days have said, you wouldn't think that I'm still marching on the spot, right?" Mu Yuan-chun could not help choking when he heard that. Over a dozen days, from level 2 difficulty to level 4 difficulty, this improvement was also too fast, right? This was the gap between a high-level apprentice and a top priest. One had to know, Kai Feng used several thousand years to complete this leap. He, Yi Yuan, only used a dozen over days. Mu Yuan-chun had an impulse to want to vomit blood. Yi Yuan looked at Kai Feng and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Wealth-scattering boy, concede defeat." Kai Feng's face turned black and he bellowed furiously, You cheated. I'm going to report you to the elders." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "How did I cheat? It was you yourself who came to find me to compete in alchemy and even vowed in all solemnness, saying to let me take a look at the strength of priests. Now, I saw it, it's indeed very impressive. Alright, still don't find it shameful enough. Transfer the contribution points to Yi Yuan and get loss." Kai Feng still wanted to say something but was cut off by AMUF fled thunder-like voice. Kai Feng turned towards the sound, his expression could not help changing greatly, and he bowed and said, Master, Elder Ni Kuan." Yi Yuan was a little surprised. He did not expect that Kai Feng was actually Elder Ni Kuan's disciple. It seemed like he kicked a metal plate. Ni Kuan's gaze was frosty as he looked at Kai Feng and said, "You didn't hear what I said?" Kai Feng's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Yes, Master." Under Ni Kuan's word of command, how could he still dare to dawdle? He hurriedly transferred the contribution points to Yi Yuan, and then he scrambled away. Finished with these, Ni Kuan said again, All have nothing to do. Watching the show here? When everyone heard that, they scattered on command. Yi Yuan was just about to leave, but was stopped by Ni Kuan, who said with an unfriendly expression, "Kid, impressive. Just over a dozen days since you arrived, and you already caused so much trouble for me." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Elder, I didn't cause trouble. It was trouble that came to provoke me." He knew that these few people must have been paying attention to him and definitely knew the ins and outs of the matter. These few incidents really could not be blamed on him. Ni Kuan snorted coldly and said, "Come with me. Someone wants to meet you." Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up, aware that the main thing was coming. Chapter 1756 Prize. Chapter 1756 Prize. In front of him was an old man with golden hair all over his face, looking ferocious and malicious. That appearance was simply a golden-furred lion king. Yi Yuan was somewhat perplexed. Could such a boorish fellow really refine high-grade medicinal pills? The old man was also sizing Yi Yuan up, his gaze profound, no idea what he was thinking of. After a long time, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and spoke in a voice akin to a great bell. "Young man, just what goal do you have joining the priest temple?" Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Junior has long yearned for demon divine pills. Coming this time, I hope to be able to learn the demon race's alchemy techniques, and let my alchemy Dao improve further." The old man laughed loudly and said, "Haha, this old man believes your words. You and I belong to the same type of people. For the sake of alchemy, we can fling caution to the wind. However, your goal shouldn't be just this, right?" Yi Yuan discovered that this old man's personality was candid and straightforward, going straight to the point without beating around the bush when talking. He naturally had no need to cover it up as well and said with a nod, "Actually, I came for my brother." Yi Yuan did not conceal anything, telling about the matter of finding white light with the help of the priest temple. After the old man heard, he laughed loudly and said, "I couldn't tell that you're still a lad who values friends. Hi+P. However, don't you feel that this old man will lose out a lot like this? You learned the demon race's alchemy techniques and even deployed the priest temple's power. In the end, what benefits can this old man and the terrific lad get?" Yi Yuan knew that the other party was about to negotiate terms with him. If the terms were not agreeable, he would be in danger. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "What I can pull out is my alchemy skills. The reason why Senior is willing to discuss with me is probably that you had your eyes on this too, right?" The old man laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you're a smart person. Di Chio, don't like to beat around the bush either. You stay in the priest temple for 5,000 years. This favor, I'll help with it." Yi Yuan naturally understood that 5,000 years was equivalent to selling himself to the priest temple. This kind of thing, he naturally could not agree to it. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Lord Hall Master, this he has my own matters and likely can't stay at the priest temple for long term. If Lord Hall Master insists on making me stay, this he can only stay for at most 300 years. 300 years was already the limit that Yi Yuan could give. If Yi Yuan had no ties or attachments, there was nothing wrong with staying 5,000 years here. This place was adjacent to the Sky Demon mountain range, the spirit medicines in abundant supply. To Yi Yuan, this place was really a paradise. But Yi Yuan knew that it was impossible for him to stay 5,000 years here. As expected, the moment Yi Yuan's words came out, Di Chio's face turned dark and he said, "Kid, are you messing with me? 300 years, what do I want you for?" But Yi Yuan smiled and said, 300 years is sufficient to pay back the priest temple's capital sunk. Hehe, what an arrogant brat. To priests, 300 years is merely a snap of a finger. Your talent is pretty good, but giving you 300 years, what benefits can you bring to the priest temple? Or is it that you're simply fooling this old man? Amen. Di Chio glared, a terrifying aura was emitted out. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt as if Mount Tai was bearing down from on top. Even breathing became very laborious. This was not realm suppression, but the real deal. Clearly, Di Chio was really enraged. He felt that Yi Yuan was playing with him. 300 years, in the eyes of the average person, it was indeed too insincere. Under the tremendous pressure, Yi Yuan's bones creaked and rattled, his complexion deathly pale. But he said stubbornly, 300 years, I can create countless powerhouses for the priest temple. If you don't believe it, we can sign a heavenly Tao oath with 300 years as the date. Di Chou was clearly moved and said coldly, that works too. After 300 years, if I see your contributions, I'll help you find your brother then. Yi Yuan's face changed when he heard that. This old fellow was clearly someone who did not commit until success was certain. Not giving him some benefits, there was no way he would agree. But with his current strength, he could not do it at all. This was awkward. Clearly, Yi Yuan overestimated this hall master's patience. Over 300 years' time, to someone who had never come into contact with demon divine pills before, it was indeed just a very brief instant. Even though Yi Yuan already displayed his talent, his Di Chou clearly still did not believe that Yi Yuan could do anything in 300 years. Senior, isn't there any room for further negotiation? Yi Yuan said with a pale complexion. Di Chou smiled coldly and said, what do you think? Suddenly, Di Chou's expression changed, imposing momentum suddenly disappearing, and he changed expressions and said with a smile, actually, it can also be discussed. The pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving him stunned for a while. This old fellow still had a threatening and overbearing appearance just now, so why did he suddenly change? Di Chou looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, how about this, we each take a step back. I don't need you to stay for 5,000 years, but you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath to forever retain my priest temple's priest status. If my priest temple needs you to refine pills, you mustn't decline. If my priest temple is in danger, you also have to lend your assistance. Yi Yuan was stunned again when he heard this, instantly understanding something. This Di Chou was forthright and straightforward and could not think of such a roundabout idea at all. This way, it was equivalent to tying him to the priest temple for life. It was much more worthwhile than staying behind for 5,000 years. Furthermore, this also gave him the maximum degree of freedom. This kind of thing, Di Chou's brain definitely could not come up with it. Just now, there must have been an expert giving guidance, it was just that he did not detect it. Inside this priest temple, talented men were living in hiding too. But this condition, Yi Yuan did not find it unacceptable. Yi Yuan had half of the demon race bloodline and was not averse toward the demon race. Moreover, if he could learn demon divine pills, his alchemy Tao strength would definitely make great progress. This way, Yi Yuan would indeed owe the priest temple a huge favor too. Being the priest temple's Dharma protector for life also did not seem to have anything wrong. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, okay, I promise you. But, if the priest temple is going to be detrimental to me, it's not within the restrictions. Yi Yuan did not have a grin and bear it personality. The priest temple was a colossal system. Yi Yuan also did not dare guarantee that he could keep on being friends with the priest temple. Once someone was going to harm him, could it be that he still could not fight back? So before swearing the heavenly Tao oath, Yi Yuan naturally had to eliminate all hidden dangers. Di Chou agreed very readily too and said with a smile, however, the 300-year agreement must be counted. Yi Yuan nodded his head and swore the heavenly Tao oath in front of Di Chou. The constraints of heavenly Tao oaths were too great on martial artists. Unless it was a last resort, no one was willing to swear it. But Yi Yuan had no choice but to do so in order to get White Light's news. Forget about swearing a heavenly Tao oath, even if it was being beaten until his bones were crushed into powder, Yi Yuan would not furrow his brows no matter what. When Di Chou saw Yi Yuan swear the heavenly Tao oath, he could not help laughing loudly and said, okay, from now onward, you're the temple's official priest. 300 years. This old man hopes that you won't disappoint me. Chapter 1757 This priest is a little impressive. Chapter 1757 This priest is a little impressive, elderly. I have a question. On the high platform, an old man was currently giving a sermon to a group of priests when someone below the stage suddenly stood up to say. The priests below the stage were no less than 100 people. At this time, gazes looked over in unison. This person was wearing a priest's long robe, 4 stars hanging on his chest. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, The faces of all the priests revealed knowing smiles. The scalp of the elder Li on the stage tingled and he waved his hand and said, "If there are any questions, wait until after the sermon before asking, don't need to say any more right now." These few years, Yi Yuan already became the most troublesome problem student of all the elders. Practically during each sermon, Yi Yuan would interrupt many times to raise his doubts. When it was many, it even reached more than 10 or 20 times. If it was just causing trouble, these elders giving sermons would just fling a slap over. But the problem was, each time Yi Yuan raised his doubts, it was all very reasonable. Each time would stump the elders until they were left tongue-tied. In the beginning, there were still some elders who were unconvinced and started intense arguments with Yi Yuan. But in the end, they were all disputed until rendered speechless by Yi Yuan. With a few incidents, when these elders were giving sermons, they were afraid that Yi Yuan would be present. As long as they saw Yi Yuan, they would be like mice seeing a cat, hearts drumming away. Yi Yuan completely ignored Elder Li and asked without caring, "Zishou Longqin pill has a neutral temperament. When refining it, one should control the temperature, basing the 5 elements rules inside the spirit medicines as the foundation. Elder Li, don't you think this should be the case?" Yi Yuan's talking speed was very fast, pointing out the problems in the sermon that Elder Li talked about just now. When the other priests heard Yi Yuan's words, they all revealed thoughtful expressions. These priests all had their experiences too. At the start, they were all harboring the mentality of watching the show, watching Yi Yuan argue with the elders. But later on, they discovered that what Yi Yuan said was indeed very reasonable. After going back and experimenting, the quality of the medicinal pills really improved significantly. Hence, later on, as long as Yi Yuan opened his mouth, they would give their full attention to the lecture, and benefited a great deal instead. Elder Li said furiously, "Yi Yuan, are you the elder, or am I the elder?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course you're the elder." Elder Li snorted coldly and said, "You still know that I'm the elder. I'm preaching and you're causing trouble. Where's the sense of propriety?" But Yi Yuan said, "Elder Li, can't say it like that. The more truth is debated, the clearer it gets. Since there's a problem, I naturally have to point it out. Could it be that you wish to let everyone go refine pills according to the wrong method?" Elder Li was angered until his face was livid and he said angrily, "Why don't you come and preach to them then?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I don't have that ability. I came to learn," and casually raised his own questions. "Haha, Elder Li, you continue." Elder Li finally could not hold back and flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Not preaching anymore." Finished talking, he left in a huff. Putting on the priest robes, Yi Yuan started his days of learning demon divine pills in the priest temple's halls. Even though he was very worried about white light in his heart, he also knew that he could only wait right now. And Yi Yuan's capital to gain a foothold in the priest temple was Alchemy Dao. Hence, he urgently needed to increase his strength currently. First time entering the Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan learned a lot of knowledge about demon divine pills. But the refinement of demon divine pills, Yi Yuan still lacked a great deal. Hence, he was absorbing knowledge frenziedly every day right now. Yi Yuan was naturally not deliberately making trouble. But these elders preaching on Dao, the areas that they missed out were too many. Yi Yuan posing his own queries was also within reason. It was just that some of his questions were too tricky. Even those elders could not answer them too, so it was easy to anger the other party. "Yi Yuan, you're quite capable. Now that you angered Elder Li away, are you happy?" At this time, one of the priests stood up to question Yi Yuan. Who was it if not Kai Feng? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Then you say, was I right or not?" Kai Feng could not help choking when he heard that. Yi Yuan said it very reasonably, he could not refute at all. If it could be refuted, Elder Li also could not leave in a rage. Even Elder Li could not do it, he, Kai Feng, naturally could not even more. Humph. Even if what you said was reasonable, you also have to pay attention to the ways and means. USC, like this, everyone doesn't get to learn anymore. Kai Feng said with a cold smile. Sure enough, with him instigating, the other people's unhappy emotions all came out. Although Yi Yuan's words were reasonable, now that even the elder was angered away, who would still come and preach to them in the future? This way, wouldn't Yi Yuan become a plague god? Yi Yuan, you're a genius, we're all mediocre, alright? You're capable, don't come and listen to the elders preach together with us. Now that the elder left, are you going to come and preach to us? Everyone clamored to get a word in, all expressing dissatisfaction towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan grinned and said, if it's just up to Elder Li's standard, it's also not impossible for me to preach to you guys. One sentence made everyone stare dumbfounded with their mouths agape. This guy was bragging, right? The moment Kai Feng heard, he smiled coldly and said, alright then, you try preaching. Everyone, all come and listen to whether or not our temple's #1 genius can spout about some profound things. Some shallow truths, everyone naturally all knew. Even if there was a gap between those sitting here, it also would not be too ridiculous. Therefore, Kai Feng completely did not believe that Yi Yuan could spout out some profound things. Being able to raise questions did not mean being able to preach to everyone. They were all 4-star priests, who could be much better than anyone. Yi Yuan smiled, walked up the high platform, and said in a clear voice, then next, I'll carry on talking from the place Elder Li stopped just now. Hence, Yi Yuan started to speak eloquently without ceasing. At the start, everyone's faces all revealed disdain. But the more he said, the more serious the expressions on everyone's faces got. They finally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking around. The things that Yi Yuan said were even clearer and easier to understand than Elder Li, and he also went straight to the point. Clearly, Yi Yuan's understanding of the Zishou Longqin pill was far from what they could compare to. Even though Yi Yuan's refinement of demon divine pills was still lacking, to talk about the understanding of pill formulas, 100 Elder Lis could not catch up to him even by whipping their horses. Moreover, medicinal pills of level 4 difficulty were still nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Otherwise, he also would not have refined a peak superior grade Baki Lei-yin pill so easily. It was just that some specifics of the refining methods, as well as proficiency and specific application areas of demonic attraction art, Yi Yuan was still lacking in some level of skill. What was truly difficult were level 7 and above medicinal pills. The group of priests was wholly enraptured listening. Their eyes became brighter and brighter. Clearly, they all had considerable gains. Even Kai Feng had long already forgotten to look at the joke too. He was focused on Yi Yuan's preaching. That's about it. These are some of the easy to fall into mistake areas that I sorted out myself. As long as you all practice hard, you should be able to increase the grade of the medicinal pills considerably, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 1758 Trash Missions. 1758 Trash Missions. There's no way to preach anymore. That Yi Yuan is simply bullying people to the extreme, going too far. The moment Elder Li entered, he started bellowing. There were currently several elders in the house right now. Stonefeather, Ni Kuan, Ku Mu, and the rest were all present. When the few people heard Elder Li's roars, they immediately knew what had happened. Elder Li, that punk is making a problem again, Ni Kuan said in a solemn voice. Elder Li smiled coldly and said, otherwise? This old man hasn't even preached halfway and that brat interrupted 10 times. 10 times. How to preach still? Quite a few elders immediately felt the same when they heard it and criticized Yi Yuan. That Yi Yuan really has no respect for his elders. The last time I was preaching, it was Reb. Ted by him until I couldn't step down, isn't that so? Ever since this brat became a priest, the temple hasn't had peace from top to bottom. Seems like each of us elders has a grudge with him. Each time we preach, he'll ask some strange and outlandish questions, really infuriating to death. These elders were all incomparably indignant. But the words expressed and the implied meaning all revealed a hint of helplessness. Because of Yi Yuan's questions, they really could not answer. The faults that Yi Yuan found, they also had no way of disputing. It was also precisely because so that even though they gnashed their teeth in hatred toward Yi Yuan, they could not do anything to him. No reason other than he was impressive. Not convinced, you debate it with him. The elders normally all stood high above the Ma. S says, receiving the words. Hi+P and respect of priests and priest trainees. But Yi Yuan only came a few days and completely crumbled their settings. These elders naturally felt like they had no face. Ni Kuan snorted coldly and said, "This punk is simply too outrageous. Who does he think he is? At this rate, the entire priest temple will be turned upside down." Clearly, Ni Kuan's sermons had also been questioned by Yi Yuan before. Furthermore, the number of times was not a few. Ni Kuan was not pleased with Yi Yuan to begin now. Now, he could not bear the sight of him even more. The moment Elder Li heard, he said, "Elder Ni, this punk must be taught a good lesson. Otherwise, his nose is almost pointing to the sky already." How to punish? Asking questions during sermons, this is a tradition since ancient times. Could it be that we're forbidding him from speaking? If this were to spread out, how will us elders still keep a foothold in front of priests? Kumu said. Ni Kuan suddenly grinned and said, "This brat, this old man has long wanted to take him down a peg or two." Ni Kuan's words immediately aroused the interests of the elders. "Elder Ni, you have a way." Ni Kuan smiled and said, "Eternal chess game, ask not. Could it be that you all forgot about it?" The moment the elders heard, they immediately revealed knowing smiles. Elder Li even laughed loudly and said, "Brilliant, Elder Ni. Truly brilliant." Yi Yuan did not know that these elders were currently scheming against him. After preaching, he went to get missions. In the priest temple, wanting to earn contribution points, one naturally had to receive pill refining missions. For the same pill refining mission, the higher the quality of the medicinal pill, the more the contribution points obtained. In this half-over year, Yi Yuan would frequently take on some of the temple's pill refining missions. Presently, he was already more and more well-versed in refining demon divine pills. But Yi Yuan's pill refinements were different from the other priests. The other priests all turned their noses up at those low-difficulty missions. But what Yi Yuan took on in this half a year were all some extremely low-difficulty missions. Among them, some missions did not even have contribution points, because they were too easy. These missions, some missions that could not be resolved by capital cities below, or even counties. Reaching imperial cities, the difficulty of this level of missions were too low. No one cared about it at all. But Yi Yuan completed each one with the greatest care. Lord Yi Yuan came again. "What level of mission do you plan on taking on this time?" The ones in charge of missions were a few priest trainees. They had long had some understanding of Yi Yuan's habits already. Even though they were very disdainful in their hearts toward this, Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai was extraordinary, they naturally did not dare to slight him. Yi Yuan said, "I'll get 10 2-star difficulty missions this time." As he said this, Yi Yuan started choosing the 2-star missions he preferred more from the mission list. These missions that Yi Yuan picked were naturally pinpointed and not blindly chosen. If the mission did not have much help to his pill refining standard, he would not pick it. Just as Yi Yuan was choosing the missions, a cold laugh suddenly came from behind. Actually doing these trash missions that nobody does. What temple's #1 genius? I think that is simply a knockoff, right? Yi Yuan turned his head to look and it was a grey-robed youth. He could not help rolling his eyes as he said, "Whatever missions I pick is none of your business." A meddlesome busybody who doesn't understand anything. The grey-robed youth's face turned dark and he said, "Brat, do you know who I am? To actually dare speak to me like this?" Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "What has it got to do with me who you are? Do you think that I'm the same as you, poking into other people's affairs without knowing anything?" When the others heard Yi Yuan's words, each and every one of them was silent like cicadas in winter. Too domineering. The rest all recognized that this grey-robed youth in front of them was called Kong Yun, known as the #1 priest. Being repeatedly Ted by Yi Yuan, Kong Yun said angrily, "What a razor-tongued brat. The dignified temple's #1 genius is actually doing this sort of trash mission. Really making people die of laughter. This priest has been in close seclusion these few years. I didn't expect that such a ridiculous thing actually appeared in the temple." In reality, before Yi Yuan appeared, the temple's #1 genius, this title, had always belonged to Kong Yun. But last time, Yi Yuan one-shotted Kai Feng on his second time refining demon divine pills. This made the temple's number 1 genius Ti-Tul quietly transfer hands. Kong Yun had always been in seclusion. Who knew that the moment he exited seclusion, his number 1 genius Ti-Tul was gone? Upon inquiry, it turned out that a punk called Yi Yuan appeared. Today, Kong Yun came to get missions. Who knew that he just happened to run into Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan gave Kong Yun a glance and said coolly, "How many star missions can you take on?" The moment Kong Yun heard, this kid had the intention of challenging him. Heh, interesting. Kong Yun said proudly, with this priest strength, all 5-star missions are nothing difficult. Why, could it be that you want to compete with me? With just the likes of these trash missions? Ha ha ha. Regarding this, Kong Yun was still extremely confident. His closed seclusion this time, his alchemy Dao strength made great improvements. 5-star difficulty missions include some level 5 difficulty medicinal pills, as well as a small number of simple level 6 difficulty medicinal pills. With his current strength, he could basically sweep across 5-star missions. And this aspect, other priests could not do it at all. Yi Yuan looked at Kong Yun like he was looking at an idiot. He turned his head to that priest trainee, and said, "Give me the 7-star difficulty mission list." Kong Yun could not help being taken back when he heard, bursting into laughter soon after as he said, "I heard that you've never done missions pares sing 3 stars before in this half a year. You actually want to do 7-star missions now? Are you trying to spite me? Haha, spitting also requires strength." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and settled on a few of the most difficult ones among 7-star missions before saying, "Tomorrow noon, I'll come to hand in the missions. When you complete these missions too, then come and raise a hue with me. Now, scram further away for me." Chapter 1759 Verification and Acceptance. Chapter 1759 Verification and Acceptance. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Kong Yun was angered until his expression was livid. While the others were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to make a sound. Damn punk, to actually dare be so arrogant in front of me. 7-star missions, heh, I want to see how you complete them. Kong Yun smiled coldly and said, "This Yi Yuan is crazy, right? He actually wants to challenge 7-star missions. 7-star missions are what even elders might not be able to complete. That guy's posturing was done over the top, right? Isn't that so? Probably got carried away with the Ti-Tul of the temple's number 1 genius, right? This half a year, he has never taken any mission that Serpa S says 3-star difficulty. Jumping to 7-star all of a sudden, isn't this a joke?" Regarding Yi Yuan's actions, everyone was very disapproving of it. 3-star to 7-star, in between this was an insurmountable gulf. 7-star missions, only elders would occasionally accept. Kong Yun came in front of that priest trainee and said with a grim face, "Let me take a look at what kind of missions he drew." The priest trainee did not dare to defy and handed the mission list to Kong Yun. The moment Kong Yun looked, his expression changed first. Then he immediately burst into laughter and said, "This brat is probably a fool, right? These missions, if he can complete them, I, Kong Yun, will pluck my head off and let him kick like a ball." Yi Yuan's move was too arrogant, throwing away all of his face. His loud laughter was also wanting to gain back some ground. Everyone was also very curious just what kind of 7-star missions Yi Yuan took on. There were many 7-star missions. There were easy ones and also difficult ones. Easy ones were merely slightly harder than 6-star missions. Difficult ones were even comparable to 8-star missions. Yi Yuan currently reached the front door. Hearing Kong Yun's words, Yi Yuan's figure paused, turned his head, and said, "I've remembered your words. I hope that you still have the courage to say such words tomorrow." Kong Yun laughed loudly and said, "You can rest assured that I'll say it one more time tomorrow. Because these 10 missions, there's no way you can complete them." Yi Yuan just smiled and left with large strides. The others were all very curious. Some priests whose strengths were pretty good stepped forward and asked, "Brother Kong Yun, just what kind of missions did Yi Yuan choose?" Kong Yun sneered and said, "You guys see for yourself." When everyone saw the list, they immediately exploded. This number 75 mission, Didn't Elder Ni once accept it before? He seemed to have failed back then. Also, this number 367 mission, heard that quite a few elders accepted it. In the end, none of them completed it. These 10 missions, each one is impossible to complete. Is he mad? The 10 missions that Yi Yuan took on had basically all been accepted before by some, or several elders. Furthermore, they all failed. This kind of mission, how could a person who just learned half a year of demon divine pill refinement possibly complete them? Moreover, Yi Yuan had never before done 3-star and above missions. Directly doing 7-star missions now, wasn't this nonsense? Kong Yun smiled coldly and said, a fool who overestimates his own strength. Even if he wants to posture, he also needs to pick something suitable. Everyone nodded their heads, agreeing with Kong Yun's words a lot. This showing off was over the top. At noon on the second day, Kong Yun had long arrived at the mission hall. Same as him, there were already quite a few people waiting here. Kong Yun, heard that you were also kept in check by Yi Yuan yesterday? Kong Yun turned around to look. It was Kai Feng. This guy heard that Yi Yuan took on a few impossible missions and naturally ran over to watch the show today. Being able to see Yi Yuan get disgraced was also a very hi-plussing thing. Kong Yun's face fell and he said, being known as the temple's #1 genius, I even thought that he was some remarkable figure. Turns out that it was a fool. Kai Feng smiled and said, may not be a fool, but being able to force him to this point, there's probably only you. Hearing Kai Feng's words, Kong Yun was also secretly pleased with himself in his heart. If he chose 6-star missions, I'd really still be a little worried. But, he chose 7-star. Forget that he chose 7-star, he even only picked some impossible missions. I say, what is he if not a fool? Kong Yun said with a cold smile. Kai Feng naturally did not think that Yi Yuan was a fool. But he similarly did not think that these missions Yi Yuan chose could be completed. In my view, he probably won't be coming today. These missions are totally impossible to complete. However, 7-star and above missions need elders to come to verify and accept them. Elder Stonefeather already came. I want to see how he gives an account, Kai Feng said with a smile. Hearing that, Kong Yun also had a smile on his face. After today, the title of the temple's #1 genius would return to him once again. Came. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan really dared to come. Heh, coming or not, he'll become the temple's laughingstock in the future. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Yi Yuan slowly walked in. Yi Yuan completely ignored the other people's gazes and walked straight to the place to hand in missions. I'm here to hand in missions, Yi Yuan said coolly. That priest trainee hurriedly said, Lord Yi Yuan, please wait a moment. I'll go invite Elder Stonefeather. Yi Yuan nodded his head, that priest trainee turned around and left. Heh, putting on an appearance. These missions, if you can complete one of them, I, Kong Yun, will write my 2 characters upside down. Kong Yun scorned with a jeering smile. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a speechless look, yesterday, wanted to pluck your head for me to kick as a ball. Today, wanted to write your name upside down. The things that your parents gave you, do you not cherish them like so? Kong Yun could not help choking when he heard that and said with a cold snort, stop pretending here. I want to see until when you can pretend. At this time, Stonefeather slowly walked out. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise too. This kid actually challenged 7-star missions all at once. Furthermore, it was all some extremely difficult missions. This was simply looking for abuse. Elder Stonefeather. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Stonefeather. Stonefeather nodded his head and said, heard that you picked 10 of the most difficult 7-star missions? Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right, Elder Stonefeather please verify and accept. As he said, Yi Yuan put 10 storage rings on the counter. Stonefeather's gaze turned intent and he said in surprise, 10 missions, you completed them all? Yi Yuan smiled and said, since Yi Yuan drew them, I naturally have confidence in completing. Elder, please. Stonefeather was slightly surprised in his heart. He picked up a storage ring, sinking his divine sense inside, and started verifying it. When Kong Yun, Kai Feng, and the rest saw this scene, They all had sneers on their faces. However, Stonefeather's expressions suddenly changed drastically and he looked at Yi Yuan in shock as he said, This candle Ren immortal true pill was refined by you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Stonefeather must be joking. Could it be that there's still someone doing it on my behalf? When the others saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely surprised. Could it be that Yi Yuan really completed one mission? Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Stonefeather picked up the second storage ring and checked it again. Following that, was the third one, fourth, all the way until the 10th. The expression on Stonefeather's face became more and more shocked, and more incredulous. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was like he had seen a ghost. When everyone saw Stonefeather's rich expressions, each and every one of them was similarly extremely shocked. What in the world did Yi Yuan do to actually make Elder Stonefeather lose composure like so? Chapter 1760 Try saying it again. 1760 Try saying it again. Elder Stonefeather. This, Kong Yun was long already not as calm as before anymore. Stonefeather, a 5-star high priest, actually lost composure like so. This was too abnormal. Stonefeather waved his hand dismissively and said, Don't talk to me, let me calm down for a while. He held those 10 storage rings repeatedly, looked at one, and put another one down, examining each one carefully continuously. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them clicked their tongues in wonder. However, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became different. No idea how long had Pa said either, Stonefeather finally recovered from his shock. He heaved a long sigh of relief, calmed his emotions down, and said to Yi Yuan, I heard that you never received 3-star and above missions at all in this half a year. How are you able to complete 7-star missions all of a sudden? Same as everyone, Stonefeather was also very perplexed. He knew that with Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao foundation and talent, he should pick up demon divine pill techniques very quickly. But he completely did not expect that it would be fast to such an inconceivable extent. When he checked these 10 missions just now, they were all level 7 difficulty demon divine pills. Furthermore, they were very high difficulty level 7 difficulty medicinal pills. Demon divine pills of this difficulty, even the elders did not have confidence in completing within 1 or 2 times. Not only did Yi Yuan complete them, but he also completed them very perfectly. Each kind of medicinal pill reached divine grade. Refining level 7 demon divine pills to divine grade, this was simply a fairy tale-like thing. Even these 5-star high priests, did not possibly have anyone able to do it too. This was the reason why he was so shocked. Yi Yuan said coolly, understanding one aspect, understanding all aspect. Refining high-difficulty medicinal pills might not need going up one level by one level when refining. As long as one lays down a solid foundation, they can naturally achieve mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject. Stonefeather's gaze turned intent and he praised, a fine understanding one aspect, understanding all aspects. It's just that how many can do it to this extent? Yi Yuan, you indeed didn't disappoint me. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks, Elder Stonefeather. Stonefeather nodded his head and said to the priest trainee, Yi Yuan's 10 missions, give him 30,000 contribution points for each one. 3 to 30,000? Elder Stonefeather, is there a mistake? Kong Yun said with a look of disbelief when he heard this. What did 30,000 points per mission mean? He, Kong Yun, did not even have that many contribution points by taking on several dozen 5-star missions. One should not look at how Kai Feng gave away several hundred contribution points to Yi Yuan in the SAT. Actually, this was already not a small sum. Accepting a 4-star mission, after completing it, one would only get several dozen to 100 contribution points. For Kai Feng to want to earn several hundred contribution points, he needed to do quite a few 4-star missions. As for 2,000 contribution points, Kai Feng had to strive for at least quite a few years. Now, Yi Yuan's one mission was worth 30,000 contribution points. This was too fake. Kong Yun's first reaction was that Elder Stonefeather did it on purpose, wanting to use Yi Yuan's achievement as a contrast. There's naturally no mistake. Yi Yuan's 10 missions, each one was completed perfectly. Awarding someone according to a 7-star mission's peak value, it's 30,000 for one, Stonefeather said coolly. Kong Yun's expression changed drastically and he said in terror, Peak value? How is this possible? Peak value, only under the circumstances of completing divine grade, would the reward be given. Could it be that Yi Yuan's 10 missions all reached divine grade? Missions that even elders could not complete, how was this possible? Stonefeather's face fell and he said in a cold voice, Kong Yun, could it be that you're questioning this elder? Kong Yun's expression changed and he hurriedly said, dare not. I just, Stonefeather gave a cold snort and said, rather than being jealous of men of talent, why not spend more time on cultivation? I hope that today's events will sound a wake-up call for you all. Finished talking, Stonefeather turned around and left. Yi Yuan looked at Kong Yun and said with a smile that was not a smile, now, try saying the words you said yesterday loudly again. When Kong Yun heard that, his entire face became incomparably embarrassed. Said. He was still pledging in all seriousness yesterday, saying that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to complete the missions. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant was that he was certain there was no way Yi Yuan could finish any of the 10 missions. But today, not only did Yi Yuan complete it, furthermore, he completed it in a terrifyingly brilliant manner, too perfectly. Seeing Kong Yun's appearance, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, a coward who has the balls to say, but doesn't have the balls to act. If you don't have strength, don't posture in front of others, you'll get slapped. If you can complete 7-star missions, come in front of me to raise a hue at that time. Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered off. Coming out of Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan was stopped by the white-haired old man again. With the first time, there was naturally the second time, the third time. Ever since that time, each time Yi Yuan came out of Tianlu Pavilion, he would be stopped by the white-haired old man who sat down and debated on the Tao with him. Because he discovered that Yi Yuan's insights were extremely unique and could often set people thinking. Some areas of doubts and omissions he had in the past also had a feeling of becoming enlightened at once. Before encountering Yi Yuan, the white-haired old man thought that he had already thoroughly understood the Tianlu Pavilion's Class S6. All the way until that time he tested Yi Yuan, he discovered that he actually still had many questions that he did not understand thoroughly. Of course, Yi Yuan was also willing to approach it with this white-haired old man. This old man's attainments in demon divine pills were absolutely extraordinary. To Yi Yuan, a novice, the white-haired old man's guidance tended to give him a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the moonlight. This kind of exchange was naturally greatly beneficial to the two. Yi Yuan's improvement being so fast was not unrelated to this white-haired old man. After a bout of intense discussions, the white-haired old man suddenly said, I heard that this half a year, you questioned the various elders during their sermons, making them unable to step down? Yi Yuan smiled and said, that will depend on how you view the matter. Actually, I feel that raising questions when you have them, all can discuss together and improve together. This is a good thing. It's just that to some elders who have already been famous for a long time, face is clearly more important than strength. The white-haired old man burst into laughter when he heard it and said, well said. Those fools think that they are number one under the heavens, but they don't know that there's heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. Their alchemy Tao is merely but some superficial knowledge. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior always felt that talent can have differences, but attitude can completely have no differences. Hiding your problems and not taking remedial measures, one can only come to a standstill. The disciple doesn't need to be inferior to the master doesn't need to be inferior to the disciple. Some of the students' insights can perhaps let the teacher have another bout of gains. It's just that they insist that I'm causing trouble, so I also can't do anything about it. The white-haired old man chortled with laughter and said, you, brat, are really different from the rest. But I heard that they have already joined hands, planning to teach you a good lesson. You have to be a little more careful. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, teach me a lesson? How so? The white-haired old man lightly stroked his beard and said with a smile, have you heard of the eternal chess game Ask Not? Yi Yuan shook his head, clearly not having the slightest clue about this. Chapter 1761 Eternal Chess Game Ask Not. Chapter 1761 Eternal Chess Game Ask Not. The white-haired old man changed to a fascinated expression and slowly said, 50 million years ago, my demon race's sacred ancestor high priest attained Tao. In order to write the demon race's name, he went to challenge the human race's medicine ancestor, who knew that these two created a new path, and actually integrated alchemy Tao into Go, playing an eternal chess game called Ask Not. When he heard that, Yi Yuan said in surprise, challenging the medicine ancestor, the demon race's sacred ancestor high priest was actually so powerful. The white-haired old man's face fell, and he said with a black face, "What do you mean? Could it be that our demon race deserves to be worse than your human race?" Yi Yuan laughed awkwardly and said, Senior, don't blame me. Junior has always heard that the medicine ancestor is only half a step away from stepping into the realm of Tao ancestor. So I instinctively thought that the medicine ancestor is this heaven-span world's strongest alchemist. In reality, even Dustless was also not clear how powerful the demon race's sacred ancestor high priest was. After all, in the eyes of these top characters, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was merely a junior too. When the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest played chess, the Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was still at no idea which faraway corner. There was also no Immortal Grove world. The white-haired old man huffed, but his expression became much more relaxed. Letting out a sigh, he said, "Actually, what you thought is also right. Even though the sacred ancestor high priest was powerful, he was still a hair inferior to the medicine ancestor in the end. This game of chess, it was still the sacred ancestor high priest who lost in the end." Yi Yuan was secretly startled. He completely did not expect that the demon race's sacred ancestor high priest was actually so powerful, to be able to contend with the medicine ancestor in alchemy Tao. In the notion that Dustless indoctrinated to Yi Yuan, the medicine ancestor was an invincible existence. It was completely impossible for there to be someone who could rival him in alchemy Tao. One had to know, he was an extraordinary person who had half a foot stepped into Tao ancestor realm. In alchemy Tao, he could be said to be standing at the apex of this world. However, the sacred ancestor high priest could actually play with the medicine ancestor and only lose by a hair. This strength, you probably could not find a second one in the entire heavenspan world. Senior, losing is losing, why was this chess game called Ask Not? Yi Yuan asked. The white-haired old man glanced at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "I said that this was a chess game, but actually, it was these two people's understanding of Tao." Back then, when he reached a dilemma, the sacred ancestor high priest sat in front of the chess game for 100,000 years. In the end, his hair and beard turned white, and he was seriously injured and vomited blood. He finally opened his mouth and asked the medicine ancestor just where did he lose. The medicine ancestor just smiled and said 4 words: "Ask not." Ask not. The name of this chess game also came from this. And then, Yi Yuan said. It was said that the sacred ancestor high priest had always taken this to heart and wholeheartedly wanted to take revenge and redress hatred. But he also knew that his gap from the medicine ancestor. Hence, after the return to the demon race, he established the priest temple and took in disciples extensively, in hopes of being able to groom an existence who could contend with the medicine ancestor. At the same time, the sacred ancestor high priest even reduced the complexity, engraving many copies of Ask Not, and distributed them to each priest temple. As long as someone could crack Ask Not, they would have the qualifications to directly enter the priest temple's headquarters, said the white-haired old man. So that's how it is. Looks like the elders want me to beat a retreat in the face of overwhelming odds against me. Yi Yuan smiled and said. The white-haired old man said with a smile that was not a smile, "Are you scared?" Yi Yuan smiled as he looked at the white-haired old man and suddenly said, "That day, when Hall Master Di Chou wanted to kill me, it should have been Senior who helped me resolve my predicament, right?" The white-haired old man was slightly stunned, then immediately pointed at Yi Yuan and said with a loud laugh, "I knew that it couldn't hide from you, this brat." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Junior thanks Senior for your life-saving grace. However, we've already known each other for more than half a year and Yi Yuan still doesn't know Senior's name." The white-haired old man said coolly, "This old man has a single character name, Xiao. You can call me Senior Xiao." Yi Yuan said knowingly, "Senior Xiao goading me is hoping for me to go and attempt it." Xiao smiled and said, "For 50 million years, Those who could crack the simplified Ask Not were only 11 people. These 11 people are presently all disciples under the sacred ancestor high priest, and also the backbone of our demon race's alchemists. It's just a shame that these 11 people studied for tens of millions of years and are also unable to crack the real Ask Not. 50 million years and only 11 people, so how does Senior know that I can crack it? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xiao shook his head and said, even the Ask Not after simplification studies the mysteries of creation, opens up the mysteries of great Tao, ordinary people can't process it at all. A single misstep and one will even lose their lives on their spot. You're endowed with unusual intelligence, your views are unique, I think maybe, you have a possibility of processing it. How about it? Have the guts to give it a try. In this half a year, Xiao sat down and debated on Tao with Yi Yuan. The more they talked, the more he took advantage of the opportunity. And as time went on, he also became more confident in Yi Yuan's talent. Hence, that was why he supported Yi Yuan to attempt it. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, how can this kind of thing need Senior to go at? If I had long known that there was such a chess game, I'd probably have long been unable to stand it and went to attempt it. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, Xiao's expression became solemn instead and he said, Brat, I know that you're exceedingly talented. But don't look down on this Ask Not. For 50 million years, the geniuses who died under this Ask Not can probably drown an imperial capital when added up. This chess game was the game of two supreme powerhouses. The perils contained inside were naturally all-pervasive. This kind of chess game, dull talents were fine instead. But once those outstandingly talented ones get caught inside, integrating into the game between the two, it would be extremely dangerous, fatal pitfalls hidden everywhere. So, the higher the talent, the more miserably one would die instead. That Ni Kuan resorting to this move was actually wanting to borrow Ask Not to kill Yi Yuan. After all, the talent that Yi Yuan exhibited, everyone all saw it. Ni Qin did not like Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he did not acknowledge Yi Yuan's alchemy talent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, where the Tao lies, even if tens of millions oppose, I'll also march forward bravely. If I don't even have this bit of courage, how can I talk about achieving the great Tao? Xiao smacked his thigh when he heard it and said with a big laugh, good. This old man indeed didn't misjudge you. When Yi Yuan found Ni Kuan, saying that he wanted to challenge Ask Not, Ni Kuan was shocked inwardly. He was currently plotting on how to force Yi Yuan to challenge Ask Not. He did not expect that Yi Yuan delivered himself to the door. This act made him somewhat stunned. You really want to challenge Ask Not? Ni Kuan said in astonishment. Yi Yuan smiled and said, isn't this precisely what you hope for? Ni Kuan was taken aback and blurted out, you know this too. Ni Kuan panicked, discovering that he divulged it. Wasn't this equivalent to admitting that this matter was him inciting it at the back? This kid was shrewd and crafty, really impossible to guard against. Actually, whether he admitted it or not, Yi Yuan did not care. This matter, Xiao already told Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he also would not know the dangers involved, and naturally would not know Ni Kuan's diligence. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Elder Ni Kuan, why don't we make an agreement? How about that? Ni Kuan's expression was somewhat ugly as he said in a solemn voice, what do you want to agree on? Yi Yuan said, if I fail, I won't speak again during the elders' sermons in the future. If I succeed by a fluke, all of the elders' sermons, everyone can speak freely as they wish. Plus what do you think? Chapter 1762I, Yi Yuan, 1 TB a chess piece. 1762I, Yi Yuan, 1 TB a chess piece. Where are you all going? You actually don't know such a major incident. That Yi Yuan who's known as the temple's #1 genius is actually going to challenge Ask Not. What? Isn't this looking for abuse? Back then, Kwong Fei who was known as an unrivaled genius nearly died on the spot because he challenged Ask Not. In the end, he recuperated for a full 100 years before barely managing to recover. Ask Not is a vial of poison. Everyone knows that it's dangerous, but there's always someone who tries it. The more talented, the more it is so. Such a major thing, I have to go see. One person told 10, 10 told 100. The news of Yi Yuan challenging the divine game not spreaded throughout the entire priest temple very quickly. In the plaza, the elders were all present. Ni Kuan looked at Yi Yuan, a look of gloating over his misfortune. He naturally knew that these so-called geniuses were all proud. He was the same back then. Recollecting back then, he was also extraordinarily gifted, thinking that he was the number one under the heavens. That was why he would go challenge Ask Not. The outcome naturally need not be said. How similar was Yi Yuan's current appearance to his back then? Di Chou looked at Yi Yuan and said in a HOA voice, Yi Yuan, you have to think clearly. Upon entering the chess game, life and death are unknown. The geniuses who died inside are too many to count. Yi Yuan said coolly, Lord Hall Master, please cast the spell. Di Chou saw the decisive look on Yi Yuan's face and no longer urged him. A profound spell soared to the sky. A chessboard gradually became bigger, flying out of Di Chou's palm, and landing in the center of the plaza. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but he only saw that stone chessboard was very ordinary. It was no different from an ordinary chessboard. On the chessboard, black and white chess pieces were crisscrossed, murderous intent faintly looming, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Yi Yuan only took one look and was no longer able to leave. Yi Yuan was also a master in this aspect. Alchemy was dull and dry. When Yi Yuan was free and had nothing to do, he would play chess to temper his heart realm. As the saying went, a myriad of great Taos, all led to the same goal. A tiny little chessboard actually contained the maxim of great Tao. Tian Yuan, 1, as chaos, crisscrossing in vertical and horizontal directions, deriving a myriad great Tao. Actually, this was a universe. Yi Yuan knew that this chess compet. 1 Taion was actually the compet. 1 Taion between the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, the two people's Tao. Yi Yuan rapidly deduced in his mind and discovered to his amazement that the black pieces were already driven into an impasse. No matter where the next piece landed, it was a certain death scenario. No wonder the sacred ancestor high priest sat in front of the chess game for 100,000 years back then. No way to advance, unable to retreat, the medicine ancestor already forced the sacred ancestor high priest to the edge of the cliff. This kind of chess game, there were actually 11 people who said it. Yi Yuan was extremely shocked in his heart. Even though it was the simplified Ask Not, Yi Yuan could tell that this chess game was simply a certain death scenario. Those 11 people were actually able to assess the test. How astonished. Plussing was their talent. Heh, scared. If you back out now, you can still make it. Ni Kuan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan, concede defeat. Don't overestimate your own ability, Elder Li said with a smug look. The other elders were also cynical. Regarding Yi Yuan's actions that were ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, they were all disdainful toward him. Yi Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, You guys can't, doesn't mean others can't. Since there are people who said the test, then there's naturally a ray of hope. Can't us, it can only be blamed you guys for being too stupid, unable to find a ray of hope. This bunch of old fellows wished that he would die in the chess game. Saying so was merely in order to trigger him. Why would he show these elders a good attitude? Insolence. Yi Yuan, who do you think you're talking to? Ni Kuan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at Ni Kuan and said with a smile, You schemed day and night to make me come and challenge Ask Not. Isn't it wanting me to fall inside? If I die, I'd also be someone who's about to die right now. What's the big deal about saying a thing or two about you? If I really make it through, scolding you a few words is even less of a matter. Don't you agree, Elder Ni? Ni Kuan was taken aback when he heard that. But he immediately smiled coldly and said, Perhaps you'll be half dead? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Then isn't that exactly to Elder Ni's taste? Ni Kuan burst out laughing when he heard it and said, I didn't expect that you're still pretty humorous. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, leaped up, and landed on the chessboard. Buzz. Instantly, the situation suddenly changed. The entire chessboard was seemingly being activated. Waves of dense aura rose out of thin air. Each chess piece seemed to have come to life. In front of Yi Yuan seemingly became hordes of troops and horses. The two armies galloped and fought at close quarters, incomparably brutal. Even if Yi Yuan utilized the sun-moon heavenly pupil, it was of no use at all too. With his strength, he could not see through at all. Suddenly, two surges of aura that was formidable until it made people suffocate suddenly descended. Yi Yuan's complexion turned pale and he vomited a large mouthful of blood with a cough. In front of Yi Yuan, an enormous figure rose from the ground up. A pair of enormous eyes cast toward Yi Yuan. This giant image was clearly in front of Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually could not see it clearly. This is the sacred ancestor high priest. So strong, Yi Yuan said while being in shock in his heart. Yi Yuan knew that this was merely a wisp of willpower transformed by the sacred ancestor high priest. But this trace of will was too powerful already. It actually made him have a feeling of being unable to match it. Lad, exterminate the medicine ancestor's will with my will. I will bestow upon you a transcendent lucky chance. The enormous image slowly opened his mouth, his tone matchlessly domineering. Done talking, a pair of enormous hands landed from the sky. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He felt that his own will was instantly crushed by a giant mountain, and was about to be crushed into a meat pie. Unparalleled willpower. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You want me to submit and let me become a chess piece in your hand. This is simply a certain win game. It's merely in order to let the challenger accept your will, that's all." The giant image said without the slightest emotion, "So what? Can't even withstand this seat's will, so how can you become an existence that transcends the medicine ancestor?" Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly and he gritted his teeth and said, "I, Yi Yuan, won't be a chess piece." Yi Yuan's challenge was to clear the hurdle with his own strength, and not rely on other people. He had never needed to take on other people's will before. The giant image snorted coldly and said, "Powerhouses all start from chess pieces. In this place, it's not up to you. This seat is the chess game's sovereign." This simplified ask not was set up by the sacred ancestor high priest in the first place. This chess game was controlled by him and not the medicine ancestor. Only the true ask not was a chess game controlled by the medicine ancestor. In this place, if the sacred ancestor high priest wanted you to live, you live. If he wanted you to die, you would die. Yi Yuan sneered and said, "My, Yi Yuan's fate, has always been grasped in my own hand. A chess piece, I won't deign to become it. Even if you're the sacred ancestor high priest, it won't do too." The giant image gave a cold snort and said, "What an arrogant and unruly punk. Not accepting my will, the outcome is only death." The sacred ancestor high priest's voice was incomparably cold as if killing Yi Yuan was merely a matter of waving a hand. Yi Yuan's gaze was cold as he said in a chilly voice, "In that case, go ahead and try." 1. A position in Go. Chapter 1763 Replacing. Chapter 1763 Replacing. At this time, the outside world saw another scene. The moment the chess game started, everything would be hidden. The chessboard radiated a brilliant light, projecting above the sky, forming an enormous chessboard. Similarly, two giant illusions were currently facing each other in the sky, the momentum asterisk. HI plus ing. The chess game already started for a long time, but both parties still did not move. Stonefeather frowned and said, "What's going on? It hasn't started until now." Ni Kuan said with a gloating face, "This brat wouldn't be unable to withstand Lord Sacred Ancestor's will, right? Looks like this brat has an excess of talent but is lacking willpower." What this simplified ask not tested was the alchemy Tao will of the priests. The more firm one's Tao-seeking heart was, the more steps one could take. Now, Yi Yuan could not even take a single step. It clearly showed that his willpower was weak and he was completely unable to withstand the sacred ancestor high priest's peerless will. Below, in the crowd, Xiu's brows were also knitted together. What's going on with this kid? Could it be that he's really unable to even withstand Lord Sacred Ancestor's initialmost will? Could it be that I misjudged him? Clearly, he was also extremely perplexed by this scene. But Kong Yun laughed loudly and said, "This kid wouldn't have been directly crushed by Lord Sacred Ancestor's will, right? Genius. What a joke. The Kaifeng by the side also smiled coldly and said, if he was directly crushed, then it will really become the biggest joke in the history of the demon race. Such a genius actually couldn't even withstand the initialmost will. It's also considered unprecedented and unrepeatable, right? Outside, many people were all gloating over others' misfortune. But inside Ask Not, Yi Yuan had a resolute look, welcoming that powerful virtual image. Not being a chess piece, one must have the strength that crushes all life. You are no good. Since you cling obstinately to your own course, then suffer this seat's wrath. The moment the giant image's voice faded, it was as if the whole world collapsed. A powerful willpower directly crushed over toward Yi Yuan. This burst of willpower descending was like the sky collapsed, heaven and earth changing colors. At this time, the soul-suppressing pearl emitted a gentle energy, wrapping Yi Yuan's divine soul up. Although this willpower was strong, it was not the real Ask Not after all. With Dustless's current ability, he could completely isolate this willpower. But who knew that Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, Senior, you don't have to be like this. In terms of willpower strength, I, Yi Yuan, absolutely don't lose to anybody, even if it is the sacred ancestor high priest. The moment these words came out, the soul-suppressing pearl's power pulled back like tidewater. That willpower, which could topple mountains and overturn the seas, directly scoured over toward Yi Yuan's divine soul. Buzz. Yi Yuan only felt his mind go into a daze, his entire person akin to being thunderstruck, spewing out a mouthful of blood once more. Kneel. A thunderous voice ordered Yi Yuan's divine soul. However, Yi Yuan was like a stubborn rock in a waterfall that stood firmly. No matter how powerful this will was, he simply remained immovable. I, Yi Yuan, don't even kneel to heaven. So why would I kneel to you? If I'm not even a match for a wisp of your remnant thought, how can I save my lover? Yi Yuan gritted his teeth. A surge of stubborn willpower surged to the sky. Gradually, the imposing momentum on Yi Yuan's body actually became stronger and stronger, and actually faintly showed signs of withstanding the sacred ancestor's will. This was a compet. One Taion of willpower, Yi Yuan entered the heavenspan world in order to save Mu Lingxue. For this, he must walk up to the summit of the heavenspan mountain, and also must have absolute strength. Living two lives, experiencing BUMPY roads, Yi Yuan would not really entrust his hopes onto the Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan understood the logic. The one who could truly save Mu Lingxue was only him, therefore, he could not lose to anyone. All beneath Tao ancestors were ants. Someone as powerful as the sacred ancestor high priest was also merely a chess piece. Furthermore, Yi Yuan possessed the lesser heavenspan mountain and created a peerless cultivation method. His horizons were absolutely not what the average martial artist could compare to. He faintly had a feeling that even Tao ancestors might also be chess pieces in this world's overall situation. He, Yi Yuan, was unwilling to be a PAWN. He wanted to dictate his own destiny. This clash of will, the hardest was the initialmost one. Once pulled through, it was far from as intense as at first. A soft cry of surprise came from the void. It clearly felt very surprised at Yi Yuan not being crushed into pieces. Looks like this seat underestimated you. Since that's the case, suffer this seat's wrath. The giant image gave a cold snort. Pointing his enormous finger, a majestic power of great Tao carried powerful will and rumbled toward Yi Yuan once more. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, a hint of cold smile flash. Plussing across the corners of his mouth as he said, "This is your Tao. Indeed powerful. It's just that to me, it's merely thus." Yi Yuan put his two hands together, a Ma's Civ Tai Chi diagram suddenly unfolded. Tai Chi Great Tao diagram, how is this possible? Shock appeared for the first time in the giant image's words. He was seriously unable to understand how a junior who was just Divine Lord Realm could cultivate the Tai Chi Great Tao diagram, this sort of thing. Bang! The sacred ancestors' Great Tao and Yi Yuan's Tai Chi Great Tao diagram emitted violent collisions in this stretch of void. The earth quaked and mountains swayed. At the same time, the outside world's chessboard similarly gave off intense quaking. It was as if the chessboard was about to collapse. Xiu's expression changed drastically and he revealed a thick look of disappointment as he said, "This. He really can't even lay down a single chess piece? Ha ha ha, this kid actually boasted shamelessly about wanting to challenge Ask Not. In the end, he actually didn't even set down a single piece. What a hoot." Ni Kuan said and laughed loudly. The other elders also secretly shook their heads. Clearly, they felt that this was a farce. Kong Yun also had a mocking look as he laughed loudly and said, "What's called overestimating your own ability? This is called overestimating your own ability. Didn't put down a single piece and was wiped out by Lord Sacred Ancestor's will. This time, it's really unprecedented and unrepeatable." Kai Feng laughed hard and said, "Our tyrant origin Imperial City has to keep this secret well. Otherwise, it will be really disgraceful." Bang! Right at this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest's phantom suddenly shattered, turning into motes of starlight, dissipating between heaven and earth. Xiu's expression changed and he said in surprise, "This. What's going on? Logically speaking, this game should have already ended. Why is the Medicine Ancestor's phantom still there, but Lord Sacred Ancestor's phantom actually crumbled?" His skill was profound, what he saw was naturally far from what others could compare to. This scene seemed to be different from his understanding. It seemed to be somewhat unusual. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk, gaze looked towards the void in amazement. The place where Sacred Ancestor High Priest shattered originally, a figure was actually gradually condensing. This. How is this possible? Xiu looked towards the sky in incredible shock. That figure gradually condensed. Judging from the outline, it was actually exactly similar to Yi Yuan's. That enormous chessboard's two sides were now replaced with the Medicine Ancestor and Yi Yuan, same as Xiu's expression. Everyone below all had astonished looks, being taken by surprise by this sudden chain. Chapter 1764 A Lousy Chess Move. Chapter 1764 A Lousy Chess Move. Looking at that gradually solidifying phantom, everyone was shocked to the core. Different from the Medicine Ancestor's vagueness and illusoriness, Yi Yuan's figure appeared extremely solid. One look and you could tell that he was Yi Yuan. This. What's going on here? Why did the one playing with the Medicine Ancestor become Yi Yuan? Are you kidding me? Yi Yuan is actually going to replace Lord Sacred Ancestor and play with the Medicine Ancestor? Never heard of anyone who could replace Lord Sacred Ancestor. What in the world happened inside the chess game? Why would such a thing happen? At this time, the priest temple was in shock. The Sacred Ancestor High Priest and Medicine Ancestor had already played for 50 million years. In the long river of history, the geniuses who had challenged Ask Not before were God knows how many. There were even 11 people who really succeeded in challenging. But it had never been heard of that someone could replace Lord Sacred Ancestor and play against the Medicine Ancestor. This kind of thing, saying it out, no one would believe it. Today, it actually really happened before their eyes. How could this not surprise them? However, this was not over yet. Opposite, the Medicine Ancestor's aura started to skyrocket. An aura of great Tao spread out between heaven and earth. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help changing suddenly. Xiu had a look of shock as he muttered, "This. Without Lord Sacred Ancestor's absolute suppression, the Medicine Ancestor's Tao accumulations are fully release. This is a showdown between Yi Yuan and the Medicine Ancestor. How in the world did this kid do it?" Xiu knew that this was just the Ask Not after simplification. The Medicine Ancestor's Tao accumulations were less than 1% of the true Ask Not. But even so, it was also not what the average person could imagine. Otherwise, there also would not be only a scanty 11 people who could pass the test in 50 million years. However, the tests in the past were all the Sacred Ancestor High Priest forcefully suppressing the Medicine Ancestor's Tao accumulations with his absolute power. Just as Yi Yuan said, this Ask Not was a certain win situation in the first place. The only problem was whether or not the challenger could bear his willpower oppression. However, once the Medicine Ancestor's Tao accumulations lost the suppression, that was the real Medicine Ancestor, even though it was just an extremely tiny portion of the Medicine Ancestor's Tao accumulations. Everyone was uncertain what it meant. But without a doubt, for Yi Yuan to be able to replace him, it was not what the average person could do. Could it be that Yi Yuan wiped away Lord Sacred Ancestor's will? Ni Kuan was startled by this thought of his that jumped out and immediately denied his idea. This was something impossible. Back then, he had experienced firsthand the might of Lord Sacred Ancestor's will. That kind of might simply made people unable to give rise to the slightest thought of resistance. If say his own will was an ant, then Lord Sacred Ancestor's will was a tall mountain. Between the two, resistance, this relations, Hi plus P, did not exist at all. There was only submission. Yi Yuan's current strength was even lesser than his back then. How could he possibly wipe away Lord Sacred Ancestor's will? But in Ni Kuan's heart, there was a different voice continuously creeping. Within the chess game, a 100,000-foot giant towered opposite Yi Yuan. The aura was more than 100 times stronger than before. Interesting. I didn't expect that in this world, there's actually someone capable of releasing a trace of this seat's residual Dao account emulation under Wing's hand. You are probably the first in these 50 million years, right? Above the sky, a pair of eyes like two bright beacons in the dark night cast toward Yi Yuan. Those eyes overlooked the world, even if it was just a trace of residual Dao account emulation. It did not even count as a remnant thought. This kind of eyes that was like looking at an ant made Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. Yi Yuan said coolly, I've long heard that the medicine ancestor's alchemy Dao is unparalleled under the heavens. Today, this Yi wishes to ask for advice. That phantom revealed a hint of surprise and said with a faint smile, ask for advice? Who, Junior, you're not qualified enough. His words were full of contempt. Medicine ancestor, he was the proud medicine ancestor. Even though this was like a residual Dao account emulation from 50 million years ago, his pride was still irreplaceable. He was the man who stood at the apex of this world's alchemy Dao. Actually, the ones he looked down upon were more than just Yi Yuan. Even the sacred ancestor high priest from 50 million years ago, he probably thought nothing of him as well, right? Ask not two words already expressed this contempt without any doubt. Most likely, this was also the true reason why the sacred ancestor high priest reflected on the bitter lesson and resolved to surpass the medicine ancestor, right? This humiliation, to the sacred ancestor high priest, this kind of proud demon race powerhouse, it was probably not so easy to wash away. However, the current Yi Yuan could also truly feel the might of this medicine ancestor before his eyes. Without the sacred ancestor high priest's suppression, this medicine ancestor in front of him was even stronger than that sacred ancestor high priest from before. Towards this pride, Yi Yuan was naturally very disdainful and said coolly, haven't competed yet, so how do you know that I'm not qualified enough? Finished talking, he did not wait for the medicine ancestor to answer either and pointed out. A black chess piece condensed out of the void. Smack. A crisp sound echoed throughout the world. A surge of great Dao aura crept out. When the piece landed, the entire chessboard flashed with a piercing light. Two powerful auras rose to the sky. It was as if all of the chess pieces came to life. On the whole board, hordes of troops and horses galloped, winds howling heavily. Two great Dao auras fought each other in close quarters, rending each other, neither was willing to give in half a step. Within an extremely tiny space, the melody of great Dao manifested in its entirety. The medicine ancestor's gaze turned sharp and he cried out in shock, Tian Yuan, 1. Junior, you have such courage. This is digging your own grave. Smack. Above the void, light flashed. Yi Yuan's phantom landed a piece, going straight for Tian Yuan. Below, everyone exclaimed in shock, Tian Yuan. When Ni Kuan saw this scene, he smiled coldly and said, this kid is a total layman. Playing Tian Yuan in such a final phase of the game, what difference is there from courting death? Di Chiu also shook his head and said, took the field shockingly, I was still wondering how greatly different this kid was. I didn't expect that he was actually so bad. With this defeat, it's likely hard to survive. Yi Yuan's chess move was seen as a wasted move by everyone. This ask-not game was actually set up anew by the sacred ancestor high priest himself after going back many steps. Each step had its set routine. Putting it bluntly, it was retracting a false move in chess. As long as one could withstand the sacred ancestor's will, they could become a chess piece in the sacred ancestor's hands, walking on step by step until they won. Except, few could withstand the willpower of that many steps. But now, Yi Yuan's move completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Of course, there were many people present who knew chess. This step landing in everyone's eyes was a wasted move. One had to know how Astonis HI plusing the sacred ancestor high priest's chess prowess and Dao accumulation was. The steps that he derived were definitely the most perfect steps. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to blaze another trail. Furthermore, he even played a lousy move. How could they not be surprised? Black and white, Tian Yuan was a hotly contested spot. This game was also a fierce struggle launched revolving around Tian Yuan. But no one dared to take Tian Yuan first. Even the medicine ancestor did not dare to. Because that way, there would be no path to retreat. But Yi Yuan did it without the slightest hesitation. 1. Tian Yuan is a chess move in Go. Chapter 1765 Breaking out of the cock and becoming a but turfly. 1765 Breaking out of the cock and becoming a but turfly. Digging my own grave, is it? If you have the capability, bury me. Yi Yuan stared into the sky, the corners of his mouth revealing faint mockery. The other party was merely a trace of residual Dao accumulation. Really don't know where his confidence came from. Humph. Ignorant junior, since you're wholeheartedly seeking death, then this ancestor will send you on your way. The medicine ancestor's voice carried thick sullen anger. Smack. A white piece landed. The situation suddenly changed on the entire chessboard again, only to see the white piece turn into thousands of martial artists Rus. HI plussing over, their momentum imposing. On Yi Yuan's side, the black pieces also transformed into countless black-clothed martial artists. Both sides launched a dreadful slaughter. Except, the medicine ancestor was indeed worthy of being the medicine ancestor. His white pieces already took the advantage. This piece landed. It immediately launched an encirclement against Yi Yuan's Tian Yuan and already showed trends of turning his advantage into victory. Smack. Yi Yuan landed another piece without the slightest hesitation, seemingly without going through any thought at all. But this piece did not unfold around Tian Yuan but instead landed 10,000 miles away. It was completely unrelated to that Tian Yuan move earlier. Ignorant. Now, you know how foolish that move just now was, right? However, you already don't have regret medicine that you can eat. Placing a piece, this round has started. The medicine ancestor's words were full of ridicule and disdain. While talking, another piece landed. The white-clothed martial artist's imposing momentum grew even stronger and soared significantly once more, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was all the white-clothed martial artists' figures, their momentum extremely shocking. Smack. Yi Yuan landed another piece and said with a faint smile, "In my dictionary, there's no word regret. Wait until you defeat me before bragging." Above the sky, the two people played off. The white pieces' odds of winning grew higher and higher. The black pieces were at a disadvantage to begin with. Now, it was even encroached upon by the white pieces little by little. When the priests of the temple saw this scene, each and every one revealed disdainful looks. This Yi Yuan is too weak. His Dao isn't worth mentioning at all in front of the medicine ancestor. Yeah, this is called overestimating your own ability, right? What kind of existence is the medicine ancestor? Even Lord Sacred Ancestor wasn't his match. What right does he have? Medicine ancestor, even in the demon race, he was also a figure at the absolute summit of this world. Unless one reached the Sacred Ancestor High Priest's realm, otherwise, anyone challenging him, that was an act of overestimating their own ability. This game had nothing to do with strength, only alchemy. But in this world, whose attainments in alchemy could be mentioned in the same breath with the medicine ancestor? Hence, Yi Yuan was out and out overrating his own ability. Ni Kuan looked at the gradually losing black pieces and said with a cold smile, "This game is the showdown of Dao. The most pieces lost, the greater the medicine ancestor's Dao accumulation's impact on him. According to this current trend, it's likely one-sided. This brat is dead for sure. Wouldn't die if he didn't seek death. The chess path that Lord Sacred Ancestor deduced, who can Serpa assess it in this world? Yet, he took unnecessary actions, insisting on playing against the medicine ancestor himself. This is really courting death. You look at his chess moves, not only was it not thought through, it doesn't have any methodology at all. It's simply messing around. Elder Li said with a scornful look. Ni Kun smiled and said, geniuses are all proud. But he also doesn't weigh who his opponent is. On the chessboard, Yi Yuan placed his pieces extremely quickly, without thinking at all. Black versus white, each step was doubly cautious. Back then, this game that the Sacred Ancestor High Priest and Medicine Ancestor 2 people played lasted as long as 100 years. And the final piece, the Sacred Ancestor High Priest even sat dully for 100,000 years. This was longer than the lifespan of mortals. Xiu looked at that game of chess and could not resist shaking his head slightly as he sighed and said, "This boy is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, unwilling to submit to anyone. Too tough and it's easily broken." Xiu was shrewd with age. Although Yi Yuan was immersed in the chess game, he already saw through many things. Yi Yuan was unwilling to be a PAWN, that was why he seized control of the black pieces. Now, facing the medicine ancestor, this kind of pillously powerful expert, how was there the logic of not being defeated? Smack. Right at this time, Yi Yuan landed another piece. Xiu's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. "MN. This. What's going on here?" That Tian Yuan move came to life. Xiu looked at the chessboard, eyes full of disbelief. He suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan's initial most lousy move actually connected all of the dead positions together goodness knows when. The originally self-alienating move actually became a brilliant move of chess unknowingly. After several dozen rounds, the medicine ancestor already slaughtered Yi Yuan until he threw away his helmet and coat of mail, in a state of confusion. On the chessboard, the black pieces were deathly still everywhere. But after Yi Yuan placed this piece just now, all came to life. One pool of stagnant water after another finally converged at the Tian Yuan area, connecting to form a vast ocean. The situation suddenly changed. The medicine ancestor stop. The medicine ancestor's fingers condensed a piece but did not land it for a long time. "MN. What's going on? Why did the medicine ancestor stop? Another few pieces and Yi Yuan will utterly lose, right? The white pieces already took the absolute initiative, there's nothing to consider already, right?" Many priests and trainees whose chess prowesses were lacking did not see through the marvelous aspect of that Tian Yuan move at all. However, Di Chiu and the group of elders, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. Looking at that black piece in the center of the chessboard, their eyes were full of shock. At this time, the black piece at Tian Yuan was akin to a blazing sun in the dark night, incomparably dazzling. No one could have expected that that seemingly useless chess move actually revived all of the declining trends at this time. Ni Kuan's face was ashen as he said in shock, How did he do it? Everyone had this question in their hearts. How in the world did Yi Yuan do it? How did you do it? On the chessboard, the medicine ancestor asked everyone's question. From the medicine ancestor's tone, one could also hear that his current shock was not the least bit less than those people outside. He sized himself up that Dao magical arts were extremely formidable. Each step was the development of Dao. With his accomplishments in Dao, he actually fell into Yi Yuan's trap and did not have self-awareness. This kind of means, how could he not be shocked? This was a game of chess, but also a showdown of Dao. The chess players understood heaven and earth clearly, developing great Dao. Each step contained heaven's secrets. He was the medicine ancestor, being able to do this was not surprising. But Yi Yuan, a mere divine Lord Realm Jr., was still 108,000 miles away from great Dao. What right did he have to be able to do it to this step? No, wait, Yi Yuan's Dao was even more profound than him and went even deeper. Thinking now, before Yi Yuan placed his piece, he had probably seen through the entire chess game already. Hence, that was why he would land the piece on Tian Yuan without the slightest hesitation. And it was precisely this Qian Yuan move that reduced the situation he masterminded with painstaking effort to naught. This move was too amazing. The crucial piece from a wasted chess move to reviving the whole board, this Qian Yuan move simply completed the transformation of breaking out of the cock OON and becoming a BUT turfly. He could only be convinced. Because Yi Yuan saw what he could not see. Yi Yuan looked at the medicine ancestor and said coolly, "This is a showdown of Tao. Being able to do it is naturally because I'm standing higher than you, and I can see further than you. Honestly speaking, you somewhat disappoint me." Chapter 1766 12th person. 1766 12th person. These words were domineering. If let the people outside hear it, that was absolutely a sentence like a bolt out of the blue. Except, the current Yi Yuan was indeed very disappointed. Ever since learning from Dustless that the Heavenspan world's strongest alchemist was the medicine ancestor, Yi Yuan wanted to compete with him one day very much. But this battle today was not fun. That Qian Yuan move landing already determined the outcome. This was simply a game of unequal strength. Of course, this was not because the medicine ancestor's strength was not strong, but because this simplified ask not was too weak. The true ask not, the current Yi Yuan could not contend with it at all. Most likely the moment he entered the game, he would be obliterated. Although this medicine ancestor in front of him was powerful, in front of Yi Yuan's Tao, it was still not enough to look at. After all, he had already comprehended the Tai Chi Great Tao diagram. His comprehension of Tao was far from what the average alchemist could compare to. Came with ardent hope, but discovered that his opponent was too weak. Yi Yuan was naturally disappointed. "Junior, you're too arrogant. I'm just a trace of Tao accumulation that the true self left behind in Ask Not. The might of the true body is not what you can imagine at all," the medicine ancestor said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I naturally know this. I'm still not arrogant to the point where I believe I can defeat the medicine ancestor. It's just that in the future, I'll have to play a match with him." The medicine ancestor snorted coldly and said, "Truly an arrogant and ignorant junior. The true body's realm, ants can't imagine it at all. Even Wing is also not worth mentioning in front of him. In this world, it's impossible to surpass the true self." This medicine ancestor in front of him was just a wisp of residual thought left by the true self. It did not even count as an avatar. But his confidence in his real self was stronger than anyone else. In his consciousness, the medicine ancestor was the strongest in this world. It was forever impossible for someone to replace him. And this was likely the true self's own thought as well. Yi Yuan sneered when he heard it and said, "Talents appear from generation to generation. Your way of thinking is really laughable. Medicine ancestor is just other people's honorific title, and not a real Tao ancestor." The medicine ancestor was full of sullen anger when he heard it and said, "Junior, you dare to blaspheme the true body. It's unforgivable." Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard it and said, "I was just stating a fact. Place your peace." The medicine ancestor gave a cold snort and said, "Bratty child, this ancestor doesn't believe that I can't take care of you." Smack. After ruminating, the medicine ancestor placed his piece again. Once this chess game started, the winner must be determined. This was the rule set by the sacred ancestor high priest. Yi Yuan only relied on his will to take control of the authority of placing the pieces and was not able to dictate the direction of this chess game. After all, this ask not was made by the sacred ancestor high priest. Smack. Yi Yuan similarly landed a piece without thinking. Just like this, the two people started an intense confrontation once more. It was just that now, the situation was already completely reversed. Yi Yuan's offense was akin to toppling mountains and overturning the seas. The medicine ancestor was unable to resist at all. Directly ate a huge swathe. My God. Is this going to exterminate and spare none? This Yi Yuan is also too ruthless, right? Too frightening. I heard before that those who cleared this ask not were merely able to win the medicine ancestor by half a move. But this Yi Yuan, at the outside world, there was a series of exclamations. Yi Yuan's offensive became fiercer and fiercer, killing until the white pieces threw away their helmets and coats of mail, losing large areas of land. Those elders, priests, trainees, were all stunned. When they mocked Yi Yuan's lousy chess move, they never would have thought that this game of chess would actually develop to such a point. It was dead silent on the plaza. Only those one chess piece after another flashed like one SHI plus Ning star after another. Bang! Suddenly, Medicine Ancestor's figure directly shattered, like when the Sacred Ancestor High Priest shattered previously, dissipating between heaven and earth. Only did everyone abruptly startle awake. Yi Yuan won. No deadlock, no ending in a tie. What there was just a one-sided big victory. When that Tian Yuan was connected, everything was already destined. Whoosh! H. Plus all of the light dissipated with a loud bang. On the chessboard, Yi Yuan's figure was revealed. Everyone looked towards that slightly skinny figure, eyes full of disbelief. There! The 12th person. In the crowd, someone suddenly murmured. 12th person? What 12th person? The 12th person. Everyone did not react at first to what this 12th person meant. But very soon, they came to realize the truth. Yi Yuan already became the 12th person to par SS ask not in 50 million years. Xiu looked at that figure and said in wonder, 8 million years. Finally, another genius who can par SS ask not appeared. Furthermore, his talent is even greater. The first 11 people were merely chess pieces in the Sacred Ancestor's hands. They could only bear the Sacred Ancestor's will and could not resist at all. But Yi Yuan's Dao heart was firm. Not only did he shatter the Sacred Ancestor High Priest's will, he even slaughtered the powerful Medicine Ancestor until he threw away his helmet and coat of mail, with the army in utter disarray. Such strength, such talent, was simply unprecedented throughout the ages. Ha ha ha. Good. What a fine Yi Yuan. This Hall Master indeed didn't misjudge him. Didn't expect that my tyrant origin Imperial City actually produced such a genius. Suddenly, Di Chou let out a burst of wild laughter. After 8 million years, the Demon Divine region produced a genius who cracked ask not again. He, as the tyrant origin Imperial City's Priest Temple's Hall Master, naturally rendered great merits. Furthermore, this was also a great honor. One had to know, 8 million years' time, how many geniuses rose and fell, sunk and floated. But Yi Yuan's light was too dazzling. Ni Kuan and Elder Li and the others' faces were ugly to the extreme currently. Them letting Yi Yuan go challenge ask not was actually in order to harm him. Who knew that Yi Yuan par S said ask not so perfectly? With this, Yi Yuan soared to the sky in one bound, his status equivalent to the Sacred Ancestor High Priest's disciples. This ident. One tie, one sentence could determine their life and death. The two exchanged a glance and discovered that they had a feeling of digging a pit for themselves to jump, feeling incomparably bitter. At this time, in the distant human territories, the Medicine Ancestor who was currently in closed seclusion suddenly startled awake. What's going on? Why? Do I sense a threat? The Medicine Ancestor said with a frown. Toward this feeling that came suddenly, the Medicine Ancestor was extremely surprised. Reaching his level of realm, apart from Dao ancestors, no body could threaten him at all. But now, he actually had this kind of feeling. That wisp of residual consciousness was not connected to his body at all. He did not know the events that occurred in Ask Not. However, that was a wisp of his residual consciousness after all. Residual consciousness being annihilated, he was naturally hit by a sudden impulse. It was just that he could never have dreamed that this threat would originate from a Divine Lord Realm martial artist. At virtually the same time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest also suddenly snapped open his two eyes, his eyes revealing rays of brilliance. He opened his mouth and said with a faint smile, 50 million years, I waited for it. I didn't think that someone could actually wipe away my will and defeat the Medicine Ancestor. Chapter 1767 Powerful Opponent. Chapter 1767 Powerful Opponent. Congratulations, Master. After 8 million years, someone finally cleared Ask Not again. Wonder what kind of talent this little junior brother of ours has. In front of Sacred Ancestor High Priest, a middle-aged in blue appeared very respectful. But his face had a look of joy. Clearing Ask Not, this was a great joyous matter in the demon divine region. Because anyone knew that clearing Ask Not, the sacred ancestor high priest would take them in as a disciple. This was absolutely a great event in the demon race's alchemy world. The sacred ancestor high priest slowly opened his mouth and said, "You haven't publicized this matter, right?" The middle-aged man in blue froze. Master's attitude seemed to be somewhat off. "No. When Gmo got this new, I came to report to Master straight away and haven't had time to tell the others yet." Wing said coolly, "This matter, don't publicize it anymore. Just take it as if nothing happened." Gmo could not help being taken aback when he heard it and said in surprise, "Master, why is this?" Wing smiled and said, "He's different from you all." Gmo froze when he heard that and said with uncertainty, "Different?" He could not figure out, didn't they all clear Ask Not? What was different? Master selected disciples with Ask Not as the standard, attempting to be able to groom an existence that Serpa said the medicine ancestor one day. This matter, the entire demon divine region knew about it. Now, there was another such genius, but Master did not seem to plan on taking him in as a disciple. This made him very puzzled. Wing slowly got up, walked to a chessboard in the corner, and said coolly, "Gmo, you all think that I cut out and simplified this Ask Not chess game in order to find a talented person. Then have you all thought before whether I found him or not?" Gmo was caught off guard by this sudden question. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically and he said, "Master's meaning is that, actually us 11 fellow apprentices aren't considered to have pares said your test at all?" Wing slowly turned around and looked at Gmo as he smiled and said, "The 11 of you are indeed my demon race's alchemy Dao geniuses that are hard to come by in a million years. It's just a pity that with your talents, it's very hard to Serpa SS Master." Gmo was incredibly shocked in his heart. His understanding in these few million years was suddenly subverted. The 11 of them fellow apprentices had always viewed Master as their goal. But, over 50 million years Pares said, even eldest senior brother was also unable to reach Master's height. Just as Master said, for them fellow apprentices to want to Serpa SS Master, it was virtually impossible. This was not something willing or not, but can or cannot, could not even Serpa SS Master, let alone talk about Serpa sing the medicine ancestor who towered above all life. "Master, your meaning is that, he can Serpa SSU?" Gmo said with his eyes full of shock. Wing smiled and said, "Can Serpa SS or not, I don't know. After all, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? But, at least up to this point, he's stronger than you all." This time, Gmo was not shocked. His gaze was full of unwillingness to submit. One had to know, the 11 of them fellow apprentices, each of them was someone who had the ability to rule the world. After all, in 50 million years, only 11 of them emerged. But hearing Master's tone, they were completely not worth mentioning in front of this kid. The pride of a genius made him very unconvinced in his heart. "Master, just where is he strong?" Gmo asked. Wing gave him a glance and said smilingly, "I know that you're unconvinced in your heart, but he did what all of you couldn't accomplish. Plus Gmo's face changed and he said, "Could it be that he shouldered all of your will?" Wing laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and shook his head as he said, "All of my will? That isn't my true test for you all. Among the 11 people, your talent is the highest, shouldering 90% of this seat's will, completing Ask Not. But even all of it isn't what I desire to. My true intention is shattering my will and replacing it. Shattering Master's will? In this world, apart from the medicine ancestor, how can someone possibly do it?" Gmo's expression suddenly changed. The words that Master said made him very perplexed. His master was the demon race's strongest alchemist, not one of. Being able to shatter his alchemy Dao will, what kind of heaven-defying thing was that? Apart from the medicine ancestor in his youth, who could still accomplish it in this world? Who knew that? Wing just said coolly, "If he can't even crush my will, what qualifications does he have to go and challenge the medicine ancestor?" Since the heaven-span world's ancient times, only a medicine ancestor emerged to this date. "I can surmount all of the human race's alchemists, but can't Serpa. SS the medicine ancestor, Titanic waves surged in Jimo's heart. Honestly speaking, he had never thought about this before. In fact, the more he cultivated, the more he felt that Master was too lofty beyond reach. But Master being inferior to the medicine ancestor was an incontestable fact. Then just how horrifying was the medicine ancestor's strength? Could it be that in this world, there was actually really someone capable of shattering Master's will? Then Master's meaning is that he did it. Jimo drew a deep breath and said. Wing's eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a smile, not only did he do it, he even defeated the medicine ancestor. Even though that medicine ancestor isn't worth mentioning at all, in regards to his realm, he's an undefeatable existence. However, he won. Wing ignored the great shock in Jimo's heart and continued, what I'm looking for has never been some disciple, but a powerful opponent who can stand on par with me. Powerhouses look down upon the world, but who would know that the more one reaches my level of realm, the more fuzzier it actually is. Why did the medicine ancestor say ask not 2 words to me? Because those 2 words are the true gap between me and him. If I can see clearly this ask not 2 words, I might be able to be his match. It's just that talk is cheap, but doing it is even harder than ascending to the heavens. Speaking up to here, Wing's 2 eyes revealed rays of brilliance, and was boundlessly heroic for a moment. Invincibility is the loneliest. I think that the medicine ancestor's thoughts are the same as me, right? Therefore, I need a powerful opponent. Only a powerful opponent can let me improve further. Understand? Jimo was completely unable to use words to describe his emotions. This place was too crazy. The world was envious of the 11 of them. But who could have thought that the 11 of them were merely Master's abandoned pieces? They only barely managed to have the qualifications to be Master's disciples. But what Master needed was an opponent. Jimo was shocked for a long time. Finally, it turned into a bitter smile and said, Master, then have you never thought before, what if you lose? Wing smiled very brightly, and said, this seat won't lose. Jimo looked at Wing with great surprise, feeling that this Master before his eyes was totally different from the one he knew. The Master in the past, that was an existence high above the clouds. Nothing could move him. But now, he was like a hot-blooded young man, bursting with youthful vigor anew. Master's spirit was burning. Chapter 1768 Tianlu Pavilion's 5th level. Chapter 1768 Tianlu Pavilion's 5th level. In short, this matter is settled. If someone reveals half a word to the outside world, kill without mercy. Inside Tianlu Pavilion, Xiu seethed with killing intent. Opposite him, Di Qiu was full of doubts and puzzlement. He completely did not expect that what he got was actually such an order. Cracking Ask Not was a grand event of the demon race. Virtually everyone knew about it. But why did everything change when it reached Yi Yuan here? Your Excellency, can I ask why? Xiu smiled bitterly and said, how can Lord Sacred Ancestor's thoughts be what you and I can conjecture about? We only need to obey orders. Di Qiu was helpless and said with a nod, yes, Di Qiu obeys the command. After Di Qiu left, Xiu held a white light ball in his palm, his expression complicated. It was only to see him lightly pressed his palm, and then a ball of light merged into SPACE. Before long, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in Tianlu Pavilion. Senior, you're looking for me? Yi Yuan bowed and said. Xiu nodded and said, these few days, you've been in close seclusion all along. How's the harvest? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, honestly speaking, the harvest isn't big. When Xiu heard that, he had a strange look on his face. No matter who it was, as long as they did not die in Ask Not, they would have some harvest. Some people after coming out, their alchemy Dao strength would advance by leaps and bounds, even reigning supreme in a city. This depended on talent. All Tyrant Origin Imperial City's elders had basically cleared Ask Not. One had to know, inside Ask Not contained the Dao of the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, these 2 heavenspan world's apex alchemy Dao expert. But Yi Yuan actually said that there was not much gain. This was too depressing. Yi Yuan said that he did not have harvests was naturally not because his comprehension ability was poor, but that his strength was too strong. The Tao contained in Ask Not could not give Yi Yuan much comprehension at all. But these few years, Yi Yuan still learned quite a bit of things from Ask Not. After all, those two were the Heavenspan world's top powerhouses. Senior Xiu, don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. You should be able to tell that Ask Not's effect on me isn't big. Yi Yuan saw Xiu's look and explained with a smile. For such a long time, Yi Yuan more or less had some understanding of Xiu's alchemy Tao strength. Even though he had never exhibited it in front of him before, just based on some of his views, it was far from what those elders could compare to. He should be able to tell that his strength already far surpassed the level of Ask Not. Xiu heaved a sigh and said, knowing is knowing, but these words still make this old man have an impulse to beat people. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Senior didn't find me in order to beat me up, right? Xiu smiled and said, You said Ask Not's test, in the future, all of this Qianlu Pavilion's floors will be open to you at any time. Especially the 5th level, I believe that there are things that interest you. When Yi Yuan heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up and he said in pleasant surprise, Are Senior's words true? In half a year's time, Yi Yuan had always remained on the first 3 floors. The books here were already pretty much digested by him. Even the 3rd floor was Xiu letting him enter through the back door. That place was a place that only elders could enter. As for the 4th floor, even if Yi Yuan and Xiu's relations Hi+P was very good, he was not willing to open this back door either. He did not expect that clearing Ask Not actually still had this kind of benefit. Even Xiu was not willing to let him enter. This showed that the books on the 4th floor and above were definitely all extremely precious stuff. Such things, probably only the Hall Master, a person of this level, could go in. Yi Yuan did not even know that inside this Qianlu Pavilion still had a 5th floor. Now, not only could Yi Yuan enter the 4th level, he could even enter the 5th level that had never been heard of. How could this not surprise him? Xiu smiled and said, Why would I lie to you? Go on. Yi Yuan did not say a word and went straight up to the 4th floor. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Xiu shook his head and said, This kid actually kept his mouth shut about the matter of acknowledging a master. In this world, how many people want to acknowledge the sacred ancestor as master, but he seems to hold it in disdain. Cloud pendant, heavenly sunbow pill. Isn't this the demon race's supreme jade void pill? Also, these alchemy techniques are all extremely powerful treasures, and these demonic attraction art methods are truly exquisite. Yi Yuan lingered on the 4th floor, viewing those Class S6, gasping in admiration again and again. Although this 4th floor's Class S6 were far lacking in quant 1 than downstairs, they were clearly more than a grade higher than those below. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, he could naturally discern that these Class S6 should be the demon race's most precious batch. Even though these Class S6 were all used by divine Tao rank 4 or 5 powerhouses, without a doubt, they were extremely precious. If these Class S6 were in the human race, it would not be easily shown to people at all. For Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, it was largely due to benefiting from Immortal Grove's legacy. Although he had long already said his predecessor, the pill formulas that Immortal Grove left behind, alchemy techniques, etc., the significance to Yi Yuan naturally went without saying. Clearly, in the demon race, these things were similarly incomparably precious. Browsing entirely the 4th floor's Class S6, Yi Yuan entered the 5th level impatiently. He very much wanted to look at what kind of things were actually even more precious than the 4th floor's Class S6. The 5th floor's SPACE was stark empty. Only a white light ball suspended quietly in the air. Yi Yuan was very curious and pressed his palm on it. Buzz. In an instant, countless information entered Yi Yuan's mind. This is the sacred ancestor high priest's legacy. Yi Yuan's mind was shaken and came to his senses very quickly about what this mass of information was. However, these inheritances don't seem to have his comprehension toward the Tao. Instead, they are the demon race's most basic stuff. Could it be, in these legacies, there were medicinal property explanations of countless spirit medicines, detailed interpretation of alchemy techniques, and also the demonic attraction art's supreme arts. Even though the content had common aspects with those at downstairs, they were a totally different concept. These things were a top alchemist's lifetime comprehension toward the alchemy Tao. For an alchemist to want to corroborate the great Tao, they must walk out a path that belonged to him. Just like Yi Yuan, even with heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove's inheritance, he still walked out an alchemy path belonging to him. And the sacred ancestor high priest's inheritance was clearly much higher rank than heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove. These two were not on the same level at all. In an instant, Yi Yuan seemingly understood something. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he said, "What a daring sacred ancestor high priest. He wants to let me grow up and become his opponent, spurring him to break through the shackles from there. Looks like this ask not isn't what the world thinks at all. What he's finding is a person capable of shattering his will, and not a chess piece in his hand." Most likely even the medicine ancestor also didn't expect that the sacred ancestor high priest actually has such boldness, right? Perhaps in the future, he can really become the second medicine ancestor, who knows? Chapter 1769 White Light's News. Chapter 1769 White Light's News. Obtaining sacred ancestor high priest's inheritance, Yi Yuan's attainments in demon divine pills could be said to have advanced at a tremendous pace. This legacy was too valuable to Yi Yuan. After several years, Yi Yuan's attainments in demon divine pills finally reached the pinnacle. At the same time, his alchemy Dao strength also had a significant improvement. In this period, the temple gathered some level 8 and 9 difficulty spirit medicines. Yi Yuan took action and refined them. Furthermore, the demon divine pills he made, the lowest was also divine grade. The priest temple's upper echelons were naturally extremely shocked by this, especially Di Chou. Back then, he did not believe that Yi Yuan could create much value for them within 300 years at all. But now, he finally knew that he was ridiculously wrong. On this day, Di Chou came to find Yi Yuan and apologized when he opened his mouth. "Haha, Yi Yuan, this hall master apologizes to you about what happened that day. You fulfilled your promise. Looking at it now, it was my temple that earned big from you." Di Chou laughed loudly and said. Di Chou's personality was frank and straightforward. Admitting his fault, he did not have the slightest hesitation either. With his ident. One Tai, being able to do this was truly not easy. Even though he wanted to kill Yi Yuan that day, Yi Yuan could also understand Di Chou's thoughts. After all, he still had human blood flowing in his body. To an alchemist who had never come into contact with demon divine pills before, 300 years' time was indeed not long. Hence, he smiled and said, "Hall master doesn't have to be like this." This he knows that the request that day was indeed somewhat brusque. Di Chou chortled and said, "Fine lad, I knew that you weren't a petty person, giving a plum in return for a peach. Coming to you today, I actually have some news about the matter you entrusted to me." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled and he said with a worried look, Is he okay?" But Di Chou's brows furrowed together, making Yi Yuan's heart abruptly twitch. "Okay or not, I can't say either. But, the odds are likely against him rather than in his favor," Di Chou said. Yi Yuan's complexion turned deathly pale. Di Chou did not leave him hanging either, recounting the entire sequence of events. Although finding someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack, even in the demon divine region, pure white tiger bloodline was extremely rare too. The priest temple was indeed well deserving of being one of the demon race's most colossal forces. Through the news given by Yi Yuan, they finally found White Light's news within a few years. It turned out that White Light had been living in Tiger Bright Imperial City all along these few years. Tiger Bright Imperial City could be said to be the gathering ground of the Tiger Clan. There were many Tiger Clan powerhouses in the city. The White Tiger Clan's bloodline was similarly extremely noble in the Heavenspan world. So after coming to the Heavenspan world, White Light's cultivation speed was actually not slow. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan, it was still much slower. But arriving at the demon race, and arriving at Tiger Bright Imperial City, he relied on his bloodline talent and strength and became an indispensable young powerhouse of Tiger Bright Imperial City. However, Tiger Bright Imperial City was different from Tyrant Origin Imperial City. The Skydemon mountain range in the vicinity of Tiger Bright Imperial City had a very strong faction. Both parties would frequently clash. Not long ago, Tiger Bright Imperial City and that faction had another conflict again. And White Light took part in the operation this time. White Light teamed up with another Tiger Bright Imperial City's young genius and beat the other party's leader to heavy injuries and on the verge of death. No one could have expected that this leader who was injured was actually the son of that faction's chieftain, Heavenly Tiger King. With this, a big hole was poked in the basket. The Heavenly Tiger King was enraged and sent out all of the fierce beasts under his command, surrounding Tiger Bright Imperial City until not even water could seep through. Yet, this Heavenly Tiger King's strength was stronger than Tiger Bright Imperial City's city lord. After both parties exchanged blows, Heavenly Tiger King injured the city lord and threatened that if they did not hand over the culprit, he would directly slaughter the city. Hence, White Light took the initiative to step up. Heavenly Tiger King took White Light away. That was how the beast tide retreated. Di Chio let out a sigh and said, "Speaking of which, the two of you brothers are loyal people." Actually, the one who took action and injured the Heavenly Tiger King's son wasn't White Light. But he and Black Pupil are good brothers, so he took the initiative to step forward, bearing the blame on Black Pupil's behalf. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he asked, "How long ago was this?" Di Chio said, "This was just a few months ago. But I've heard before that Heavenly Tiger King's name. He's very savage and cruel. If he didn't have some scruples, he might have really slaughtered the city. That brother of yours, White Light, is fraught with grim possibilities." Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said to Di Chio with clasped hands, "Hall Master, this matter brooks no delay. I'll set off now and head for Tiger Bright Imperial City." Di Chio did not stop either and said, "There are transmission arrays between priest temples. You can go over through the transmission array." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with clasped hands, "In that case, thank you very much, Lord Hall Master." Imperial cities were mostly independent. Under normal circum stances, there were no transmission arrays. Just like the relations HI plus P between Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and Utmost Peace Imperial City back then, if there was a transmission array, that would be equivalent to self-destruction. But the demon race's priest temples spanned all over each imperial city. It was still permitted for them to set up some small-scale transmission arrays internally. Of course, this transmission array naturally had strict rules for usage too. People apart from the priest temple were absolutely not allowed to use it. Passing through the transmission array, what was supposed to be a several years' journey, Yi Yuan only used half a month's time and reached Tiger Bright Imperial City. Yi Yuan pays respect to Hall Master Jin Hua. Coming out of the transmission array, a man dressed in Hall Master long robes came up to welcome. Yi Yuan naturally knew it in his heart and bowed to him. Although Di Chio did not say that Yi Yuan cleared Ask Not, the words in the message he transmitted to him expressed Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Jin Hua was not a fool, he naturally understood what it meant. Hence, he personally came to welcome Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was unfamiliar with this place. His greatest reliance was the priest temple and naturally had to be more courteous to Jin Hua. When Jin Hua saw Yi Yuan, he could not help slightly revealing a look of surprise. Nodding his head, he said, "Your little friend Yi Yuan? I heard that your talent is outstanding and can already refine level 8 and 9 demon divine pills." Yi Yuan understood in his heart and said with a nod, "That is kind praise from Hall Master Di Chio. If Hall Master Jin Hua needs this Yi to put forth my strength, this Yi will naturally carry out my obligations." Jin Hua smiled, very satisfied with Yi Yuan's behavior. Clearly, talking with smart people was very easy. However, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. He even thought that Yi Yuan was a peak rank 4 powerhouse. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was only a 5th firmament divine lord. Could this bit of strength really refine the cloud pendant heavenly sunbow pill? Di Chio seemed crude and careless, but he naturally also would not be as simple as he portrayed. Even though the relations HI plus P between priest temples was much closer than between imperial cities. Asking people for help naturally had to promise some benefits. And Yi Yuan was the biggest benefit. He already hinted in the news he sent over that he could have Yi Yuan refine some level 9 difficulty medicinal pills. Then I'll have to trouble little friend Yi Yuan. I heard Di Chou say that you and White Light are life and death brothers? Jin Hua asked casually. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, we're good brothers that have braved countless dangers. Lord Hallmaster, I heard that he also has a good brother in Tiger Bright Imperial City, Black Pupil. I wonder if you can tell me about this person? Chapter 1770 Set Up. Chapter 1770 Set Up. Ha ha ha. Brother Yi's alchemy skills have truly reached the acme of perfection. In my view, with your strength, there's no problem. Pares Sing ask not. In the restaurant, a demon race youth faced Yi Yuan, a flattering look on his face. Yi Yuan took a sip of wine and said coolly, Brother Black Pupil's words are flattering a little too over the top. During these 50 million years, only 11 people have cleared ask not. Your words are pus. HI plussing me into the fire pit. Black Pupil seemed slightly awkward as he laughed and said, haha, no matter what, Brother Yi's alchemy standards are the most formidable that I, Black Pupil, have seen to this day. If not for you, it's probably impossible for me to break through to late-stage rank 4 within a short time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Black Pupil is too modest. With your talent, I was merely adding flowers to embroidery. Yi Yuan made a compliment very deftly. Black Pupil was indeed very pleased with himself. To talk about talent, if I, Black Pupil, admits to being second in Tiger Bright Imperial City, no one will identify as first. Black Pupil said with a proud face. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in strong agreement, this Yi just arrived here. But I heard that there's still a pretty talented one in the city. What's he called again? Black Pupil's expression changed, but he still said, White Light. Right, called White Light. I heard that punk overestimated his own ability and actually wanted to compete with Brother Black Pupil. Yi Yuan said with an unhappy look. Black Pupil's expression was slightly unnatural as he shook his head and said with a sigh, what's Brother Yi saying? White Light is my close brother. He's currently thrown in prison. I'm also very pained about it. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he was unhappy. His face turned sullen as he said, Brother Black Pupil is treating me as an outside. Forget it, don't talk about this at this time. This wine is also pretty much drunk, this Yi will take his leave first. As he said, Yi Yuan was really going to get up and leave. Black Pupil got a fright and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan and said, Don't. Brother Yi, it was all Black Pupil's fault, let's sit down and slowly talk. Yi Yuan sat down with an unhappy look and said, Black Pupil, I felt that your talent is pretty good. That's why I made friends with you. Do you think that just anybody is qualified to become friends with me? Before coming, Yi Yuan already had Jin Hua spread that word, saying that he could refine level 9 medicinal pills. Prior to this, Yi Yuan already refined a medicinal pill and helped Black Pupil successfully break through his bottleneck, reaching late-stage rank 4. In reality, when Yi Yuan heard about this incident, he felt that there was something very fishy. If they were really close brothers, how could he possibly watch Heavenly Tiger King capture White Light away? Pares Sively? If it were Yi Yuan, he would rather die himself than let Heavenly Tiger King capture White Light away. This matter, it was announced to the outside world that it was all done by White Light. But the news held by the priest temple clearly did not stop there. Even though the temple did not care about the affairs in the city, with their standing, the eyes and ears in the city naturally could not be avoided. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan came out of the transmission array, he asked about it. Setting up this plot today was in order to bait him. In terms of cunningness, 10 Black Pupil was not Yi Yuan's match too. With a few interactions, Black Pupil already took Yi Yuan to be a good friend that could be confided in. Coupled with Yi Yuan intentionally or unintentionally saying that he wanted to help Black Pupil refine the Cloud Pendant Heavenly Sunbow pill, he naturally became even more docile and obedient towards Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan never mentioned the matter of White Light all the way until today, did he casually mention it. If Black Pupil really took White Light to be a brother, then it was Yi Yuan who misunderstood. White Light standing up for a brother, he naturally had nothing to say. But, if there was really something fishy in between, then he would not be courteous. Black Pupil knew that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine the cloud pendant heavenly sunbow pill and was naturally willing to make friends with Yi Yuan. Even if they did not become friends, he could not offend either. One had to know, one medicinal pill from Yi Yuan could let him break through to rank 5. How could this sort of person be offended? Sure enough, Black Pupil had an ingratiating look as he said, "Brother Yi, calm your anger. One look and you're a clear-headed person. Either way, that brat is already dead, so there's nothing that can't be said." That punk indeed didn't know how to appreciate favors. "That's why I did a small trick and eliminated him." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help saying with great interest, "Oh? In that case, that son of Heavenly Tiger King, it was you who deliberately took action to severely injure him?" Black Pupil smiled and said, "That's of course. I originally wanted to directly kill him, but I didn't expect that this guy had RSE skin and thick flesh, and actually didn't die. White Light, that fool, actually really stood up for me and shouldered this matter." While talking, Black Pupil had a contemptuous look on his face. Yi Yuan had already inquired before, this Black Pupil normally addressed White Light as his brother and took on quite a number of things for White Light. Quite a few demons in this city found White Light an eyesore. As long as Black Pupil ran into them, he would definitely cuss the other party out. Looking at it now, these were probably arranged by Black Pupil. Yi Yuan had a smile that was not a smile when he heard it and said, "Brother Black Pupil, you treated your own brother like that. You wouldn't stab me in the back one day too, right?" The moment Black Pupil heard, he hurriedly said, "What's Brother Yi saying? I, Old Black, am not this kind of person. Actually, I've hinted to that White Light to leave many times and not compete for the position of young city lord in Tiger Bright Imperial City with me. But he wouldn't listen. I only came up with this scheme out of helplessness. Brother Yi, you opened your heart up to me. I, Black Pupil, only take you as a friend in this lifetime." The smile on Yi Yuan's face grew increasingly thicker, making Black Pupil feel a chill run down his back. "Be Brother Yi, what's with you?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Then do you know that White Light and I are also close brothers who stand or fall together?" Black Pupil's expression changed when he heard it and said with an ugly expression, "This? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan's face recovered tranquility and he said coolly, "White Light has stuck together with me and depended on each other for survival from birth. Now, you actually stabbed him in the back. What do you think I should do?" Black Pupil's face fell and he said in a cold voice, You deliberately tricked me?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're not considered too dumb yet. White Light is pure-hearted and really took you, this kind of venomous person, to be a friend. But how can I, his big brother, let you get off scot-free?" Black Pupil's expression changed several times. Finally, it turned into a cold smile and he said, "With the likes of you, you're as dumb as that brother of yours. Since you suspect me, you actually still helped me to refine medicinal pills and helped me break through. Heh, go die." While talking, Black Pupil's aura skyrocketed. The strength of late-stage rank 4 erupted in its entirety, him pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood there and pointed a finger out very calmly. Bang! Black Pupil's body was akin to being struck by lightning, suddenly flying out backward. Fresh blood was spewing wildly in the air. Landed on the ground, he looked at Yi Yuan in horror, face revealing a panicky look as he said in disbelief, "This? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan looked at Black Pupil coolly and said, "White Light doesn't like to show off, so he definitely didn't tell you why he'd leave my side and come to Tiger Bright Imperial City from afar. The strength that you rely on isn't worth mentioning in front of me at all." Chapter 1771 Rust at HI Plusing Heavenly Tiger Mountain Alone. Chapter 1771 Rus. HI Plusing Heavenly Tiger Mountain Alone. Black Pupil's expression changed several times. Suddenly, his figure moved, suddenly Vonnie's. HI Plusing, shuttling into the void. Yi Yuan had long expected it. Taking a step high into the air, a finger tapped out once more. It was only to see a trace of crack ripped in space. Black Pupil's figure was directly sent out. Black Pupil's pupils constricted and he said in horror, "Spatial law." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Don't need to worry, I won't kill you. Take a trip with me." Black Pupil's expression changed and he said fearfully, Where are you bringing me?" "Heavenly Tiger Mountain." Black Pupil had a look of alarm and said in panic, I'm not going. You're courting death. White Light already died, so what's the point of doing this now?" The current Yi Yuan had a calm look. But those who knew him well knew that he was very angry. Suddenly, Yi Yuan unleashed a finger again. You crippled my cultivation. You'll die a horrible death." A scream came from Black Pupil. That finger of Yi Yuan's just now directly made his inner world shatter. The current Black Pupil was already an out-and-out cripple. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a grim look, "My brother's life is tenacious, so he won't die. If he really died, I'll make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried with him. As for you, there's absolutely no hope to get lucky." Black Pupil's entire body trembled, revealing a look of despair. Suddenly, he let out a wild laugh and said, "Just the likes of you will make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried for him? What right do you have?" Yi Yuan slowly walked over, hauling Black Pupil up. Taking a stride out, he directly left Tiger Bright Imperial City. "You sent a message out with a secret art just now, right? Don't harbor delusions anymore, no one will come and save you." As Yi Yuan sped along, he said coolly. Black Pupil's expression changed and he said in disbelief, "You want to scare me? My grandfather is Tiger Bright Imperial City's Grand Elder, late-stage rank 5 powerhouse. You crippled my cultivation, he'll definitely shred you into pieces." Yi Yuan cast him a pitiful glance and said coolly, "Then you see if anyone will come and save you or not." Time slowly trickled by. The two people got closer and closer to Heavenly Tiger Mountain. However, there were still no activities at the rear. Black Pupil's heart gradually sunk to the bottom. He seriously could not understand why grandfather would not come and save him. And where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Thinking about Yi Yuan arriving at the border of Skydemon Mountain Range, Black Pupil finally knew that Yi Yuan was not scaring him, but he really had the confidence. But why? He was merely a 5th Firmament Divine Lord Martial Artist, so why would grandfather not dare to come? Why? Black Pupil bellowed unwillingly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Didn't you say that with my strength, there isn't any problem Pares Sing ask not?" Black Pupil's pupils constricted and he said in disbelief, You really Pares said ask not? This isn't possible. If you Pares said ask not, why doesn't the entire demon race have any news at all? Yi Yuan said, "That's because I'm different from those people in the past." Black Pupil's entire body trembled. His mind was in disorder. He previously said these words just to be Yi Yuan up. No one had cleared ask not for 8 million years already. Although Yi Yuan was very formidable, he did not believe that Yi Yuan had the ability to clear it at all. But now, even his grandfather did not dare to chase after. Very clearly, a powerful force stopped him. At least, City Lord His Excellency did not have this ability and strength. Then, it was really Lord Sacred Ancestor? Extreme terror after long deliberation. The deeper Black Pupil thought, the more despaired he got. This one is Yi Yuan, requesting an audience with Heavenly Tiger King. Yi Yuan stood in the air and said in a clear voice, his voice ringing throughout the whole Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Black Pupil was scared until his legs were quaking. This guy's nerves were really too plucky. Suddenly, several powerful auras stepped into the air and pounced over toward Yi Yuan. 2 people. 7 to 8 fierce beasts with powerful auras directly took action indiscriminately. Black Pupil was scared until his complexion turned ashen. These 7 to 8 fierce beasts, each one was several times stronger than him. Now, Yi Yuan and he were both dead for sure. This guy's head really had a problem, to actually dare so be insolent in Heavenly Tiger King's territory. What was this if not tired of living? Yi Yuan's face fell, his figure immediately became vague and insubstantial, directly Hi plussing into the beast horde. Bang, bang, bang. Black Pupil only felt the divine essence around him disperse frenziedly. Even though Yi Yuan battled 7 to 8 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts by himself, he actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Was this guy a freak? His combat power was actually so strong. Just what kind of monster was White Light's brother? Suddenly, a surge of remorse welled up frantically in his heart. He discovered that he had done an extremely foolish thing, and provoked the person that he least ought to. Divine Dragon trampling heaven, Nirvana seal. One powerful move after another spewed forth. Yi Yuan sent each one of those fierce beasts packing back into the heavenly Tiger Mountain. Yi Yuan stood in his air and called out in a clear voice once more, "I'm Yi Yuan, requesting an audience with Heavenly Tiger King." With this, no more fierce beasts rushed out. Before long, a black tiger rose into the sky. A powerful aura instantly enveloped Yi Yuan and Black Pupil. "Punk, who are you? To dare act wildly at my Heavenly Tiger Mountain?" said the black tiger in human language. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I want to meet Heavenly Tiger King." The black tiger gave a cold laugh when he heard that and said disdainfully, "Brat, your strength is decent. But why would Lord Heavenly Tiger King want to see you?" Yi Yuan said, "I can treat Tiger Heart." But the black tiger burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "Tiger Bright Imperial City even sent over a 5-star priest, but he was at a loss on what to do. Just the likes of you, a little brat still wet behind his ears, can treat Tiger Heart's injuries." The terms of Heavenly Tiger King's retreat was naturally not just handing over White Light. There was also having the priest temple send people over to treat his son, Tiger Heart. In the end, Tiger Heart's injuries were too severe, even the priest temple could not treat him. Yi Yuan said coolly, "They are inferior to me. Treat the dead horse as if it's still alive. Either way, you guys don't have other choices." The moment the black tiger heard, he said in great rage, "Brat, what are you saying?" Angry was angry, but the black tiger did not make a move. Because he knew that Yi Yuan's words were harsh, but the logic was not wrong. This brat suddenly appeared and even dared to say such big words. He likely did not say it carelessly. Who would have nothing to do and treat their own life as a joke? Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, the black tiger said unhappily, "Since you came to treat Tiger Heart, then what are you still waiting for? Come with me." But Yi Yuan did not move and said coolly, "I want to meet Heavenly Tiger King, otherwise, I won't treat him." The moment the black tiger heart, he immediately said in a great rage, "Brat, since you already came, it's no longer up to you now." Yi Yuan said with a calm look, "You can try. I can treat Tiger Heart. Similarly, I can also make him unable to pray for life, nor beg for death. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try." The black tiger's face fell and he said angrily, "Brat, you dare?" Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, the black tiger immediately crumbled and gave a cold snort and said, "Kid, you wait here. I'll go and ask for Lord Heavenly Tiger King's opinion." Chapter 1772 Grievous News. Chapter 1772 Grievous News. "Human, you wanted to see me?" In front of him, a majestic enormous tiger, a full person's height, talked in human language. His gaze stared intently at Yi Yuan, his body radiating a terrifying aura. Thud. Yi Yuan did not show the least bit of fear. Stretching out his hand and lightly puss. Hi+ing, he pushed Black Pupil in front of Heavenly Tiger King. "This is the culprit who seriously injured Tiger Heart. I can help you treat Tiger Heart, but I need to see White Light first," Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenly Tiger King's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Punk, are you negotiating terms with me? Do you think that you have the capital to negotiate terms in front of me?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said calmly, "I'm not discussing terms with you, but I am giving you a chance. I hope that White Light had better be fine, otherwise, the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain will be buried for your foolishness." At this time, just the late-stage rank 5 fierce beasts by Heavenly Tiger King's side were as many as 7 to 8. This Heavenly Tiger Mountain, the rank 5 fierce beasts were no fewer than several dozen at the very least. When these fierce beasts heard Yi Yuan's word, each and every one of them exchanged glances, their expressions very amused. This human brat in front of them was actually threatening Heavenly Tiger King? This kid likely lost his mind, right? Ha ha ha. I, Heavenly Tiger King, have been entrenched in Heavenly Tiger Mountain for as long as several tens of thousands of years. Even Tiger Bright Imperial City's City Lord, I have killed one before too. There has never been a guy who dared to say this kind of wildly arrogant words in front of me. Kid, you're very courageous. Heavenly Tiger King let out a wild laugh. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words, he listened to it like a joke. If not for Yi Yuan saying that he could treat Tiger Heart, he would have long smacked him to death with one palm. But Yi Yuan had a serious look as he asked in a solemn voice, "How is White Light?" Heavenly Tiger King waved his paw carelessly and said coolly, "Relax, he's currently locked up by me and suffered a small loss. But he's fine. You just have to treat Tiger Heart, and I'll immediately release him." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart eased up and he said coolly, "As long as White Light is fine, everything can be discussed. Lead the way." Under Heavenly Tiger King's lead, Yi Yuan came to a cave. On the simple and crude stone bed, a bright-colored tiger lay there, breath fleeting like gossamer. Heavenly Tiger King's face fell and he said, "Kid, don't let me find out that you're toying with me. You will know the consequences." In truth, he did not harbor much hope in Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan only had Divine Lord Realm's strength. Tiger Bright Imperial City's high priests all came, and they all said that they were powerless to remedy the situation, and had him wait to collect the corpse. But he loved his son dearly. Since Yi Yuan said so, he could only have Yi Yuan give it a shot. Yi Yuan ignored Heavenly Tiger King and went straight to the edge of the stone bed, and pressed his palm on Tiger Heart's body. Traces of thick divine essence probed into Tiger Heart's body. Yi Yuan's brows knitted tighter and tighter, hatred towards Black Pupil welling up even more in his heart. This guy attacked really viciously. Tiger Heart's insides were virtually beaten into mush by Black Pupil. The vitality within his body almost already dissipated fully. Even using medicinal pills, Tiger Heart was completely unable to digest it too. It was also no wonder that those 5-star high priests were all helpless. This kind of situation, to the average person, it was basically waiting to die. Heavenly Tiger King appeared slightly fidgety as he asked, "How is it? Is there hope?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "This guy is tenacious too, to actually be able to hold out until now. You rest assured. As long as he doesn't die, I can bring him back to life." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Heavenly Tiger King's heart inexplicably eased up. Yi Yuan took out a purplish-black medicinal pill. Supporting from under with his palm, the medicinal pill suspended above Tiger Heart. Yi Yuan's divine essence poured out trace by trace, guiding the medicinal strength of the purplish-black medicinal pill into Tiger Heart's body. The moment Heavenly Tiger King saw this, his gaze could not refrain from turning intent as he said in surprise, "This kid has such terrifying control. What kind of visual prowess did Heavenly Tiger King have?" Yi Yuan's control over divine essence was too terrifying. No need to talk about him, even those high priests from the priest temple absolutely could not do it to Yi Yuan's degree as well. Tiger Heart was only hanging in there with one breath and was totally unable to refine the medicinal strength himself anymore. If he could still consume medicinal pills, 5-star high priests naturally would not be at their wits' end. At least, prolonging his life was still doable. Previously, that high priest also said before leaving that Tiger Heart was not without hope. It was just that no one had that kind of fine control to ferry the medicinal strength into Tiger Heart's body. Even Hall Master Jin Hua could not do it too. Now, this rank 4 little fellow actually did it. This kid indeed has some capability. His control over divine essence is simply brilliant to the maximum. That black tiger from earlier marveled in admiration. Heavenly Tiger King said excitedly, "Haha, truly, heaven doesn't want my child to die." The black tiger was a little worried as he whispered, "Your Majesty, this kid wants that white light, Heavenly Tiger King's face turned black, 2 eyes glaring as he said in a solemn voice, "Wait for him to finish treating before talking. Talking about this now, do you want to die?" The black tiger was startled inwardly and hurriedly withdrew, not daring to speak anymore. Yi Yuan's treatment lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Under everyone's marveling gazes, Tiger Heart's vitality went from nothing to something and gradually grew stronger again. Although this process was extremely slow, The people present were all experts and could naturally feel the changes in Tiger Heart's breathing. A smile unconsciously spilled out on Heavenly Tiger King's ferocious-looking face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's palm pulled back, the treatment suddenly stopping. Heavenly Tiger King's face changed and he asked, "Kid, what's the meaning of this?" Yi Yuan slowly got up and wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. This method of ferrying medicinal strength was seriously too energy-consuming. Even he also felt very strained by casting it continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. But the reason he stopped was naturally not because of this. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Tiger King and said coolly, "Tiger Heart's current situation, living another few months isn't an issue. I can continue to help treat him. But I have to see white light first." The reason why he helped treat Tiger Heart unconditionally was just in order to let them know that he had this strength. But his goal was white light. Not seeing white light, he would not continue taking action. Regarding Heavenly Tiger King's conduct, Yi Yuan had long inquired about it. Heavenly Tiger King's words, he naturally would not believe completely. Heavenly Tiger King's expression changed, and he said, "This king said that as long as you treat Tiger Heart, this king will naturally release him." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I want to see white light first." Heavenly Tiger King's expression became incomparably ugly and he involuntarily looked toward the black tiger. Yi Yuan's face fell, immediately having a foreboding premonition. He said in a chilly voice, "Just how is white light? If you dare to deceive me, your son can forget about ever getting well." Heavenly Tiger King knew that it could not be hidden anymore and gave a cold snort as he said, "He's dead." Buzz. Yi Yuan's eyes went black, staggering, nearly falling to the ground. His head suddenly exploded, endless sorrow instantly filling his whole body. Pew walk. Yi Yuan's anxiety struck his heart, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood mist. Chapter 1773 Magic Eye Grotto. 1773 Magic Eye Grotto. Yi Yuan's eyes turned blood-red, berserk killing intent becoming corporeal, dispersing in all directions grandly. "You really killed him?" Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's murderous aura naturally could not pose any harm to Heavenly Tiger King. In fact, the way they saw it, Yi Yuan's anger was simply laughable. Heavenly Tiger King laughed loudly and said, "Looks like your relations. HI+P with that white tiger is really very deep. But your anger is utterly meaningless to this king. This is a world where the weak are prey and the strong feast. If you don't have the strength, even if you have monumental grievances, you also have to suppress it in your heart." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his gaze ice-cold as he said in a cold voice, "I ask you, did you really kill him? Haha, this kid is probably really a fool, he still can't see the current situation clearly. A rank 4 brat actually dares to threaten our Heavenly Tiger Mountain, this tone is also too big. That punk called White Light actually dared to beat young Patriarch Tiger Heart to severe injuries, so serves him right to die." The fierce beasts following the Heavenly Tiger King all revealed teasing gazes. To them, these powerhouses, occasionally toying with weaklings was also something pretty good. Heavenly Tiger King burst into laughter and said, "Why, killed then killed, could it be that you'll really make our entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried in death? Brat, not that I'm looking down on you, but just the likes of you. Now, go and treat Tiger Heart obediently. If you dare to have any devious thoughts, this king will make you unable to beg for life nor plead for death." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire person recovered tranquility. His body stopped trembling. His pair of eyes looked at the Heavenly Tiger King, not carrying the slightest emotion. The current Yi Yuan already could not use words to describe his rage. A cold light flashed, the Junyi sword already arrived in Yi Yuan's hand. He walked over step by step toward the Heavenly Tiger King. The Heavenly Tiger King's eyes were full of amusement as he said with a cold smile, "Kid, if you don't treat Tiger Heart today, the consequences aren't what you can bear." Bang! All of a sudden, the Heavenly Tiger King's aura was released fully. The powerful aura made the entire mountain forest tremble. Even his subordinates were also all on tenterhooks, consciously retreating. The Heavenly Tiger King already had 1 foot stepped into the threshold of rank 6. The might of his imposing momentum, ordinary powerhouses could not withstand it at all. Even Tiger Bright City Lord was not his match either. It could be seen how terrifying his strength was. However, this powerful pressure had not closed in on Yi Yuan yet, but the Heavenly Tiger King's eyes already revealed a look of horror. His powerful aura was actually being suppressed back. His figure suddenly froze there. Which lord arrived? Please reveal yourself. No one answered him. The Heavenly Tiger King had a look of shock on his face. He completely could not feel any aura. But now, he could not even move his fingers. He could only helplessly watch Yi Yuan approach him. Same as him, none of the other fierce beasts were able to move as well. The Heavenly Tiger King suddenly startled awake, only then remembering the words Yi Yuan said before. He said that he was going to make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried with white light. He only took it as a joke previously. He did not expect that this divine Lord Realm human brat could actually find such a terrifying helper. Looking as Yi Yuan drew close step by step, the Heavenly Tiger King finally sensed the arrival of death. He currently could not even perform divine essence body protection. It was as easy as flipping his hand over for Yi Yuan to want to kill him. Looking at Yi Yuan's cold eyes, Heavenly Tiger King did not think that the other party would show mercy. Hang on. Maybe white light isn't dead. Heavenly Tiger King said rather feebly. Yi Yuan's figure paused, not carrying the slightest emotion as he said, "You only have 3 breaths of time. If you can't convince me, you die." Heavenly Tiger King broke out in cold sweat. He had never felt before such tremendous pressure. Actually, after white light was captured by us, he was thrown into the Magic Eye Grotto. That place is the Sky Demon Mountain Range's forbidden land. As long as the person goes in, they have never come out alive before. So, he might still be alive, right now. Talking to the back, Heavenly Tiger King's voice became weaker and weaker. Saying that white light was still alive, even he himself did not quite believe it. If white light still had a trace of possibility of being alive, he would not deceive Yi Yuan either, saying that white light was just being locked up. However, Yi Yuan's bone-piercing icy aura immediately thawed significantly. An additional trace of hope appeared in his eyes. As long as it was not Heavenly Tiger King killing him himself, then he still had a glimmer of hope of survival. Yi Yuan believed all along that white light was not such an ill-fated person. Following Yi Yuan putting away the Junyi sword, the murderous aura on him dissipated considerably. That lofty suppression force on Heavenly Tiger King's body also disappeared along with it. Heavenly Tiger King was shocked in his heart. He was completely unable to imagine what kind of strength the other party had, to be able to make him unable to even use demonic divine essence. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Tiger King coldly and said, "Speak, what's the deal with this Magic Eye Grotto? You should be clear that you don't have a second chance." Dare not. Heavenly Tiger will definitely say all that I know and say it without reserve. How did the current Heavenly Tiger King still have any mettle of a hegemon of a region? In front of Yi Yuan, he was like a well-behaved little kitten, meek to the extreme. He knew that powerhouse hiding in the dark only needed a thought to be able to kill him. Heavenly Tiger King deliberately shrunk his body, becoming half a size shorter than Yi Yuan. He carefully paid attention to his wording before slowly saying, "The Sky Demon Mountain Range under our Empyrean Cloudridge's command has 3 forbidden lands, Purple Void Summit, Cloud Sea Bamboo Forest, as well as the Magic Eye Grotto. Purple Void Summit is the roosting place of Empyrean Cloudridge, while the other 2 are death zones. No one knows what's inside the Magic Eye Grotto. But I heard that back then, there was a rank 6 great demon who had once gone in before. However, he never came out again. Since then, no one dared to enter anymore." Speaking up to here, Heavenly Tiger King could not resist sneaking a peek at Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan was still emotionless, unable to discern what he was thinking at all. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around and walked over toward Tigerheart again. The Heavenly Tiger King looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and discovered that he actually started treating Tigerheart again. Under Yi Yuan's marvelous skills, Tigerheart's heart grew in strength little by little. After 5 days, Tigerheart appeared in front of the Heavenly Tiger King brother Iming with vitality and vigor. Until now, the Heavenly Tiger King still did not quite dare to believe it. He said to Yi Yuan gratefully, "Many thanks, Your Excellency." Yi Yuan had a cold face and pointed at Tigerheart as he said, "Don't be in a rush to thank me first. He has to enter the Magic Eye Grotto together with me." The Heavenly Tiger King did not have time to be happy yet, and his tiger body trembled as he cried out in shock, "This! How can this do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I'm unable to come out, that person naturally won't eradicate your Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Your son will be buried in death for me and my brother. This is the karma that you planted yourself, so you have to bear the consequence." Yi Yuan was clearly in his heart. Wing wanted to find an opponent that could rival him, and not nurture a worthless wretch who grew up in a greenhouse. If not for the sake of rescuing White Light, Yi Yuan also would not make the temple send an expert over. As for entering the Magic Eye Grotto, that was clearly impossible. And if Yi Yuan died inside the Magic Eye Grotto, everything was naturally drop. Chapter 1774 Void Realm, Sundered Boundary. 1774 Void Realm, Sundered Boundary. Heavenly Tiger King had a pained look on his face. He really regretted it greatly now. If he had long known what would happen today, why didn't he wait longer? At least, Tigerheart did not really die, right? Upon entering the Magic Eye Grotto, it was completely impossible for a person to survive. It was said that even Empyrean Cloudridge did not dare to enter deep inside. Right at this time, Tigerheart suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Father, let me go." Heavenly Tiger King's tiger body trembled, looked at Tigerheart, and said, "If you go, there's no possibility of coming out again." Tigerheart let out a sigh and said, "Father, Tigerheart living a second life is overwhelmed with many emotions. This matter was us harming the innocent in the first place. We were at fault first. Lord Yi Yuan's loyalty is mind-boggling, not scrupling to enter the Magic Eye Grotto for his brother. What do I, Tigerheart, have to fear? If His Excellency dies inside, I'll accompany him. This is what us father and son owe him." In an instant, everyone within the cave did not seem to know Tigerheart anymore. In the past, Tigerheart was arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone and everything, like a child who never grew up. But experiencing life and death this time, it was as if his entire person had changed. Yi Yuan glanced at Tigerheart rather surprisedly, also not expecting that he would actually take the initiative to request to enter with him. But very soon, he understood. Between life and death, one could have a great awakening. The current Tigerheart was like him back then. Entering the Magic Eye Grotto this time, if he did not die, Tigerheart would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Heavenly Tiger King had a conflicted look. Finally, he still heaved a long sigh and said, "Forget it. You go with him." Standing in front of the Magic Eye Grotto, Yi Yuan seemed to see a primitive behemoth currently opening its gaping maws, wanting to swallow this mountain in one bite. The light outside was clearly very good. But such a large cave, one actually could not even see the entrance of the cave. Inside was endless darkness. The Heavenly Tiger King looked at that cave entrance and said with a fearful look, "This place is the Magic Eye Grotto. No one has ever known what's inside and no one dares to go in as well." Clearly, he also felt the terror of this Magic Eye Grotto. Yi Yuan nodded his head and slowly walked over toward the Magic Eye Grotto. Tigerheart said to the Heavenly Tiger King, "This child is going. Father, take care." Finished talking, Tigerheart jogged along and followed behind Yi Yuan. Stepping into the Magic Eye Grotto, the figures of a human and a tiger were seemingly directly gobbled up by the enormous mouth, disappearing. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. When he looked back, how was there still the Skydemon mountain range shadow? "Your Excellency, we seem to have come to another space," Tigerheart said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Looks like this so-called Magic Eye Grotto is an entrance to another space. Furthermore, this entrance is one-directional, we can't go back anymore." Tigerheart could not help being overjoyed when he heard that and said, "In that case, this place isn't a death zone. Then Brother White Light should still be alive." But Yi Yuan did not have any joy on his face. Clearly, he was not as optimistic as Tigerheart. "This place isn't a nice place, but there's always an additional glimmer of hope. But I hope that I can find him. You should be able to break through to late stage rank 4 after you eat it." Wait until after you break through, then we'll set off again. While talking, Yi Yuan threw Tigerheart a medicinal pill. Tigerheart said in surprise, This is a void spirit divine grade blazing sun skyflame pill. Could this medicinal pill be refined by your excellency? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, If I didn't have this bit of ability, could I bring you back to life? When Tigerheart heard that, he said embarrassed. Saidly, Haha, makes sense. However, doesn't your excellency blame me for harming Brother White Light? Yi Yuan said coolly, This wasn't your original intention. I was angry at your father maligning the innocent indiscriminately. Moreover, every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. This matter can't be blamed on you. The moment Tigerheart heard, he could not resist saying, Actually, father Yi Yuan waved his hand and interrupted, You don't need to explain. If White Light is fine, everything is naturally easy to discuss. Tigerheart did not dare to say any more words and could only secretly pray for White Light to be okay. He swallowed the demon divine pill that Yi Yuan gave and started breaking through in closed seclusion. To the demon race, the bottleneck from middle stage to late stage was even harder to break through than the human races. Hence, the standing of priests in the demon race carried decisive weight. Even if the heavenly Tiger King really wanted to mar Saker Tiger Bright Imperial City, he also did not dare to do anything to the priest temple. Otherwise, he would die without even knowing how he died. Tigerheart's strength was similar to Black Pupil's and White Light's. Presently, White Light's strength already reached peak middle stage rank 4 as well. In between this, they likely could not dispense with a bout of lucky chances. Now, Yi Yuan produced the Void Spirit Divine Grade Blazing Sun Skyflame pill the moment he took action. Helping Tigerheart to break through was naturally something that was achieved without extra effort. After Tigerheart went into meditation, Yi Yuan set up an array formation, isolating his aura. He then started surveying the vicinity. This place was a region of bleak and desolation, quarry rocks and craggy rocks. Furthermore, this place was completely in darkness, unable to see one's fingers when the hand was stretched out. Senior, what place is this? Dustless had vast experiences and knowledge. Facing this kind of unknown place, Yi Yuan naturally had to consult him. Dustless shook his head and said, I've never seen this kind of place before as well. But looking at it, it's like a sundered boundary between the Heavenspan world and the Void Realms. Void Realm? Sundered boundary? It was still Yi Yuan's first place hearing these terms and could not help but wonder. Dustless said, The Heavenspan world has existed for God knows how many hundreds of millions of years already. The small worlds left behind are too many to enumerate. Small worlds will gradually die along with the passage of time. But some major powers can connect their small worlds with the Heavenspan world, becoming one with the Heavenspan world. At the same time, it stands independent outside of the Heavenspan world. This kind of small world is extremely stable and people won't easily die. They will leave behind their legacies and descendants there, living and propagating. Places like this are called Void Realms. And the place of transit between Void Realms and the Heavenspan world are known as sundered boundaries. This kind of place is very unique and will tend to give rise to some powerful existences. Yi Yuan was surprised inwardly, not expecting that the Heavenspan world still had this kind of place. The world was truly so big that there was nothing to be surprised about. However, he frowned and said, No wonder I keep feeling that this place is threatened by a crisis of danger. Looks like this sundered boundary likely has some powerful existence. Dustless nodded and said, I'm afraid so. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face changed. A black shadow tore across the night sky, heading toward Tigerheart who was currently at the juncture of breaking through. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan brandished his long sword and actually reached first despite launching later, stabbing at that black shadow. Bang! That black shadow was directly hacked by Yi Yuan's one sword. Howl, howl. The black shadow emitted yelping cries when it felt pain. Yi Yuan's face fell, only then, discerning that this was a ferocious black wolf. The might of its strength actually already reached late-stage rank 4. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was secretly shocked. This black wolf was actually completely unscathed taking on a sword from him, Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked. This hungry wolf had bloodshot eyes. Saliva was dribbling down its mouth as if it was currently in a state of rampage. But right at this time, one dark shadow after another suddenly appeared in the darkness. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked around. Tigerheart and he were actually already surrounded by hundreds of fierce beasts. These fierce beasts' conditions were the same as that black wolf's. Chapter 1775 Fierce Fighting with Fierce Beasts. Chapter 1775 Fierce Fighting with Fierce Beasts. Yi Yuan's pupils shrunk. Among the hundreds of fierce beasts, there was one with an extremely ferocious imposing momentum. It actually already reached peak late-stage rank 4. This kind of strength was in existence rivaling a 9th firmament divine lord. Currently, Yi Yuan was already at the 5th firmament divine vortex realm. Even facing 8th firmament divine lord powerhouses, he did not fear in the least bit too. At this time, a sky thunder raging ox beast had an outer appearance similar to that of a reckless bull, but its aura was comparable to that of a 9th firmament divine lord. With Yi Yuan's movement technique, if he really wanted to escape, this sky thunder raging ox beast might not be able to catch up. It was just that right now, Tigerheart was currently at a critical juncture of breaking through. Once he left, the other fierce beasts would definitely attack and chomp on him until not even dregs remained. If it were others, their first thought at this time would be to run away. But this was Yi Yuan. Seemingly feeling the powerful pressure from the surrounding fierce beasts, Tigerheart's aura became disorderly. His breakthrough had reached the most critical juncture. Once something went wrong at this time, his realm would fall if it was minor. If severe, his foundation would be damaged and it would be hard to recover to the peak again. Right now, you don't need to think about anything. Focus on breaking through, and leave the rest to me. The sooner you break through successfully, the sooner we can break free. Yi Yuan's words were transmitted into Tigerheart's ears. Very soon, his aura became much more stable. Yi Yuan looked at ferocious fierce beasts and let out a sigh as he said, "Looks like I can only risk it and wait for Tigerheart to break through successfully." Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yi Yuan. It was precisely Ning Qianping. Following the increase of Yi Yuan's strength, the times when Ning Qianping could help Yi Yuan were already not much. These few years, he had always been cultivating in close seclusion inside the Purple Extreme Hall. Under Mo Lifei's devoted training and with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, he already broke through the bottleneck presently. He successfully became a 7th firmament divine lord. "Your Excellency, this." The moment Ning Qianping came out and saw such a shocking scene, he could not resist changing expression agitatedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You stand guard over this guy. Don't let fierce beasts come close. Leave the rest to me." Ning Qianping's face changed and he said, "But Your Excellency, that fierce beast is too strong." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'm not risking my life with it either, so afraid of what?" "Yes, Your Excellency." Ning Qianping gritted his teeth and said, facing such a perilous scene, but he could only support from the sidelines, how unwilling. Yi Yuan brandished his long sword, figure shooting out like lightning, becoming erratic in the air. The moment he attacked, it was the certain kill spirit concealing sword. Poochie. That black wolf previously was directly cleaved into 2 halves by Yi Yuan's sword, dying until he could not be deader. While his attack also successfully aroused the wildness of all of the fierce beasts. Roar, roar, roar. In the silent wilderness, hundreds of fierce beasts bellowed frenziedly, appearing extremely horrifying. Yi Yuan attracted all of the fierce beasts all at once. In the beast horde, Yi Yuan's figure flickered indeterminately, shuttled back and forth in space. The moment he made his move, a fierce beast was killed. But right at this time, that peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast attacked. Roar. It was only to see that sky thunder raging ox beast roared. The surroundings immediately turned into a sea of lightning. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This lightning was too strong and actually had the effect of freezing space, making his spatial law unable to execute smoothly. One had to know, Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was spatial law. If his movement technique was being restricted, he would really be dead. This sky thunder raging ox beast was clearly not so simple. Roar. With another roar, that sky thunder raging ox beast took a step, figure turning into an afterimage, butting over toward Yi Yuan. This fierce beast was incomparably fast, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. Poochie. Those sharp bull horns directly stabbed two large holes in a late-stage rank 4 demonic beast. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan broke free from the restraints of the lightning and escaped into the void. Far away, when Ning Qianping saw the scene just now, he turned pale with fright. Only after seeing Yi Yuan dodge this horrifying blow did he let out a sigh in relief. Pewalk. Yi Yuan directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Clearly, that blow earlier, he was still injured by the power of laws. Yi Yuan did not dare to stay, fighting as he left, avoiding that area of lightning. He believed that this kind of horrifying lightning power, it was impossible for that sky thunder raging ox beast to release it frequently too. Ning Qianping's complexion was white as a sheet, his heart almost jumping out. He had not seen Yi Yuan take action for very long. So many years had Pares said, and Yi Yuan's strength had become increasingly terrifying. A divine lord realm who still had the strength to counterattack under the encirclement of so many fierce beasts, one likely could not find a second person, right? Suddenly, his face changed, a handful of fierce beasts sprinted over toward his side. Immediately, Ning Qianping raised his long sword and guarded Tigerheart. Fortunately, Yi Yuan restrained the vast majority of the fierce beasts' attention. Those that headed over here were merely some of the weaker fierce beasts. Presently, under Mo Lifei's guidance, Ning Qianping's strength also grew with each Pares Sing day. Wandering among more than a dozen fierce beasts, he did not fear in the slightest too. Even though he could not accomplish Yi Yuan's casual killing, ordinary fierce beasts could not get close to him as well. At Yi Yuan's side, the fierce beasts could not be killed finish. Those that he could casually kill off were all some of the weaker fierce beasts. But those fierce beasts whose strength Serpa S said late stage rank 4. Hence, wanting to kill them was not so simple anymore. But even so, there were also 7 to 8 dead bodies of late stage rank 4 fierce beasts at this time collapsed on the ground. As for weaker fierce beasts, even more collapsed on the ground. Falling into a heavy encirclement, Yi Yuan also felt unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, Yi Yuan discovered that there were 2 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts that already rushed to Ning Qianping's side. He could not help being greatly alarmed. With Ning Qianping's current strength, he absolutely could not block those 2 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts' assault. Moreover, he was already quite occupied with things. Woos. H. Plus 2 terrifying sword lights arrived with a howl. 2 fierce beasts fell to the ground at the sound of it. But right at this time, that sky thunder raging ox beast also shot an electric ball out of its mouth. In order to kill those 2 fierce beasts, Yi Yuan opened the gates wide at this time. It was already too late to want to avoid. But this scene, Yi Yuan had long expected it. Blue patterns flashed on his body, golden light erupted. Bang! Yi Yuan forcefully suffered this blow, his entire body akin to being struck by lightning, fresh blood spraying wildly as he directly flew out several thousand feet away. Right at this time, Tigerheart's breakthrough finally completed. Seeing the corpses of the fierce beasts all over the ground, Tigerheart's heart was greatly shaken. This was all done by Lord Yi Yuan. Just how terrifying is his strength? Tigerheart had never thought that a human's strength could actually be daunting to such an extent. Facing the encirclement of a peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast as well as a large number of fierce beasts, he was actually still able to counterattack so sharply. Lord Yi Yuan's strength was really too horrifying. One had to know, he was just a 5th firmament divine lord. You dumb tiger, what are you still stoning for? Quickly go save his excellency. Ning Qianping's eyes could not help turning bloodshot when he saw Yi Yuan getting injured. Seeing that Tigerheart was actually in a daze there, he could not refrain from bellowing loudly.